Runs a couple minutes late, but we're used to that, obviously. So, if you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon is not yet present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Russ.
Here. All right, very good. We have a couple of ceremonial items. Would you read those into the record, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, I will read both items 1 and 2. Item 1, Donate Life Month, April 2022. And item 2, Fair Housing Month, April 2022.
All right, very good. We're going to go ahead and do the Donate Life Month, and I have a couple of speakers for item 2. So. Mr. Burns.
Mr. Rouse.
How are you? Seen you somewhere before. Didn't used to take this long. There we go. Donate Life Month of April 2022. Whereas Donate Life Month was first observed in April 2003 and has since been observed in communities across the nation to increase awareness of life-saving organ donations and also to honor organ donors and recipients. And whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are recognized worldwide as expressions of life-giving compassion to those in need, anyone can register to be a donor regardless of age or medical conditions. And whereas more than 106,000 individuals nationwide, including over 20,000 Californians, are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list with their health in limbo, as sadly 17 people on an average die daily while waiting. And whereas broad outreach is critical, as the need for donated organs is especially urgent within the Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. And whereas last year, organ donors saved more than 40,000 lives, the most ever, which is why it is so important for people to realize that a single person's donation of heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestines can save up to 8 lives, and tissue donations can save and heal over 75 others. And whereas Santa Barbara residents, along with all Californians, can sign up to be organ, eye, and tissue donors at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And whereas prospective donors are encouraged to join the Donate Life California Donor Registry at www.donatelifecalifornia.org or Donavida. That is one word, actually. I thought I was right and wrong. Donavida, V-I-D-A, California.org, Spanish. And visit livingdonationcalifornia.org to register for living kidney donations. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as DMV Donate Life Month in the city of Santa Barbara and encourage community members to consider registering as donors when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California DMV. I'll give it over to Scott Burns.
Thank you. I keep that? Otherwise, I'd forget. Thank you. And you know, I usually don't get this big of a crowd, and I never get an applause. So I'll talk into the mic, but thank you. In about 2015, I was on my sailboat, on my friend's sailboat at Santa Cruz Island, and the Harbor Patrol came by and said, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." Well, I had been on a waiting list for 3 years for a kidney, and I was totally unexpected. My wife was very lucky in that she knew where I was. I had a float plan, and the Harbor Patrol came and got me. That evening, I was at Cedar-Sinai Hospital. The following morning, I had a new kidney. So I was very lucky. The rest of the story is the lady who died suddenly was a nurse at Cottage Hospital, Vivian Boutel. I've gotten to know her sisters, her nieces and nephews, her parents, or her mom. And since then, I've been doing all I can to help promote organ donations. There's about 3 times as much of a chance that one of us will be on the waiting list or be a hospital patient for an organ donation than to be actually donate a kidney or an organ. So there's a big list of a lot of people that need kidneys and organs, and we don't have that many of them. There's also the last study that was done, 95% of the people that in the study said, we are in favor of organ donations. Yet only 55% had signed up at the DMV. And 98% of the people that sign up for organ donations nationwide do it at the DMV. So I'm asking you all to check your wallet, if you have a wallet or a purse, and see if you got a pink dot on your driver's license. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add, I hope I don't get anybody in trouble, but the Harbor Patrol does not consider Santa Cruz Island as part of their turf, and they went ahead, Pat would know that, they broke protocol, went out and got him. Okay, Ms. Bufano. This is Fair Housing Month for April 2022. And whereas April is National Fair Housing Month, which celebrates the 54th anniversary of the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Act of April 11th, 1968, the enactment of this act expanded on previous acts and prohibited discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, religion, national origin, sex, as it amended, handicap, and family status. Whereas during the month of April, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, along with fair housing advocates, organizations, and interested parties from both the private and public sectors, will participate in a national effort to promote fair housing with the theme, Fair Housing More Than Just Words, which underscores the federal administration's commitment and progress towards advancing equity in housing and securing equal access to housing opportunities for all. And whereas despite the local, state, and federal laws prohibiting discrimination, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and partner agencies received more than 8,500 complaints alleging one or more of the Fair Housing Act's 7 protected classes, i.e. race, color, national origin, religion, sex, including sexual orientation and gender identity, family status, and disability. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara approved its own housing discrimination ordinance, ensuring that a fair choice of rental housing was available to all city residents, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, age, marital status, national origin, familial status, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or ancestry. And whereas, as part of the city's participation in the Fair Housing Month, notices will be placed on the city's News in Brief page, directing residents to information about the city's fair housing and rental housing mediation programs. A fair housing display can be viewed in the entrance of City Hall, and an announcement will be placed in the city's newsletter. Now therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Fair Housing Month, and urge all citizens to understand and exercise their right to equal housing opportunity. Andrea Bufano, congratulations.
A lot of my city colleagues are here today. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. Thank you for your recognition of Fair Housing Month and this proclamation. During this unprecedented time of the world pandemic, fair housing laws, practices, enforcement, and the rental housing mediation services, including educating, preventing, and settling disputes out of court, have been needed now more than ever. The theme this year for National Fair Housing Month from the White House administration is Fair Housing, More Than Just Words. It is important to reflect on the history of the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and to realize that Its significance has to be more than just words for impact and change to occur at every level within our society, beginning with local communities. The passage of this act was preceded by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the assassination of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4, 1968. And the following day, on April 5th, President Lyndon B. Johnson wrote a letter imploring Congress to guarantee a basic American right to secure a home regardless of the color of skin. On April 11, 1968, the Fair Housing Act was enacted by Congress and signed by President Johnson. Its purpose was created to eliminate discriminatory practices in all aspects of housing concerning landlord tenants, lending institutions, sellers and buyers, and the real estate industry. Over 50 years later, racial disparities in housing are still very prevalent and continue to be reported, which substantiates the continued need for the Fair Housing Act and the promotion of equal opportunity for housing for all. The Santa Barbara Rental Housing Mediation Program served 1,079 unduplicated clients during fiscal year 2021 as a method of resolving rental housing disputes out of court and provided 15 educational presentations to the community. There are not enough words to express the gratitude and appreciation for the Rental Housing Mediation Board volunteer mediators appointed by our City Council. These individuals are dedicated to serving our community and seek amicable resolution to housing disputes. It is an honor for me to accept this proclamation on behalf of the City of Santa Barbara's Fair Housing Office, the Rental Housing Mediation Board and program staff, Alba Marshall, Raymond Rango, and our manager, Laura Doubles, and myself. Standing in support of this proclamation and ready to present public comment are representatives from the Legal Aid Foundation, the Independent Living Resource Center, the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association, and Sojourner Kincaid Roll, a famous poet and writer. And in 1987, she was the head of the Rental Housing Mediation Program. So thank you once again, Mayor Rouse and council members, for recognizing the importance of Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have two public speakers on this item. The first speaker will be Laura Bodie. And Ms.
Thank
Bodie,
you.
we're doing 2 minutes at the podium.
Yes, this is quick. I just wanted to say to council members and mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to recognize Andrea and the incredible staff at the Rental Housing Mediation Program. We are in constant contact together, grappling with issues, and what I've seen is really unsung heroes in that office. They do amazing work in educating both tenants and owners, but more importantly, they have an amazing rental housing mediation program that is very little known in this community. They have less than $1 million budget, which I think, Andrea, it should be doubled, shouldn't it? But amazing. They have almost 100% success rate. Andrea will tell you it's like 97%, but they're able to create binding agreements through negotiations with the owners and renters. So I just want to say shout out to them. I'm glad to see them finally get the recognition they deserve, and I'd love for more people to know about them. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker on this item is Petra, and forgive me if I butcher your last name, Lubin. There she is.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I work at the Independent Living Resource Center. My name is Petra Lowen, and I help people find and maintain housing. I currently work with at least 120 consumers who have housing needs, and it's usually a long process because most of our consumers have very low incomes, like around $1,000. That doesn't even get you a room and leave money for anything else. So I help people sign up for subsidized housing. They're long waiting lists, 2 to 6 years. And we're very thankful that now it's illegal to discriminate against the Section 8 voucher holders, but we still hear it a lot, that landlords either around the way or directly say, no, I don't like Section 8. Yes, people can file a complaint, but it takes months, and the landlords simply don't care. There's a great need, and I regularly refer individuals to Rental Housing Mediation Task Force and Legal Aid. And we simply need more affordable housing in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more public speaker. Do you have some on virtual as well? Okay, so I have one more public speaker that's here, the person that just gave Rebecca the slip from Legal Aid. Is that person? There you are. Would you give your name for the public, please?
Alex Intrikin. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Foundation. And I want to thank Andrea for inviting me here and Petra for the heartbreaking work that she does on a day-to-day basis. The amount of work that we do together in Petra's office, the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, some of these cases are incredibly painful, and the amount of time and energy that they put in to make sure that housing is equitable in our county should be celebrated. And I thank you, Mayor Rouse, and the council, and Mayor Murillo for the last year for recognizing that fair housing is something that we have to fight for, that we have to continually acknowledge is not there yet. And I think Andrea brought up a really interesting point from 1968 when it was passed, that the Civil Rights Act preceded it by 4 years, and Dr. King was assassinated, and that closed what had been an impossible process in the House of Representatives. There were endless cloture motions, and Representative Sam Irvin said, "We oppose this because it will bring about equality by robbing all Americans of their basic rights to private property." And I say this just to acknowledge that fair housing is something that we have to enforce, that takes the force of a community, that takes work. And I'm grateful for the city for acknowledging this, for Andrea's hard work, and the 9 p.m. calls that we do on random nights trying to figure things out, and for everything that Petra does for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I understand we have a couple of folks that have raised their hands online. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We will have James Kalmeister and then V. Chiprez
And they are for the item 2?
for item 2.
Okay,
And-
very good. And if they can abide by the 2 minutes, please.
Very good.
First speaker.
James Selmeister, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Is this, it seems as though this is related to item 15, is that correct?
Yeah, this is for item 2. This is just a proclamation. So if you're waiting for item 15, that'll be coming up.
Okay, so this is not for an owner to speak regarding the ordinance?
No.
Okay, I will leave then, okay?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is V. Chiprez, and E. Howard Green just raised his hand. V. Chiprez. Let's find you, one moment. V. Chiprez is no longer on the meeting, so E. Howard Green, please go ahead.
I hope you can hear me. I am unfortunately on a bus without my mask on, thank goodness. The item I wish to raise to you as your city's representative to the Area Council on Aging is that the elimination shortly of the governor's order will mean that there are no congregate site meals in Santa Barbara County because of the lack of any responses to the RFP. If you're interested, the website is Central Coast
Mr. Green, this is about the proclamation that was just given. General public comment has not yet
I'm
begun.
sorry, sir?
This was about the proclamation only for Fair Housing Month. So
I'm sorry, I thought this was public comment.
no, we're not into public comment yet. That's coming up next. And you're free to raise your hand for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, very good. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. Then we're going to begin public comment. There's obviously one or two of you here today, and it's going to be 2 minutes per speaker. The general public comment, due to our other agenda items, is going to be limited to a half an hour. People who did not get to speak during this time are invited to speak after the meeting. The people that are here in person will be prioritized over the people that are here, raise their hand virtually. During this time, if you wish to speak at any time, you have to turn the speaker slip in within the next half hour, or same with the, if you're online, you have to raise your hand within the next half hour if you want to continue after the other item at the end of the meeting. We're going to be 2 minutes per speaker, and we're going to start out with Laura Robinson, and we're going to go next with Zach Smith right after that. And I'm going to ask that there are no clapping, no booing. We want to hear from everybody as clearly as possible. Please don't make this an event. It's informative as opposed to partisan, okay? If you would, please, we want to keep some decorum here. All right, very good. So, Laura Robinson, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Laura Robinson, and I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 620 and the lead negotiator for the city's general unit. And for the past several months, I have been sitting across the table from this council's representatives, listening to excuse after excuse as to why the city is unwilling to support their frontline essential workers. And I am here today disappointed to have to give this speech. I am disappointed that we had to gather all these employees, community members, neighbors, and advocates. I am disappointed that the city requires us to fight tooth and nail every time we come to the table to negotiate for mere crumbs. I am disappointed that this city continuously attempts to balance its mismanaged budget on the backs of those struggling the most, and I'm especially disappointed that we do not currently have 4 council members sitting here today that are willing to stand up for their employees. For the few of you who have been, thank you. Be louder. Do not sit back and allow those who would rather contract out city work to speak above you. Do not allow them to convince you that shipping city dollars to Los Angeles or Bakersfield is either cost-effective or responsible. And do not allow them to convince you that the city of Santa Barbara is broke. It is not. And this council should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that you choose not to pay your staff a wage that allows them to remain in the community that they serve. You should be embarrassed that your neighboring agencies are actively recruiting your staff and so effectively doing so. You should be embarrassed that you mandated a 6% cost of living adjustment for contract workers for the city when you only offered your employees a 3% raise. And you should be embarrassed that library employees can't afford the $160 a month it costs to park in the lot that the city owns. That's embarrassing. The people here today, standing behind me, we are here to fight for a fair and decent contract. We're not asking for anything obscene. We're asking for equity, and we're asking for a much-deserved raise. It is disappointing that I have to stand here today and demand this of you, but we collectively are disappointed, and that should embarrass you.
Thank you. Okay. Zach Smith will be followed by Brad Klein. Please hold the applause, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. We are in an urgent crisis, and you have not responded. So we are here today with a coalition of community members and workers from across the city to demand a wage that will keep us in Santa Barbara. When it was clear that management would not listen to us, we went directly to you with hundreds of letters from our members. Our letters show that we're taking out loans to pay bills, paying 2/3 of our income in rent, tired of more work with less people to do it, and fed up from putting every organizational sacrifice on our backs. We are the general unit, and we show up every day to keep this city running. We clear streets, we keep the library open, we make this meeting possible. We're asking that our work be valued with fair pay that makes up for decades less than the rate of inflation. We need a wage that keeps up with our rent. We need rent control to keep up with inadequate wages. Words of support aren't enough. We need City Council to act to keep us local. This city has a living wage mandate for out-of-town contractors, but not for their own employees. In public, City Council votes unanimously to endorse Medicare for All, but in private, their own working families are punished with a $3,000 increase in healthcare costs, while managers are gifted $20,000 a year in healthcare cash-out bonuses. The city is understaffed, it is underpaid, it is mismanaged. We are hoarding $300 million in cash and investments, money that could be used for a cost of living increase, but instead we are told to negotiate against general fund takings like the $2.5 million paid out for the wrongful termination of a whistleblower reporting understaffing. Our work is increasingly being outsourced, which takes taxpayer dollars out of our community and puts it in the hands of multinational corporations, while our own emergency service workers commute from further and further away. I have my first child on the way. I want him to live and thrive in my hometown. That won't be possible without a significant response that matches the scale of the crisis we're in now. This city cannot run without our work. Today, we're calling on the public to have our backs if City Council does not act to keep us local. Thank you for hearing us out today. We'll look forward to your response.
Brad Klein will be followed by Dana Hoffenberg. Brad Klein, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Bradley Klein. I've been an employee of the City of Santa Barbara for 25 years and counting, and I am the Vice President of SEIU Local 620. It is the general unit employees that keep this city running, and I'm honored that they have chosen me to represent them. When trees are down, it is our people that are clearing them. It is our people that are making road repairs and clearing storm drains. It is our people fixing traffic signals and streetlights. It is our people that are answering the phones and helping the public. It is our people that are providing direct services to this community. And it is our people that are being pushed out of this community because our cost of living adjustments are not keeping up with the actual cost to live in this city. Executive managers of this city received a 2.5% cost of living increase, while the general unit is being offered 3%. Now, on the surface, this may seem fair, but if you do the math, a custodian would need around a 10% raise to equal the same dollar amount that the finance director received from their cost of living adjustment. Now, I'm not trying to single out the finance director. I think he's a very nice person and a huge improvement over his predecessor. But I do have a few questions for him and the rest of the executive management team. Why is the city spending money on out-of-town contractors and shipping that money out of our community when that same work was previously being performed by city employees at a lower cost? Why does the city not pay all of its employees above the living wage that it requires for contractors to pay their employees? Why do managers receive a greater amount in their medical benefits than other employee groups? Why does the city charge its own employees to park their vehicles on city property during their working hours? And why do our people have to fight so hard every year just for a fair contract, for a cost of living adjustment, when we're just trying to live in this community? Thank you.
Right. Dana Hoffenberg will be followed by Mark Kramer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dana Hoffenberg. I'm a Water Resources employee, and I'm also the General Unit Secretary. I'm here because General Unit staff can no longer afford to be overworked, underpaid, and frankly disrespected. It's becoming impossible for General Unit members to continue serving and living in this community when we are facing what was already a high cost of living, coupled with now skyrocketing inflation and housing costs. Morale is low. People are fleeing city employment, we are hemorrhaging talent, and we cannot retain adequate staffing levels because compensation is simply no longer competitive. By refusing to address the reality that this is not a status quo year, by refusing to acknowledge that your staff is sounding the alarm that we are in a moment of crisis, you are pushing away your staff who genuinely care about what happens here. You are causing decreases to the levels of service we provide the community by underpaying and overworking staff, but you can fix it. please offer a fair contract that values your rank and file employees with a COLA that actually addresses increases to the cost of living. We have compromised enough. The council's own living wage ordinance requires a 6% increase to the living wage this year for city contractors. There's no reason why council should care more about contractors than their own staff. We are assets to this organization. We are the ones that keep this city running in spite of healthcare inequities, in spite of the lack of pay, in spite of inadequate staffing. Enough is enough. Offer us the COLA we've asked for. The general unit knows its worth. It's time management and city council acknowledge it.
Mark Kramer, followed by Stanley Macias.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Mark Kramer. I'm the president of the International Association of Firefighters, 525, also known as Santa Barbara City Firefighters Association. I'm also a resident of Santa Barbara who rents in District 5. This is only made possible because I am a dual income household, so I'm one of the few in this room that in our city that gets to live and rent in this beautiful city. I'm here today to speak in support of the general unit's fight for a fair contract. The employees of Santa Barbara are the heart of this great city. The people working here are an asset and not a liability or line item on a budget. Paying a fair, comparable wages keeps employees here, fuels the pride and dedication that each of us has for Santa Barbara. Fair wages are an investment in future employees and an acknowledgement of the commitment and professionalism that each of us brings to Santa Barbara. All across our city, our bargaining units have been pushing for comparable wages and consistently come up short. I know the list of challenges is long for our city, but our employees deserve to be the #1 priority. I encourage the City Council to collectively address this citywide issue and make real institutional changes that benefit workers. As a union leader, city employee, and Santa Barbara resident, I support the general unit's fight for fair wages. Thank you.
Okay, Stanley Macias, followed by Madeline Wood.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name's Stanley Macias. I've worked for the city of Santa Barbara for what will be 25 years in December. In that time, I've been on the bargaining team negotiating the contracts for the general unit since 2004. I've yet to see a contract that keeps pace with the inflation or the cost of living in our area. In the past few years, we've witnessed an exodus of city employees going to other agencies and municipalities. Councilman Jordan said it correctly last council meeting. You know, we're losing employees due to lack of pay. It's no joke. In my department only, we've had trouble hiring employees for lack of applicants. You know, in the last year, we've lost 9 people just in my department to other municipalities, other cities for better pay, you know. There's one of the colleges around here is ratifying a contract for 24% over 4.5 years. They deemed their employees essential workers. I don't see us any different. There's other agencies that have rejected offers of 5.5% for 1 year because of inflation and because of meager previous contracts. You know, the starting offer from the city of Santa Barbara to its general employees was 1.5% for each year over 2 years. That's disgraceful. I'm sorry. There's an obvious disconnect between management and the general employees of the city. During the height of the pandemic, we, the employees, kept working. We kept the streets drivable, the parks clean, the beaches and waterfront clean. State Street Promenade was implemented and it's kept clean and working. The airport is functioning. When you turn on the faucet, you get water. You know, when you flush the toilet, the waste goes away. It's all because of city workers, city employees, you know. We worked longer hours with less people.
Thank you. You're at your time limit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Okay. Madeline Wood, followed by Andre Ritchie.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. Our city faces a bright future, but it also faces many challenges. A current challenge is the exodus of quality employees who leave for better wages and better benefits at neighboring public agencies. Over the past 6 months, I have had 7 close colleagues leave for neighboring public agencies, and I've not experienced anything like it in my 13 years of service for the city. We all know that the cost of living in Santa Barbara is very high, but I want to be clear that these employees did not move out of the community. They're not part of the wave going to Texas and Oregon. They found positions at neighboring municipalities and utilities that could better afford them to continue to live in this community. So these vacancies, they lead to understaffing, and they lead to a lower quality of services that we're able to provide the community. Our city staff want to be valued by our decision makers. We deserve a fair contract to pay the staff who work so tirelessly for this community every day. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for all you do for our community.
Andre Ritchie, followed by Kelsey Hamilton.
Mayor, City Council staff, City Administrator. I've been here 23 years. Been negotiating for 620 all those years. I'm going to take a different path on this because we don't get the COLA that we want. When you have in 2005 mud go across La Conchita, half of our staff, maybe 60%, can't even get here. Let's go to 2018. Montecito mudslide. Again, more than half our staff can't get here. Be it historical fires or whatever it is. Something happens to the 101, it affects our staff. So I just want you to understand that. Now, we also have issues with people leaving for other jobs. City of Goleta, County of Santa Barbara, City of Oxnard. We have employees leaving left and right. So we're here asking for a fair wage, and I'm glad that we have the back, everybody's got our back today. I like that. All of us out here.
Yes, sir.
I like it. Power to the people.
That's right.
Now, I just want to let you know that this is the problem that we have. So we've had your back the whole time. Even with the pandemic, we answered the bell. No complaints, no nothing. Went out there, still paved streets, did what we had to do. Answered the bell. What I'm asking you to do today, answer the bell for us. Thank you.
Okay, please hold off. We want to get to as many people as we can. Kelsey Hamilton, followed by Kathy Gu.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of City Council. My name is Kelsey Hamilton, and thank you for hearing us today. I'm here today to ask you for a fair and equitable contract that supports some of the lowest paid city workers. I believe a key to a successful city is a workforce that is able to reside in the city that we work for. This leads to a stronger community and a better understanding of the needs of this unique city. With inflation over 8%, many of the lowest paid city workers are living paycheck to paycheck and risk being forced out of their own apartments because of the astronomical rent increases we've been seeing. In addition, it's become harder to find and hire qualified individuals as the cost of living in the area does not keep up with our wages. I ask the City Council for a contract that matches our need for a workforce who greatly wants to reside in Santa Barbara and loves this town. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kathy Gu, followed by Mark Stouter.
Dear Mayor Rouse and City Council members, my name is Kathleen Gu. I've worked with the city nearly 24 years for the Community Development Department. I'm a commission secretary for a lot of the boards that community development supports. Your city staff deserves a fair contract. The cost of living and medical costs have increased drastically, and many find their wages are not adequate. About 42% of California voters are finding that the rising costs are just astronomical, and they're not able. 69% of Californians are finding the gap between the poor and the rich is widening. This year marks the first year that on a personal level, I've been forced to be placed on multiple payment plans in order to pay my basic utility bills because my bi-weekly paychecks are inadequate to both pay my monthly bills and buy groceries. So I often have to decide whether I can afford to eat or pay my utility bills. And I'm one of the few lucky ones living in affordable downtown housing. Yet I can barely afford to live in the city I serve because my Annual homeowners association fees increase by $100 every year. And where is that money going to come from? My weekly paycheck doesn't cover it, so I have to decide it's going to come from my utility bills or my grocery bills. During the pandemic of COVID-19, I stepped forward and supported 2 of my family members who lost their jobs. And of course, the result of that was rising utility usage and utility bills. So I'm asking for your assistance to help alleviate the crushing burden of these utility costs and basic needs like running water, electricity, heating, and a place to live. And I formally request that you please be as generous as possible to provide assistance and allocate more funds to adequately pay city staff the salary they need and they deserve. For we always come through for the city we love, so please come through for us in return. Thank you.
Mark Stouter, followed by Julie Thomas. Mark Stouter, no? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. A lot of people have already brought up some of the obvious points, but there's a few more. I mean, what is the general unit? What do they do? Well, for instance, what happens when you need a fire truck? Well, the general unit is the one that makes that fire truck run. What if you need a police to come by your house? That police car is maintained by general unit mechanics. I work down at the harbor. What if you need the harbor patrol to come out to Santa Cruz Island or elsewhere or in the harbor? Those harbor patrol boats are maintained and run by me and others in the general unit. Do we like going to the harbor? Do we like the wharf, 150-year-old wharf? It's all built, continued to be rebuilt by the general unit and maintained by the general unit. All the radio equipment that the police and the fire talk to each other, that's our radio department, all general unit people. So every piece of this city is held together by the general unit, by professionals like myself. And think about this contracting issue where we have more and more contracts going out to bid, and the city is required by state law to pay what is called a prevailing wage. So a prevailing wage for someone like me is 150%. The base rate is 150% of my pay. So I'm making 2/3 of what you're paying, the same talent as me for an outside contract. That's the kind of thing that's going on, and it needs to be pointed out because that's a mathematical situation, which is ridiculous. The other thing that's going on is that general unit people actually only make half on average of managers and supervisors. So when you give a manager a 1% raise, you're giving them twice as much money as a 2% raise for us. And that's important because it's real, actual money. So the actual money that you're handing out to the people that are managing and supervising is double what we're getting. And that's an extremely important issue.
You need to wrap up, please.
So those are the main points I wanted to make, and thank you very much.
Julie Thomas, followed by Patrick Henry.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members, city administrator. My name's Julie Thomas. I'm the inclusion coordinator for the Parks and Recreation Department and have been for 16 years. I specialize in supporting one of the city's most vulnerable population, children and adults with disabilities, health, and special needs. I've spoken to you previously when the contract for city staff took months to approve. I don't understand why fair wages has to be so complicated. The drastic cost of living over the last several years has resulted in a pay decrease for me personally. Over half my take-home pay is going to rent alone. I've been a professional in Santa Barbara for 28 years. Prior to working for the city, I never received anything less than a 5% annual increase. Why is it that supervisors and managers get greater increases than the work group that works the hardest throughout the city, running camps, making sure our parks are safe and beautiful? I grew up in service. I was a military brat, and I understand the value of service. I'm a single mom, and despite the conditions presented financially and otherwise, I continue to serve the city. My professional field is highly specialized, and like my fellow coworkers here today, I deserve to be compensated fairly.
Okay, Patrick Henry, to be followed by Daniel Mora.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Patrick Henry. I'm a union steward for SEIU 620, and I stand before you today as one of many, as you can see. It seems like only yesterday that I was here in this very room making this same darn plea. I'm one of the many people who work for the city of Santa Barbara with the expectations of earning a fair wage to feed and clothe our family and to see to their welfare. Many of our co-workers cannot take time off to be here during business hours and address the council. They're out there, as someone has said before, clearing the clogged sewers, keeping the police cars and fire engines running, and making repairs to the street lights or fixing potholes. Many of our co-workers are afraid of coming to the city council meeting for fear of losing their jobs. They're on work probation because they've just got hired. Fear. We should not be working in fear, and we should not be working for peanuts. The City of Santa Barbara representative has not acted in good faith. When inflation is at 8.5% and offer us 3%, that's a slap in our face, to say the least. 3%, come on. Groceries have risen 8.8%. Gasoline is almost $6 a gallon, the highest in the country, and our rent and utilities keep rising. I think 8% a year, 3-year term, that's a fair amount. I think it should be more even. After taxes come out, the continuing rising cost of health care, and in negotiations, there should be compromise. But we're asking for a fair contract. You call us family, then you treat your family with respect, with compassion, with understanding that we deserve. We're willing to compromise on many items, but refuse a living increase, but you refuse a living increase for the rank and file, and that's a slap to us. Please consider giving the rank and file an equitable pay increase. We earned it. Negotiate fairly and with respect. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Daniel Mora. To be followed by Kathleen Gu. We already heard from her, did we not? Yes, okay, thank you. Daniel Mora followed by Joe J.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Dan Mora with the Central Coast Labor Council, and we represent thousands of workers in Santa Barbara. And I'm speaking in support of everybody here for a fair contract for the city workers. And I'm going to go quick because I want to hear the rest of these workers. So I just want to say they don't just work at the city of Santa Barbara. They are the city of Santa Barbara. They're the backbone of Santa Barbara. They help us, they serve us, and they've been on the front line these last 2 years, and they deserve to be compensated for the work that they've been putting in for us. They deserve to be treated with respect. Respect means paying them a living wage. It means keeping up with inflation. It means giving them the opportunity and the means to actually live in the city where they work. Housing costs are untenable. The current cost of living is untenable. Workers are fed up and they can't afford to work here. They're either working elsewhere or they're actually moving. There needs to be a fair contract for the workers and for the future good of this city. Thank you.
Joe J, followed by Barbara Smith.
I think I'm actually here to talk about the, what looks to be item 15. Should I sit
Okay,
back
very
down?
good. Yeah, you
Thanks, sorry
back
about
in the queue, please. Barbara Smith are actually we're gonna go a couple minutes over, but if that's okay with the rest of my council, we'll go ahead and we can hear the rest of these slips from the union. So Barbara Smith, please, followed by Amber. There we go. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm here today in solidarity with workers to support their with city workers to support their demand for a fair contract and a wage increase that meets inflation. Your employees should be able to not only live in the city they serve, but to thrive. They shouldn't have to decide between paying for food, childcare, utility bills, or rent. Not only do city services suffer when workers can't afford to live in Santa Barbara, the rest of the community suffers as well. For example, I work at Santa Barbara City College, and we need working families to stay local so they can take advantage of all of our great programs and so we can keep our enrollment at a healthy level. Without local working families, our enrollment numbers drop, which then leads to budget cuts and personnel cost cuts at our college. When you push your own workers out with low wages and no action on high rents, it affects all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amber Hatzidakis, you even gave me a pronunciation guide. and I still-
I did. I tried to write it out phonetically.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. Thank you for being here today. My name is Amber Hatzidakis. I'm here on behalf of the Union, Local 620. I worked for the city of Santa Barbara for 9 years and would have loved to stay and grow professionally, but unfortunately I had to leave because of low wages as well as higher cost of living. My husband does still currently work for the city. And let's just be honest, isn't Santa Barbara a great place to live, to work, to visit? Yeah. Right? We can all agree with that, right? But why? Look around. These people filling the rooms, this is your why. These people fix toilets when they're overflowing. They clean our beaches and parks. They keep our homes and residents safe when a natural disaster occurs. They show up and clean after tragedies such as the Thomas Fire and the debris flow. Why don't they have a contract? I think we can all agree that they should. When you account for the rising cost of housing, healthcare, childcare, and education, you can see the negative effects on the middle income earners' disposable income. Some of them are barely surviving and living paycheck to paycheck. In the city of Santa Barbara, if we were to grant them a fair contract, they'd be left with more disposable income. And if they can afford to live here, where's that income going to go? It's going to go back into our city. In conclusion, the truth is that, and I think you can all agree, you know what the right thing to do here is. The hard part is doing it. I hope that you do the right thing as it relates to their contract. Thank you for your time and consideration on this crucial matter.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, the final slip is for Daryl Schreck.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and Council. I'm Daryl Scheck, Executive Director for SEIU Local 620, the largest labor union in terms of members at the City of Santa Barbara. And I speak today for our members who are struggling to live in a city where everyday costs have spiraled out of control. It's becoming near impossible for our members to live in or near this community, the one that they know, they love, and they work for. Today, you see that the love for their community and their occupation is not enough if they can't make ends meet. Our members committed to serve the City of Santa Barbara, but they desperately need your help. We need lasting solutions with wage increases that keep up with inflation and the cost of living. We need workforce housing that serves that actual purpose, a comprehensive program that actually houses those that work in this city and not necessarily meeting some arbitrary income requirement. Many union members feel they must support rent control measures and other initiatives to try and blunt escalating housing costs that continue to march upwards at unsustainable rates. This is not just a problem for our members, but it's a problem for all those who toil to make a living in this city. We need bold initiatives going forward, and we rely on you as the City Council to carry those out. We need a truly livable wage for both private and public sector workers. All employees that work in the city, no matter the sector, are punitively and relentlessly hammered by Santa Barbara's housing costs. We need conversion of the many dead commercial spaces that proliferate in the city into residences that can revive the city with vibrant neighborhoods that bring more revenue to the businesses that have managed to survive the pandemic. This city can lead and be a shining example of how effective policy can make a real difference. In the meantime, your employees need to be able to keep up with inflation unless you want to see more of them bolt for other jurisdictions who are willing to pay for all those years of talent and experience. Please commit to them now and to sustainable strategies to keep City of Santa Barbara workers local. You need them, and now they need you, so please do the right thing like Amber said. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have one Matt Lowe online, is that correct? Do we have one speaker online?
There are 6 speakers online. One is the.
Did they raise their hand in the time
Yeah.
period? Okay. First speaker, please.
we have Anna Marie Gott, then David Dahl, Cole Cervantes, Celia Schmidt, Lucia Trujillo, and Matt Lowe. is the
Okay,
final
wait,
speaker.
so, Madam Clerk, we talked about, when I talked to you last time, was Matt Lowe was on. We have 5 more, but they all got in? Because we're gonna have to defer some of those speakers till after the meeting.
They all raised their hand before the time was cut off.
Okay. We'll allow a couple of speakers, but some of them are gonna have to wait till after the meeting. We've got to get going with the rest of the agenda. Okay, 2 speakers, please.
Very
First
good.
speaker.
So we'll hear Anna Marie Gott and David Dahl. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. First, I completely support every speaker that has been up here today asking for a livable wage and for you to actually give a solid contract to the general workers at the city. I have advocated time and time again for a living wage ordinance. However, even after almost a year, but when 2 council people said that they would actually bring a 2-party memo to the city council on a living wage, we still have not seen that meeting occur. So I urge you today to actually work on a living wage 2-party memo, have it submitted for next week, and have a meeting to actually discuss what we need to do in the city to provide every single employee in the city a living wage. We have to have that. You know, we have these AUD units that have astronomical rents. We have housing out of control. And the only thing that is going to get people into housing is a living wage. And the city simply has not taken a moment to even consider what the actual wages for most residents in the city are, which is not a living wage, which means they have to double up. They live paycheck to paycheck. They move out of town. They quit and leave.
Need to wrap
So-
up, please?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our final speaker on this is David Dahl. David Dahl, please go ahead. David Dahl, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Very sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. My name is David Dahl, 1117 Los Alturas Road in Santa Barbara. Adjacent to our house at 1131 Los Alturas Road is a home that is being sold in 8 fractional ownership shares, which the owners will use for short-term stays. While the city's present zoning code prohibits timeshares, operators of fractional ownership platforms argue the ownership structure rather than the use defines timeshare under the current city zoning code. Yet these properties are being sold to multiple owners for short-term stays, exactly the definition of a timeshare. Picasso, the company that is in the process of flipping the property at 1131 Los Alturas, specifies on their webpage that for a 1/8 share, the owner will be allowed to use the property for no less than 2 days at a time, no more than 14 days at a time, in 6 or fewer stays, and for a maximum of 44 days per year. From a neighborhood perspective, what we see is a revolving door of new guests and a parade of service and cleaning personnel restocking and preparing the house for the next short-term occupant. These short-term occupants will be taking single-family residences out of the community, and we feel that the occupants are no more invested in our social fabric than an Airbnb visitor. What are other communities doing about fractional ownership models like Picasso? In St. Helena, where Picasso owns and manages 5 properties, the Planning Commission overhauled the city's timeshare regulations, explicitly banning fractional ownership plans like Picasso in residential areas. Palm Springs, South Lake Tahoe have cease and desist orders, and other communities are taking a stand, including Sonoma, Newport Beach, Jackson Hole, and Park City. We'd ask the city to look at our zoning code and address fractional ownership under the timeshare definition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Remaining speakers will honor at the end of the meeting. If you'd still like to participate, we need to move on to the agenda. I'd like to thank the audience for keeping it calm in here today. Appreciate that. There's a lot of folks in here today. Thank you. And we will then move on to the consent calendar. Do we have some items to read, Madam Clerk?
Yes, for the consent calendar, we have item 4, adoption of an ordinance adopting an equipment use policy per Assembly Bill 481. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance adopting a military equipment use policy for the Santa Barbara Police Department. Item 5, adoption of an ordinance approving the electoral redistricting map referred by the Independent Redistricting Commission. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, an uncodified ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the 2020 Census electoral district map as referred by the Independent Redistricting Commission pursuant to City Charter Section 1301. And item 6, amendment to position salary control resolution 21047 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 21047, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2022, effective April 23, 2022, to amend various established salary and titles for positions listed herein.
Very good. Does anyone need to pull an item off the consent calendar? And do we have any speakers for the consent items? We do not? We do not? We do not.
One moment, let me just confirm. I am going to lower the hands of persons who have raised them already. If you raised your hand for general public comment, we will call on you at the end. So if you wish to speak on a consent item and you're on Zoom, please raise your hand one more time. Okay, no hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We'll move on then. Report from the Finance Committee, which we're about to get anyway, but I'll take a quick
I'll move the
update.
consent items.
Was that what we have? Also have Ordinance Committee.
Did you want to,
Oh, you want to move the consent item? Okay, move the consent item
first?
Somebody second.
Happy to do that.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
I'll second it.
Second.
This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the entirety of the consent calendar. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Oh, has stepped out. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, now, Finance Committee.
Finance Committee met earlier today, and we went over the schedule for the upcoming budget season, and we approved the schedule for finance and for council.
Thank you. And the Ordinance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Ordinance Committee heard updates to the ordinance amending Title VI of the Municipal Code pertaining to animal control. A lot of important updates there, and Ordinance Committee will see it again briefly before it comes back to council.
Very good. That moves us to item 14. Would you read the article, Madam Clerk?
Item 14, City Administrator's recommended mid-cycle budget for fiscal year 2023.
Very good. Mr. DiMartini, or who's going to tee it up here?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini, and I am the city's Finance Director. And I'm here to provide an overview of the City Administrator's recommended budget for fiscal year 2023. The agenda for today's presentation is to provide that overview and briefly talk about some of the major work efforts that have been included in the recommended budget. Also provide you a recap and an outlook for the city's general fund, the largest fund. Also provide a brief overview of the major enterprise and internal service funds. I will also review the budget calendar with you and then take any questions, public comment, and then discussion. And then we will also be giving you a brief demonstration of the city's new online budget tool as well. Next slide, please. So first, let me provide you an overview of the budget process and the major work efforts. Next slide, please. The city's budget process has been outlined and is detailed in the city's charter, actually. It defines that the budget must be submitted to the city council at least 60 days prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1st. Hence, the reason why we are with you today, just leading up to the May 1st deadline. During the months of May and June, both the City Council and the Finance Committee meets fairly regularly to review basically all components of the recommended budget that is before you today. Last year during this process was the beginning of the 2-year financial plan. So this process that is before you today is simply just an update to the second year of last year's plan, which is an update to the fiscal year 2023 operating and capital budget. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the major components that you will see in your recommended budget. First, it will begin with a message from the city administrator herself, providing pretty much what is an executive summary to the budget. Next, there are a series of summary schedules and tables showing our revenues and expenditures by major fund, by department, a summary of our positions, a summary of our capital plan for the upcoming fiscal year. Also, for each individual department, there is a series of performance metrics so that you can use that information to evaluate and understand all the major components that make up our budget and how our limited financial resources are being used. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes some of the major impacts that our budget articulates. There have been a number of impacts to our budget over the past 2+ years directly related to COVID, particularly from the continued uncertain economic activity that directly impacts us with our sales tax revenue, our transient occupancy tax revenue, and a number of our other revenue sources as well. Overall, since COVID began, we are projected to have lost more than $30 million of revenue citywide. It required very tough decisions to be made in order for the city to balance its budget over the past 2 years. And for the upcoming fiscal year and fiscal year 2023, there are additional challenges that we have. It requires additional budget balancing solutions in order for us to balance our budget again. It's important that we focus on our policy reserves. Each of our major funds do have a policy reserve that the City Council has prioritized through the adoption of a resolution. And we have needed those reserves throughout COVID to be able to sustain our operation. We have exercised fairly strong fiscal discipline over the past 2+ years directly related to COVID. And by your leadership and your appropriation of how we are spending the American Rescue Plan Act funds, the ARPA funds, we have been able to sustain our operations. We have been able to minimize any continued operational reductions. And we have been able to effectively replenish some of our reserves to be able to sustain further. But we're not out of the woods yet. Our reserves are being proposed to be used in fiscal year 23 to balance its budget, and the outlook for fiscal year 2024 and beyond will likely require the use of additional reserves. So this is the overall outlook for our budget process. Next slide, please. This is the website where all members of the public can access the budget. It is www.santabarbaraca.gov/budget. That is where members of the public will go to access our budget and all the other city's important financial documents. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we are really excited to have implemented a new tool. Instead of a very dense, thick, over 500-page PDF document or a printed binder, we have turned the city's budget into an online tool that is much easier for the public and members of the City Council to access. It's much more intuitive. It's much easier to find information. And it is really hopefully going to broaden citizen engagement and strengthen public trust in our financial and budgetary information. And we will demonstrate that tool to you after my presentation. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the major work efforts that the city administrator has articulated in her budget message. It includes efforts to achieve financial sustainability, restoring economic vitality throughout the city, continuing to focus on the State Street master planning process, working on a major construction project with the new police station. Other large capital investments to De La Guerra Plaza, the Library Plaza. We have a very long list of capital priority projects that will be funded through the Measure C district sales tax measure and many, many others. Next slide, please. The overall citywide budget in fiscal year 2023 is just over $432 million. This pie chart shows you what portion of the entire city's budget is in the various major funds. So the city's general fund at just over $185 million represents around 43% of the total citywide budget, by far the largest slice of the pie. The next largest slice is in our water enterprise at 16%, and then so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So let's take a few minutes to talk about the general fund specifically and some of the major considerations. Next slide, please. This slide here provides an overview of our revenues in the green dotted line, our expenditures in the red solid line, and what the impact to the fund balance is in the general fund. Shows you a couple years of history, our current fiscal year 22, our projection, next fiscal year's budget at fiscal year 23, and then 3 years thereafter. And what it shows you is that in the upcoming 3 years, our annual operating revenues are lower than our annual operating expenditures. We have a structural deficit in the general fund, and it does require implementing budget balancing solutions to balance our budget. Our annual costs are rising greater than our annual revenue growth. Next slide, please. This slide here summarizes what those revenues and expenditures have been, and it also shows that we have implemented very challenging solutions to help balance that budget in the last 2 years, and then also being proposed in fiscal year 23. In fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, we implemented approximately 5% expenditure reduction targets across all general fund departments, and that equated to around $6.8 million annually in those years. This table shows that those measures were required to help us balance those budgets in those years. Next fiscal year, the picture is a little bit rosier. We're not proposing to require as significant of expenditure reductions in fiscal year 23. However, we are requiring around $1 million of expenditure reductions. And what this table does show you is that even with that action, we are still projected to require the use of around $1.3 million of reserves to balance the budget in fiscal year 23. Next slide, please. In summary, our revenue impacts do show growth and do show coming out of the impacts related to COVID. In particular, our sales tax and our transient occupancy tax. We are projecting that they will continue to grow and that they will be higher than they were pre-COVID levels. Our property tax revenue continues to be strong and continues to grow, as well as other taxes as well. Our department revenues have experienced significant decline due to COVID with the cancellation or the reduced activities in Park and Rec and other types of programs, but we are projecting that those will return to pre-COVID levels. On the expenditure side, 66% of our total general fund budget goes to salaries and benefits of staff. We have rising pension costs in fiscal year 23, which are expected to continue to increase in the years after that. And related to inflation, we have built in the additional rising inflation rates into our non-salary and construction cost estimates. Next slide, please. This slide here summarizes the major general fund tax revenues over the past 3 years, what's being projected in the current fiscal year, and then what's being projected in next fiscal year's budget. And as I just mentioned, we are being what I consider to be very realistic with our sales tax, our TOT rates being higher than what they were pre-COVID levels. So we're not being overly conservative with any of these estimates. We are trying our best to be as realistic as possible, showing a total of our general fund revenues at just over $184 million. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our expenditures, again, over the past 3 years, projected at $170 million in the current fiscal year, and then increasing to $185 million next fiscal year. Again, the largest slice of the pie goes to pay for the salaries and fringe benefits to all of the employees that are paid out of the general fund. Next slide, please. as one major component to balance the deficit in the general fund in fiscal year '23, the city administrator's instructions to departments was to achieve $1 million in total of targeted expenditure reductions. And one method that is being used in order to do that is to continue to hold a number of positions vacant. That was a method that was employed over the past 2 years at a much greater rate, not needing as much in fiscal year '23. And then also identifying any other non-salary types of savings from materials and supplies or other types of projects. The city has continued to realize challenges from hiring and backfilling employees. So we do account for attrition savings, accounting for positions that will be vacant for a period of time. That does achieve some level of savings. And then also the final component is to use $1.3 million of reserves in the general fund in order to balance the budget. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the general fund capital priorities for the city in the upcoming fiscal year. Just over $1 million is requested to be appropriated from the general fund to fund capital improvement projects, including IT application and infrastructure projects, as well as a constituent relationship management application, as well as a number of park renovations and accessibility projects. The Measure C sales tax is projected to generate just over $28 million in fiscal year '23, and those funds will be used to fund 36 projects in fiscal year '23. And the pie chart on the right represents what those Measure C dollars will be used toward. A majority of them will continue to be used for street repaving and other street infrastructure projects, as well as parks and recreation, police and public works, and facilities related projects. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the trend of our general fund reserves over the past 17 or 18 years and what's being projected over the next 4 years. And what this shows is that as our target reserves continue to rise in the general fund because our expenditures continue to grow, we have a reserve policy target that the City Council has adopted of keeping 25% of our annual operating expenditure budget in reserves so that we can use in times of an emergency. And what this graph shows is that we have needed to use them. We used them during the Great Recession back in 2008, 2009. We used them again during the Thomas Fire, and we definitely used them during COVID. And through maintaining our fiscal discipline, we have been able to achieve making progress on replenishing those reserves. But as you can see in fiscal year '23 and beyond, as is right now, we will need to continue to use those reserves to be able to sustain our annual operating budget in the general fund. Next slide, please. Next, I'll provide a brief overview of our enterprise funds and our internal service funds. This slide here summarizes what you can expect to hear from staff over the next 2 months for the major enterprise funds for airport, water, wastewater, waterfront, downtown parking, solid waste, golf, and the clean energy fund. You'll hear from staff in regards to their revenue and expense trends. Each of them has a reserve policy target, and they'll talk about that. Their capital investment programs, impacts that many of them continue to realize from COVID, and any recovery plans associated with that. We have 5 internal service funds with our IT department, facilities, fleet, energy management, and self-insurance, and you'll hear from them as well. Next slide, please. So now I'll provide a brief overview listing the meetings that are currently scheduled over the next 2 months for our budget calendar. Next slide, please. We have already held actually 3 of them. Our city council meeting where we had our long study session to present a large overview of our multi-year forecast process was held on March 10th. We had a Prop 218 hearing for proposed rate increases. Earlier today, we met with the Finance Committee to approve their schedule. Today, staff is presenting an overview of the budget, and we'll ask you to approve the schedule for City Council. And then we will get into the details with the Finance Committee in regards to our revenue projections. Next slide, please. We will also be starting our department budget hearings with the City Council on May 2nd, where library and airport will go first. With the Finance Committee, we will go into detail about all of the proposed fee increases, starting with the general fund departments on May 3rd. We will then have another series of meetings with departments. Next slide, please. On May 10th, we'll go to Finance Committee to review enterprise fund fee changes being proposed. And then we will have a final meeting with the Finance Committee so that they can prepare their recommendations to the full City Council. Next slide, please. And then, in concluding the department presentations on May 25th, we will come back to the City Council in an evening meeting on June 8th, where you will then review all of the Finance Committee's recommendations to the budget, and where we will facilitate any City Council deliberations on changes that you wish to make to the budget. We'll have a final Proposition 218 hearing on June 14th, and the budget adoption hearing with the City Council is scheduled for the regular City Council meeting on June 21st. So the recommendations that are before you today are for the City Council to receive the City Administrator's recommended operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2023, hear a report from staff in connection with the filing of the fiscal year 2023 budget, and then finally approve the proposed schedule of City Council budget review meetings and public hearings related to the City Administrator's recommended mid-year cycle budget for fiscal year 2023. And before I turn it over to City Council for your questions and public comment, I'm going to ask Mr. Evans here to bring up our new online budget tool. If I may, Mr. Mayor, give you just a few minutes of a demonstration of the new tool so that council members and the public are aware of it and know how to navigate through it. So this page right here is how members of the public can access the new online budget tool. It's santabarbaraca.gov/budget. If you click on the first bullet at the top here, the recommended operating and capital budget, it will then launch the city's new online budget tool. As you scroll through this page, there's different sections of it. First and foremost, I would recommend clicking on the budget message, which again is the City Administrator's executive summary of the recommended budget for fiscal year 23, providing an overview of the budget, the challenges that we are facing as a city, our multi-year forecast, some interesting information about our reserves and our enterprise funds and so on and so forth. Next, if you go back to the main page, there's information about the community, our community profile. There are a series of summary schedules on the left right there that show our overall revenues and expenditures. I'll ask Mr. Evans to click on our expenditures. If you click on that page, it opens up another tab and you can scroll through and you can go line by line and you can see all of the major funds and what those expenditures have been. If you want to drill into one of the funds on the little arrow on the left, it will drill down further so you can see more detail if you like what makes up those larger fund groups. Mr. Evans will then come out and you can see a summary of our authorized positions by clicking on that link right there, showing a summary by department and by multiple fiscal years. Next, if you are interested in understanding what our capital program looks like, you can click on the capital program link and it will render a report that shows a listing of all of the capital improvement projects being proposed in the recommended budget in fiscal year 23, and then the plan for the upcoming 3 fiscal years thereafter. And the fund column shows how staff is recommending those projects be funded. This is a report only showing Measure C and general fund capital projects. The enterprise departments will present their capital projects to you in the upcoming meetings. Next, if you scroll down, it shows a grouping of departments in alphabetical order. And if Mr. Evans wants to click on the airport picture, it will then bring up the airport's subsite for their website. So it's really easy for members of the public to go and find more information about the airport or go find more information about the Parks and Recreation Department. Going back, if you scroll down to the Public Works Department, which is the city's largest department, he'll then first click on the Public Works link right above the picture. And what it does, it will display a great deal of information about what the department does. What are the major objectives and mission of that department? You'll then see a summary table of the overall revenues and expenditures of the department. Scrolling down, you will then see a few high-level, you can drill in further if you want to understand what makes up the salaries line or what makes up any of the revenue lines. You'll see some high-level pie charts, and as you hover over them, they're dynamic, so you can see what portions of their revenues make up the overall picture and what portions of their expenditures there are as well. And then as you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see an overall organization chart. And then you can click into each of the individual programs and divisions to get additional information. So Mr. Evans is going to click into one of them right here. And it will show you very similar information. What is the overview? What is the priorities of each of those divisions? What services do they provide to the city? It will show you a summary of the positions in each of those divisions. And again, a high-level summary table of their revenues, if they have any, or their expenditures with the same drill-down capability. And another really great benefit is that we have brought in a great deal of performance measurement information into this application. So it lists all of the major objectives that they measure as an entity to ensure that they're delivering services in an effective, efficient way. It's really important to note, too, that this website renders really well on any mobile device. So your cell phone, your iPad, whatever it might be, you can really access the city's budget from anywhere. And one other really great feature with the city's website is that it leverages the native Google Translate functionality. So for the members of our community that speak a different language, we can now display our budget information in Spanish, which is being projected here. So that concludes the demonstration. I just have a few remarks of thanks I'd like to make. First, I'd like to thank our city administrator, Ms. Bjork, for her leadership and support of the finance department and all city departments with this, again, another challenging budget cycle. I'd like to thank the department head team, really working collaboratively to develop citywide solutions to, again, a challenging budget process. And I'd like to thank Mr. Evans that's sitting right here next to me. He is responsible for implementing this new online budget tool in conjunction with our consulting team. So I'd really like to thank him, again, for making this new project happen. And again, this is a strategic initiative to implement a project like this to provide greater transparency to the public. We did this on purpose this cycle so that we're ready and to have a robust tool for the next two-year cycle. And with that, I just want to conclude by thanking you, City Council, for your support as well. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini. Before we get into questions and whatnot, I want to remind council that we're going to be going through this department by department in granularity in this upcoming schedule. So our main action item here today is to approve the upcoming budget review schedule. We've got some of our fan bases gathering for the main event out there. So we'd like to, if we have questions, please make them brief and let's not get into too much detail at this point in time. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. DiMartini, just a couple. So online, if that's problematic for somebody, what do they do to view the data?
Councilmember Jordan, thank you very much for asking that question. So we will have a printed version of the budget available. Staff will have it available at City Hall, at the clerk's office, so that staff can come in, or I'm sorry, members of the public can come in and access that budget book if that is necessary.
And, you know, every time I walk by some of those doors, the hours these days are a little restricted. During the budget process, will we either be extending those hours or making some other method to make sure they're available more than 4 hours a day of a regular workday?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, specifically to the clerk's office, we will work with the clerk's office. I do know they've made an effort, despite their posted open hours, to also be available by appointment.
Okay.
So we will make sure that we are available, and that's not a limiting factor.
And then last question, just reserves continue to play too much of a role in the budget process. And I know the city has an adopted policy for use of reserves. At what point in this process will you put that in front of council?
Councilmember Jordan, my preference would be to put that in front of the Finance Committee for the Finance Committee's consideration. As council is aware, we are currently working on a pension management strategy as well. And I believe that it is important to address the city's reserve policy in conjunction with a pension management policy as well, because they do go hand in hand. Staff is currently working on developing a pension management policy right now, and we are planning to bring that before the Finance Committee in the coming months. At this time, I cannot confirm that policy will be drafted and ready during the budget process, but it will likely be ready sometime thereafter.
And then, as it doesn't pertain to, in particular, pension management, but use of reserves for anything else to keep programs and services going, to pay ongoing labor costs. At what point is it appropriate to ask for that to be put in front of council?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, your reserve policy clarifies that use of reserves should be done only when there's a plan to restore such reserves. Our plan to address that issue, we have some, this isn't a short-term reduction in revenues, as Mr. DeMartini has explained. Our revenues are strong. It's a mismatch between revenues and expenditures. Our intention is to work with your Finance Committee over the coming year such that when we get to this point next year, we will be in a situation where you have a stable budget that matches revenues and expenditures going forward with either a plan for restored reserves or a goal and a plan for how to get to restored reserves.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. This is great, this tool. It's very open and transparent for the public, easy to access. I had just a couple questions. If you could pull up slide 17. I just want to do a very, very high level so the public understands as we go into the budget where we're starting from, because we're going to have to make some difficult choices, and I just want the public to understand. So on this slide, it says that I guess the deficit next year is 1.3 million, but then we have $1 million in expenditure reduction. So that 1.3 million is reserved. So what is the actual deficit for next year?
Councilmember Freeman, thank you very much for asking that question. Before staff is recommending to implement any budget balancing solutions, the overall general fund deficit is approximately $3.8 million in fiscal year 2023. So this slide summarizes the solutions that staff is proposing to implement to balance the budget.
Okay, so it's 3.8, 1.3 million reserves, those two items there, and then anything else we want to add, such as employee compensation or other types of things, would be starting at a 3.8 million and going from there.
That's correct. And short of any revenue generating options or any reductions to other expenditures, those additions to our operating budget, such as cost of living adjustments or other things, would reduce our reserves further.
Okay, perfect. So we have a lot to look at, and I think we heard today we have a lot to look at. So I just want to say we have some tough choices to make, and look forward to all the presentations and having this new format to really help us understand the finances and where we can look at it and help understand it. So thank you very much.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, Mr. DeMartini, for your presentation and for the tool. It is really helpful, especially for transparency and for the public. I have just a couple overarching questions. Slide 12, if we could have that one. So I know I asked questions about this at our workshop also, and the scale is different on the right than on the left, which I think is important to know. And how I'm reading this, and you can help me with this, is that in 2023, they're level. The revenues and expenditures are projected to be even to each other. And right now, we have, it looks to me like substantially more revenue than expenditure. What is projected to be, why the inflection point there? Why at 2023 is there a switch that we project so much more expenditure than revenue? What's the difference?
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon, that is correct, that in fiscal year 2023, our expenditures are starting to now be beyond what our revenues are in fiscal year 23. That is because our ongoing expenditure growth exceeds our ongoing revenue growth in each of those years. What the city has done over the past few years is the city has implemented a series of budget balancing solutions. The most significant of which is reducing expenditures to the tune of approximately 5% each year, just under $7 million a year. So that being implemented helped reduce our expenditures. And then what we are seeing in the later half of this current fiscal year is our transient occupancy tax, our sales tax, a number of other factors is showing that the economy is rebounding. So that is growth that we are really pleased to see. And even when we project that growth to continue in the next 3 fiscal years, that growth is still not enough to cover the ongoing expenditure growth. So that's why that red line is greater than the green line.
Thank you. And so I understand that it's greater. I guess my question is, so it's a concave upward curve up until 23, and then it has an inflection and has a growth curve that exceeds the rate. And please help me with this, because this is how I read it. And so my question is, why? So I get that that's growth, but why? Why the growth in expenditure, and what does that represent?
Mayor Rouse, let me take a stab at this, Councilmember Sun. We've made my direction to the departments this year was really to try and minimize the number of vacancies that we hold. We have not reduced our workload as an organization. And so we have balanced your budget for the last 2 years by holding positions vacant. In some situations, because of the pandemic, our workload might have decreased a little bit. In some cases, it went up substantially because we had to implement new processes. Your staff have carried that extra weight. We're trying to get away from that. We recognize we may need to change the amount of work we do in the future, but until we make those changes, we really hope that we can have the adequate number of staff we need to provide the work that we're asking them to do. So one of the reasons that you're seeing the inflection in 23 is that we've made an intentional decision to try not to balance this budget on the backs of vacant positions.
Excellent. And that's exactly what I was hoping to get to, whether that was planned, that we were going to keep those positions vacant, which is just not sustainable, or whether there was a plan to repopulate those positions.
And there are a few vacancies that are continuing just because some departments had challenges finding savings in other ways, or there were other things going on that made that the most effective approach. But my direction was really to try and get away from that. If we don't need the positions, we should get rid of the positions, but if we have them because we need the workload, we should be filling them and letting people do the work.
I completely agree, and I just want to confirm, so that is what this bump in the expenditures is based on salaries and staffing and personnel and not someplace else.
And we're getting increased costs across the board. I mean, as you heard in prior public testimony, utilities, all of our rates are going up just like all of the rest. So yes, we are seeing the effects of inflation, but I think the biggest change for us has been a change in trying to make sure we have adequate staffing.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually really, really happy to hear that, because my next question was about at our budget workshop, and we all gave sort of overarching recommendations. At what point do those get considered or discussed as a whole, as an entirety?
A number of your overarching recommendations were department specific, and they will come back to you as part of this department presentations. The leading overall arching direction that you gave was to work towards financial stability and sustainability. And so all of our budget will be looking at that. But as I explained to Councilmember Jordan, in the amount of time we had to put this budget together and the number of things that we think we need to balance, both in terms of looking at revenue opportunities and expenditure reductions, we did not want to hurry into that. We will take this next year to do that in a meaningful, thoughtful manner.
Okay, thank you. I'll just, I'll save comments for the end, but I think there were a few of us also who in those overarching weren't just looking for sustainable, although that's important, but there was also voicing priority for people over capital improvements or for salaries. So I just don't want that to get lost in there too. Yeah, thank you.
All right, very good. Are there public comment for this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one public commenter,
Okay.
Michael Lynch, and one in-person commenter.
Ah,
Zach Smith.
and would you inform that it'd be 2 minutes on the mic, please?
Michael Lynch. Michael Lynch, you can go ahead. Michael Lynch, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. on Zoom? Michael Lynch? All right, let's go to our in-person speaker.
All right, Zach Smith, please, 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, I know that you're probably going to be tired of hearing from this meeting. I wasn't planning on. I do want to just note a few things that come up when I hear this presentation. One is that we have an investment account that has almost $300 million in it right now. It started at about $150 million when the pandemic started. And I just don't know why that's not included in these presentations. So as you're looking at reserves and that sort of thing, you know, that's a way to fund things as well. The other thing that I want to say is the projections are continuously low. And we know that inflation is counted as a cost often with labor costs and whatnot, contractor costs, but it's not counted adequately. I think it's at 4%, and the finance director can correct me, for property and sales tax, which, as we know, inflation's at 8.5, so I'm not sure why we're putting it there. The third thing that I want to comment on, and I mentioned it before, is that we had a $6.3 million general fund transfer for legal claim payouts last year. And I think we know that there's more expected. That is being put on the backs of our labor costs. And I think that we're not going to take that. And I don't know if that's projected in here or somewhere, but it was in the last fiscal year, and we still are in the green. So just wanted to let you all know about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay. You can go with that.
Still a lawyer.
All right, very good. I will take comments and/or a motion for the recommendations. I think Mr. Friedman hit it first.
All right, I just want to be quick and, again, thank our staff. And thank all the staff that put this together, the budget. It comes from all the departments. And I guess the comments earlier, that's what our staff is doing for the transparency for this document so we can understand the city, the public can understand it. And I'm really pleased that we have this online tool. I think it will make the budget process for us more easy to understand. And am looking forward to just going through department by department over the coming weeks. So I appreciate all that the finance department did and all that staff did to create the inputs from the departments. And that's what I got. And I'll make the motion either now or then to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Friedman. Do I have a second? Okay, second by Jordan. And then I have Ms. Gutierrez.
I just want to thank the Finance Department. I am so happy to see this online tool. Ever since I got onto council, all I wanted to see was a clear transparency of the, first of all, it was the organization charts for every department. And I tried to take on that challenge, and it was very overwhelming to actually see it online and to be able to see, their mission statements and the projects that they're doing, and actually their budgets, and what has been taken out of their budget. I think this is what the whole entire city has been waiting to see. So thank you so much. I also want to thank you for your presentation. Every time you come to council, you're very direct. You don't waste the public's time. You know exactly what you're doing. And I just want to thank you, because ever since you came to the city, you've really transformed the finance department, but you've given the public the transparency that they've always wanted to see. So thank you and your staff.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll echo the compliments of my colleagues here too as well. And I'm just going to a little bit repeat what we talked about very briefly in the budget workshop, because that was a more informal setting and this is more formal, and it's kicking off the beginning of the budget cycle here. And this is just across all departments. I think, as Ms. Bjork just reiterated, we can't just keep these positions vacant. As we heard today, our staff members are telling us that they're overburdened. They're performing functions that used to be handled by 2 or 3 individuals, now being done by 1 with little support, and it's clear this is not sustainable. Our staff is overworked and I would say underpaid. And though we value them so highly, we're losing them. I would say over all these budget structures, we need to prioritize a living wage for our city staff. I just don't see that there's any other option there. These are really different times, and I think it's important in this budget cycle to acknowledge, I mean, our reserves have gone down lower than this in the past, and I appreciate fiscal conservativeness, but also these are extraordinary times that our city workers are bearing the brunt of and keeping our city going, as we're all aware. Our city workers have also done more with less at the risk to their own health and well-being. And as we've contemplated really heroic efforts in the larger community, I think it's important that we build that in across all the departments and not just talk department by department or bargaining unit by bargaining unit. So I personally would like to work into the budget the assumption that we're operating with a living wage and parity for surrounding jurisdictions, and then build the budget above that instead of always with that we can't afford the living wage because we've already budgeted the money elsewhere. I know these are things that we have discussed. I will just end with that we need to have those cost of living increases built in, parity in healthcare, and parking for our employees. And as much as that could be worked in throughout the whole budget process, that would be my preference.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can be brief. I will just associate myself completely with the comments of Councilmember Sneddon and the comments of my other colleagues as well, expressing appreciation. You know, we've heard this said many times, particularly over the last few years, that budgets are an expression of our values. And that's something that I deeply believe. And I think what's so amazing about the process that we have here in the city of Santa Barbara and the way that you have transformed it to make it more transparent and more accessible is that we can actually utilize the process to make it reflective of our values. Before, I think to many of us, it really felt like a black box, impossible to decipher, impossible to influence. And I think we are finding ourselves in a position now, not only where we realize the necessity of making those changes so that our community can thrive here, but also the opportunity to do it in a way that I don't think we've had before. So I understand that there are a lot of difficult conversations ahead, and I appreciate the flexibility that I know staff will bring as we go through department by department, really prioritizing the needs of our people. I understand that things may need to be cut, and we're going to have tough conversations. I, for one, am ready to have them. I think they're necessary, and I think if we can all come to the table with that in mind, the necessity of really standing up for our team, I think we'll be on good footing moving forward. So just my thanks, and looking forward to the work to come.
All right, very good. We do have a motion on the floor. Anybody understand the motion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
This is for item 14, a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okey dokey. To the main event. Madam Clerk, would you read item 15, please?
Item 15, rent stabilization consulting scope of work.
All right, very good. Mr. Kalan, you have a presentation.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. While Leanna is bringing up the slide presentation, I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce her to you and to thank her. Leanna has given the city 27 years of service in the attorney's office. Leanna is one of the employees that was here every single day during the pandemic on site, making things work. and I'd be remiss if I didn't note that. I'm really delivering the message today. The core of this consulting scope of work was prepared in collaboration with your Housing and Human Services staff in community development. I know that they are here along with Mr. Isaacson. Should you have questions that are outside of my expertise. Okay. Great. Let's go ahead to the beginning, Leanna. Next slide, please. Okay, today's work goes back to your December 7, 2021 meeting. At that meeting, the council gave us 3 directions. The first was to prepare a temporary rent stabilization ordinance, limiting rent increases to the consumer price index plus 2%. That being in contrast to state law, which currently limits rent increases to consumer price index plus 5%, capped at a maximum of 10%. The second direction was really a necessary adjunct of the first. Under state law, local rent control requires a rent registry. There are a number of other reasons a rental registry program may be advisable. I'll touch on a few of those. Third, and what we're here to speak about today, was the direction to prepare an economic analysis of the longer-term financial impacts of a rental stabilization ordinance. In summary, the council's discussion in December and again on February 1st focused on wanting to understand the economics of rent stabilization so that any moves the city made would be helpful rather than harmful. Next slide, please. I'm going to begin and end with the core of the presentation, namely the 5 key policy questions that the scope of work asks a consultant to study. As you can see, the core question is, if CPI plus 5% as capped by the state is not the right number, what is the right number for allowable rent increases? Secondly, you'll recall that in December of 2020, the council, by resolution, established a relocation assistance amount to support the just cause eviction ordinance. That ordinance was also modeled after state law, and in order to be more protective than the 1-month relocation assistance state law mandates, the council adopted a resolution setting the amount at 3 months relocation assistance. However, knowing that the market changes and understanding the limitations that our consultant, Kaiser Marston, described at that time, council asked and directed the city administrator and I to come back annually to get that refreshed. That's one of the questions we would pose here. Third, we're asking whether smaller properties should be treated differently. That question really falls out of 2 things. First, the council's past direction, which we'll go into, on other tenant protection measures has always included recognition that smaller owners are different. Secondly, I'll relate now and possibly again later my own experience working with literally hundreds of property owners and tenants over the last 5.5 years that the city's been working on this in earnest. The vast majority of the people I've worked with have a genuine interest in doing the right thing, meaning complying with the law, and have given me every reason to believe that there is something to the concept of a mom and pop property owner. And that something ought to be something the council at least considers preserving. Fourth, incentives to protect long-term tenants are also part of this study. What do I mean by that? It would be an untoward policy and legal outcome for a rental stabilization ordinance to result in the displacement of those long-term tenants that have worked in tandem with the mom and pop owners. So I think it's worthy of consideration to see whether there are incentives or other mechanisms the city could put in place to prevent that kind of displacement. Finally, in a nutshell, this last question is really asking whether Santa Barbara has a different set of facts than elsewhere in the state. We've become suspicious, and I noted that the Association of Realtors has expressed the same concern, of the ongoing pattern of state mandates displacing local control. So the question really here is, how should things be tailored to meet the unique characteristics of Santa Barbara? Okay, next slide, please. So where have we been? I want to begin by emphasizing my neutrality in all of this, and I need to say that because opinions may be debatable and can certainly vary, and I know you will hear very strong opinions from many different angles today. But we should work as a government so that the facts are not debatable or varying. So what I want to stick to in my neutral role is presenting you with facts. Some of those facts come straight out of your housing element. Some of them are legal facts or legal conclusions that derive from state or local law. Next slide. So in my calendar, the city's efforts at tenant protection go back to a workshop in December of 2016, where the council directed my office to prepare a report on tenant protection options. We delivered that in March of 2017. Next slide. Then as now, our goal was to lay out the factual basis for any policy actions the council might consider. We also made an effort and did work with city housing staff who, as you've heard today with Ms. Bifano, have done an excellent job with what they do. The question has never been whether our housing staff have done their job well. The question is whether additional work is necessary. Third, we've made an effort, significant effort, to engage tenant and property owner groups to get all points of view. Next slide, please. Those groups included the California Apartment Association, CAUSE, the Association of Realtors, and the Rental Property Association, also known as the Santa Barbara Apartment Association. Next slide, please. In 2017, the city already had on the books a number of housing-related protections. Rental housing mediation, which you've heard about. The second is unusual to Santa Barbara. It's a requirement that owners let the city know when they're evicting someone. That is observed by a few property owners. It is not observed by many, probably for lack of knowledge more than anything else. We have made it a point not to bring enforcement actions based on that law simply because it hasn't been well publicized. You heard today in the context of housing that the city has on the books and had in 2017 an ordinance that reinforces state and federal law forbidding arbitrary and unlawful discrimination against various people in various classes. We also had tenant displacement assistance on the books, but in the context of condominium conversion, which was a thing many years ago. We also had on the books a program and continue to have a program of biennial fire inspections. We mentioned that in 2017. Next slide, please. Because the ranking of options before the city at that time included multifamily rental safety inspections, so we wanted to bracket that by pointing out that fire inspections happen now. I have rent control crossed out on this slide because at the first opportunity in 2017, the council took rent control off the table. The council has, however, gone forward with enhanced mediation, mandatory leases, and most recently, just cause eviction and relocation assistance. Next slide, please. So my conclusions in 2017 are the same today. There are no fatal flaws in any of those 5 policy options. Moreover, in my view, the 2015 housing element provides all the factual and legal support that the city would need to go forward with any of these options. Now I want to turn to the published facts. Next slide, please. So out of the housing element, we saw that between 2008 and 2012, the city experienced about an 8.6% residential vacancy rate. By 2014, and advance it, please, Leanna. The city has an unusually high percentage of rental property, 59%. And next slide, please. Again, the 8.6% vacancy, and one more click. By 2014, the vacancy rate had declined to about 0.6%, which by many people's point of view is not a healthy vacancy rate. Next slide, please. The city annually commissions a rental housing survey. It's called the NE House Report. It reviewed 664 listings in the news press, independent, Craigslist, and proprietary data sources available to NE House. You can see the rent differentials and the percentage increases since 2016. I was somewhat concerned that the spring 2021 numbers would not reflect today's situation. So next slide, please. I did a mini survey using Craigslist 5 miles from 93101. And what I found is that rents are significantly higher than what the spring 2021 survey provided. I included the Ivy Apartments in particular because in my recollection, the Ivy Apartment mass eviction was one of the provocative elements that moved the council towards creating a tenant-landlord task force. Next slide, please. Now, more facts. 92% of the housing in Santa Barbara was built before 1990. That's a very important number when we take into account state law, as I will later on in the presentation. So keep that one in mind. Likewise, the population growth rate here is extremely low. Household size is steady, and you can see our projected population by 2040 is not a lot greater than what it is today. Next slide, please. This slide, which may be a touch difficult to read, points out that over 43% of the city's housing is multifamily, meaning units of 2 to 4 and 5 plus. So that's a very significant percentage as well. Next slide, please. The housing element described affordable rents, as you can see in the middle column on this slide. Certainly the numbers that NE House surveyed and that I surveyed on Craigslist are far different from what anyone would call affordable. Advance the click, please, Leanna. And one more time. So in Santa Barbara, the averages that we reported were $1,772 for a 1-bedroom and about $2,500 for a 2-bedroom. That was then. Next slide, please. Almost 60% of Santa Barbara households as of 2015 earned less than $75,000 per year. That is a significant factor in determining what is affordable. All right, next slide, please. The first step in the process after the council got into this seriously was a civic engagement effort. That is the creation of a tenant-landlord task force. And I want to talk about the work that group did. Next slide, please. There were 2 specific follow-ups that the council asked for through that process. One, back to our list of 5 options going from the least regulatory to the most regulatory. The council directed and funded enhanced mediation. That was number one on that list, and certainly the least regulatory and allotted program. The second least regulatory option was the mandatory lease ordinance, which the council put in place. More difficult was the concept of tenant displacement and relocation assistance for mass evictions. And mass evictions was an early way for Santa Barbara to express just cause protection. Go on to the next slide, please. So the specifics of enhanced mediation were a redesign of the website, informational mailings to property owners, and sponsorship of Housing Santa Barbara Day. There are additional staff in that program now as well. Next slide. As to mandatory leases, the council created what is really a very simple concept. It's that property owners must offer a one-year lease at the time they are renting their property. And that really brings me back to why we entitle today's subject rental stabilization rather than rent control. Mandatory leases are a relatively soft, from a regulatory viewpoint, way of providing stability, stability to workers, businesses, and families, all of whom are collaborative partners with housing providers. There's no price regulation involved. A lease, for example, could call for monthly rent increases if it wished, although no longer under AB 1482, where rent increases can only be imposed twice a year. Next slide, please. By the way, on this mandatory lease ordinance, I was fond of it because I successfully defended it in the Court of Appeal when I was in Palo Alto. And Palo Alto, like Santa Barbara, is a very expensive community, and it was helpful in providing some stability. So who's covered? While this is a historical slide, it's also relevant to how we would approach rental stabilization. Single-family dwellings are exempt, hotels are exempt, separately owned condos are exempt. Co-housing, that is a property where the owner lives with a tenant, is exempt for obvious, I think obvious personal privacy and self-dignity reasons, and certain other specified institutional and government subsidized housing. Next slide, please. Importantly, the mandatory lease ordinance was self-enforcing, meaning it is set to be enforced through eviction defenses or affirmative defenses that a tenant might put forward if they were wrongfully evicted without a lease. The last bullet on this slide is really quite important. The council accepted the property owner's request to limit the defense to a one-year period. I am in regular communication with legal aid. I am unhappy to have to report to you that that one-year limitations period has worked to deprive many tenants of the benefits of the mandatory lease ordinance. Next slide, please. So the main product of the tenant landlord task force that was mediated by John Justice was a proposal for mass eviction protection. Next slide, please. The proposal was very specific in some ways. The compromise reached by that group and frankly not held in front of the city council was that the ordinance would apply only to properties with 15 units or more. That created quite an issue for the council that I'll describe in a minute. Next slide. Why mass eviction protections? You can see it on the slide. The economic impacts of being forcibly relocated were deemed unfair when the eviction was through no fault of the tenant. Now, I find it interesting, again, that in the context of mass eviction, we were beginning to use the parlance of just cause eviction, and the focus was on doing what is fair to both sides. Next slide. Where the process became difficult was when we got down to trying to define what mass eviction meant. And that wasn't for lack of effort by anybody or for lack of analytical prowess by anybody. It was just a difficult concept, meaning how many units should be involved, how much compensation's warranted, what percentage of a particular apartment ought to be evicted before you call it a mass eviction. Next slide, please. So essentially, the task force limited the mass eviction concept, as I said, to projects with 15 units or more. And the agreement was 4 months' rent or $5,000, whichever is greater. That number is significant in my mind in light of the 3 months relocation assistance over which the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association is currently suing the city in federal court. Next slide, please. We came to the Council Ordinance Committee in the fall of 2018, carrying forward the recommendation from the Tenant Landlord Task Force. You will note that later, as we got into relocation assistance, we advised doing further study through a Nexus study, which Kaiser Marston did, to try and refine those numbers. Next slide. I want to go into a little bit of detail about the Ordinance Committee's deliberations because through the work of the Ordinance Committee, a lot of very valuable information was developed. So the Ordinance Committee, next slide, please. The Ordinance Committee process focused on a couple of things. One was making the regulatory system easier to understand for everyone. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, the Ordinance Committee accepted the one-year limitation on eviction defenses on mandatory leases. And as I also noted, that has proved problematic for tenants. Next slide, please. At the time, the Association of Realtors asserted that mass no-cause eviction should be defined as 35% of the units in a 12-month period, so that for a 15-unit property, up to 5 no-fault evictions would have been allowed without compensation in any year. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the Ordinance Committee caused the development of some very important information, which I've highlighted at the bottom of this slide. We were asked to come back with data on the number of households that would be affected with different threshold levels, meaning how many units are affected when you regulate 15 or more, how many are affected when you regulate smaller projects. So again, on a purely factual basis, we reported back. Next slide. What we found was that 37%, roughly 37% of the rental units in Santa Barbara would benefit from a mass eviction ordinance covering projects with, or apartments with 15 units or more. 7 units or more would cover 57%, and 3 or more would cover 80%. Those numbers are not supposed to add up to 100% because the 3 or more includes the 7s and 15s as well. We picked 3 units again with the premise that the smaller owners, and at the time I was unwilling to publicly use the term mom and pop because I found it a little derogatory, but state law now is referencing that in a number of ways, so I'll use it. That was really in deference to the smaller owners who do not present the same mass eviction concern as larger corporate owners. Next slide, please. This is a more detailed breakdown that goes beyond just the 3, 7, and 15 thresholds, and that distribution, I believe, remains accurate today. As you can see, we have a good number of units, over 37%, that are in larger apartment buildings. Next slide, please. Same thing, sliced a different way. Keep in mind that we're talking about just under 37,000 dwelling units in the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide. After the ordinance committee work, we came to council, and the council rejected the mass eviction concept, directing instead that we pursue just cause eviction and relocation assistance. At the time, AB 1482 was a glimmer in the legislature's eye, or the assembly's eye, so we did not report on it. Next slide. And next slide. The action at the time was to direct approval of mandatory written leases and to bring just cause eviction remedies back to the council. We expected to do that fairly quickly. Next slide, please. But in May of 2019, AB 1482 passed out of committee, and AB 1482 became the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, which created both statewide just cause eviction and relocation assistance and statewide rent control. So I reported that to the council and to various stakeholders. Likewise, I wrote to the council in the fall of 2019 explaining what we knew about AB 1482 at that time. Next slide. I've crammed a lot of dates just for the sake of being complete onto this slide. This was the process through creation of the just cause eviction and relocation assistance laws that the council created. So now we're up to December of 2020. Next slide, please. I want to talk about rent stabilization now. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this was initiated in December, and like AB 1482 with respect to just cause eviction, local rent control under AB 1482 must be more protective or more restrictive, however you want to characterize it, than state law, meaning CPI plus 5 is the outer limit of what a city can do and remain consistent with AB 1482. Next slide, please. On February 1st, we came to the council asking for funding to hire a consultant to do this economic study that the council had directed. The council appropriated the money for that, but the council expressed concern that without the scope of work, it was unclear what you were directing. So we're back here today to try and pin down that scope of work. Next slide. Now, I don't mean to be cute. I've called this rent control factoids, but these are really critical facts in light of some of the sweeping statements that have been presented about the impacts of rent control on housing. Let's go through those. The first point I want to make is that rent control, rent stabilization is relatively expensive to administer. Now, why? There are two reasons. The easy one is that we have, depending on how you count, somewhere in the 30,000 number of units. If you imagine even 1% of those a year needing administrative attention, you're talking about dealing with 300 properties per year. That would require a significant amount of work. But why do we have that work? Who is it for? It's not for the tenants. It is to protect the Fifth Amendment property rights of the owners. Any rent stabilization system has to have a mechanism to allow adjustments beyond the base in certain circumstances. So the Constitution requires basic fairness for the property owners, and this becomes important when you imagine whether property should deteriorate under rent control or whether property should be improved. I will advise you that every good rent stabilization ordinance has mechanisms that reflect the policy that the city does not wish to see rental housing deteriorate. And those policies are reflected by allowing extraordinary, pick your word, additional rent increases beyond the base when necessary to preserve that housing. So the question of how rent stabilization impacts the quality of our housing stock is not a new one, and there are many effective mechanisms to deal with that. We've touched on that in the scope of work with the questions about incentives, but it really is a constitutional issue. And so the cost here is the cost necessary to protect the constitutional rights of owners. And I want to frame this with a comment that struck me, and I've really reflected on it. This is a critical constitutional right, and it is so critical that it's one of the few that the government will enforce through the use of force. There are very few civil rights that the government will send the sheriff to enforce. One of them is property ownership. So if a tenant needs to be evicted, the sheriff will, under threat of force, make that eviction happen. Now, I'm not critical of that. I am pointing it out to let you know how serious our Constitution is about property rights. And that is part of why this administrative burden is as high as it is. Next slide, please. Another legal fact that heavily influences how rent stabilization impacts a community is the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act of 1995. And that's really significant for how it commands the city to tailor rent stabilization. And the council should be aware that under AB 1482, local rent stabilization must comply with Costa-Hawkins. So, number one, Costa-Hawkins mandates an exemption for units that are alienable separate. That's a confusing way of saying single-family and condominium units that have not been sold. The other key fact with Costa-Hawkins is that it precludes application of rent stabilization to units constructed after February 1st, 1995. That point's especially confusing because AB 1482 has a 15-year look-back period. So under state law currently, property less than 15 years old is exempt from rent stabilization. Once it turns 15, it is subject to statewide rent control. This creates what I would call, in a very technical sense, a perverse result. And that perverse result is that local rent stabilization is more protective of the ability to construct new rental housing than state rent control. This is because under AB 1482, a new project can look forward to being subject to rent stabilization in 15 years, whereas under Costa-Hawkins, new rental housing will never be subject to rent stabilization. There are also exemptions for buildings that haven't been well kept. Next slide. Another factor that affects the economics pretty dramatically under Costa-Hawkins is vacancy decontrol. Many of the early pioneering, if you want to use that word, cities with rent control had vacancy control. And vacancy control can lead to the situation where tenants really control the property. Vacancy control means that when a tenant leaves, the owner is able to raise the rent to whatever level they wish. That is a feature of Costa-Hawkins that the city would be commanded to honor with any local rent stabilization. Finally, Costa-Hawkins does allow just cause, which the city has already taken advantage of. Next slide. Now back to our theme of the Fifth Amendment protections for property owners. Those are reinforced in Costa-Hawkins with really a substantial compliance safe harbor for property owners. What does that mean? it means that state law forbids running to court to punish a property owner who in good faith makes a mistake with rent stabilization. Next slide, please. Beyond the concept, what's important about that is that in order to allow that safe harbor to protect property owners, the city is commanded to have a rent registry. And a rent registry does not require any personal information. It's a place in the narrowest sense where the owner documents their base year rent. And that is intended to provide the owner with the protection of a public record that establishes what their rents are so that they can't be challenged in bad faith in the future by a tenant. Next slide, please. As you can see, the protections are very substantial. Once the unit has been registered, the property owner is protected unless there's willful and intentional behavior by the owner. And as you can see, the purpose of the rental registry is to provide publicly available information. I think it is a stretch to characterize the amount of rent as personal information. So to the extent any commentary has characterized a registry as invading privacy, it does so no more than posting the price of gas at a gas station. Next slide, please. Okay, let's get to the scope of work. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, it focuses on policy questions, which you should immediately ask, why is the city attorney talking about policy? So I won't. I'll just frame the slides and leave you to inquire of the folks here today as well as your staff. I do think that these questions are good ones to focus upon, particularly as to thresholds, which I'll get into in a second. Next slide, please. So I already said that 1482 requires local rent stabilization to be more protective or more restrictive, you pick your perspective, than state law. So the range really is what you see on the slide, 1, 2, 3, or 4%, or some fractions thereof. Anything at 5% or higher would not be more restrictive or more protective than state law. So that's the first question. Next slide, please. The second question is the assignment we have related to just cause relocation assistance. I would add that we are in litigation, and so this assignment is, from my standpoint, not an option. It's really something we have to do. Council directed it in December of 2020. I have reported to the council that the case I was worried about in 2020, and you'll recall that I said the conservative approach was to use a nexus study, whereas there was case law supporting the concept that setting relocation assistance was more a matter of legislative wisdom and discretion than a matter of calculating with precision the dollar value of the impact on the tenant. So the council essentially split the difference, and in reliance on a study that calculated the dollar value of the impact on the tenant, set a somewhat higher relocation assistance amount. Since then, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has confirmed, really unequivocally, that setting relocation assistance is a function of your legislative wisdom, not a function of mathematical precision. I believe the city's resolution setting relocation assistance is on very firm legal ground. We will prove that in federal court. Next slide, please. I want to repeat that my work with hundreds of property owners lends credence to the idea that mom and pop owners are in general extremely fair. It's just the fact of my experience. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. And it's not just good-heartedness. It's that there's a different set of self-interests between a corporate owner and a mom and pop owner. there is self-interest in avoiding tenant turnover and costly disputes. And that tends to push both sides together in those housing situations. So inferring what I could from the council's past actions being more protective of smaller owners, the proposal here is to look at properties with 3 units or less and whether they ought to be treated differently. I have no idea whether 3 units or less is the right number. It might be 4, it might be 7. That's something the council should think about. Fourth, I mentioned earlier that the beneficiaries of those smaller owners are often long-term tenants. So people who have 5, 10, 15, 20 years living in the same location. That's meaningful stability. It seems to me, and it seems to our housing staff, that preserving that stability ought to be something the council takes into account when it looks at rent stabilization. In short, you wouldn't want a rent stabilization ordinance to cause displacement. That would be likewise a perverse result. So this question really is a wide open inquiry into how can we incentivize this kind of tenant retention behavior. Likewise, as I mentioned in the staff report, these questions were framed with the help of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. And they added, and I'm sure the policy side of the organization supports, looking at ways to increase rental housing production. Last slide. As I mentioned at the outset, I'm sorry, one more, please. Thank you. As I mentioned at the outset, this is really a question of whether Santa Barbara is in a different situation than other cities. And it's important because of the state's one-size-fits-all approach to housing policy that has, in no uncertain terms, disempowered cities. In my view, we have been enduring the last 5 years the most aggressive power grab by the state since the populist rebellion in the early 20th century, which, due to corrupt behavior by the legislature, I'm not suggesting this behavior is corrupt, but due to corrupt behavior by the legislature, the very concept of a chartered city standing independent of the state on matters of municipal concern was created. We are seeing that eroded because the courts accept now that our statewide housing crisis is not being solved at the local level. I resent that professionally because Santa Barbara is not one of those cities. We are not a wealthy bedroom suburb that makes an effort to exclude. By all its actions, this council has shown that we are a city that is inclusive. So having state oversight and state mandate in the area of housing appears to me to be a solution that doesn't fit in Santa Barbara. This question really tries to tailor whatever comes out of rental stabilization to be Santa Barbara's own product. That's all I have to say. I'd be happy to answer questions related to law, as to policy. Ms. Bjork, Mr. Isaacson, and Ms. Doubles can help you.
Okay, Mr. Cullen, thank you very much. So everybody's been very patient, and I appreciate that. We've got a lot of speakers. We're required to take a small break for our translators online, so we're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and we'll come back for some very snappy and brief council questions when that's done, and then get to the public speaking. So 10 minutes, we'll be right back. Get comfortably positioned. Okay, I'd like to call us back to order. So we've had our presentation, and we got a whole bunch of speaker slips, and we have questions by council of staff. And if council would, once again, given the scope and the number of people that like to speak and participate, please keep that in mind as you ask your ever so brief and pointed questions. Do we have council questions besides Mike? Oh, Alejandra. Ms. Gutierrez, please start.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a couple questions. Just for clarification, Mr. Colon, do we still have in place the fire inspections? You mentioned it on slide 4.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, I am almost certain we do.
Okay. And then the second question, I have been very vocal about having healthy living conditions in Santa Barbara, especially in the city. And on slide 5, on the summary of 2017, you mentioned multifamily rental safety inspections and basically enforcement. So we don't have that in place, correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, that's correct, we do not.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, we do not have a proactive program. However, we do have a building department who, if they receive complaints, will respond.
This question's for the Community Development Director. Sorry. Yes. I apologize to put you on the spot. It triggered another question. How many roughly complaints do we get a year about unhealthy living conditions? And how does somebody go about to make those complaints?
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I don't have the number available. I'm happy to get back to you with the number. In terms of the process for making those complaints, you can call the Community Development Department, our inspections division, and let us know of a potential instance of unsafe living conditions, and we will respond to that complaint, typically within 1 to 2 business days.
So we don't have, within the city attorney's office or in the Community Development Department, an assigned staff that will get the calls of inspection complaints, that will go out there and look at the living conditions.
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, we do have assigned staff. We have a whole section within our Building and Safety Division of construction and building inspections. And it's those staff members that receive those complaints and do the inspections and follow-up work should they find any unsafe living conditions at those locations.
So,
but if the question is, do we have a individual responsible for all sort of housing standards type complaints? No, we do not have one individual who is solely responsible for that. We have a team of individuals that do that work for the city of Santa Barbara.
how many of your staff that receive these complaints are bilingual?
I do not have that information available to me at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
No.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
done.
Oh, then you're done.
However, Councilmember Gutierrez, we do have bilingual staff in community development. We have a number of bilingual staff members that can work with Spanish-speaking constituents and help work through some of these issues. I'm not sure who on our inspections team has the bilingual language skills, but we definitely have those skills within the department.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cologne, you said that 90% of the Santa Barbara housing, 92% of the housing in Santa Barbara has been built before 1990. Just for clarification, I'm a little confused when you mentioned about, so the state law says that if you have rent control in your city, it won't apply for any buildings that were built after 1996, correct?
After February 1, 1995.
95, okay. And then you were mentioning also that if a developer would build apartments today, in 15 years, those apartments would go under rent control?
Under AB 1482, if the city does not create a rent stabilization program, the 15-year rule applies. If the city creates a rent stabilization program, anything built after February 1, 1995 is exempt. So, as I said, it's a perverse, meaning surprising result that a local ordinance is actually more protective of future rental housing development than state law.
Okay. Since we are in a legal matters with the just cause eviction, with the 3 months relocation, is that implemented, or we can't implement it because we're in court because of that?
We have, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, it has been implemented, and we are in the process of filing our first civil action to enforce that ordinance in response to really a serious unlawful eviction situation.
And then I would just like some clarification on slide 17. If we could pull that up, please. Mass eviction ordinance from multifamily. It's this one?
I have different
Oh,
numbering.
sorry, slide 34.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Could you explain this chart again? I'm a little confused. So the mass eviction, out of 100%, ordinance will protect 3 units or more at 80%?
Yes, but the point I was making was that when the ordinance committee considered the mass eviction proposal from the tenant landlord task force, that proposal was to apply to 15 units or more. The ordinance committee asked us for data on how many units would be covered at that threshold. And the ordinance committee asked for data on how many units would be covered at different thresholds. So this slide is saying that multifamily properties comprising 3 units or more, including the 7s and 15s, add up to 80%.
Okay. My last question. For the sustainable complaints on slide 50, so if we want to establish some rent stabilization, this law is saying that first we have to establish a rent registry. We have to do that first?
Concurrently, yes.
Okay. And just for clarification, from the slides that you've shown us today, it has been proven, or from what I understand, that if we have some sort of rent stabilization, we run the risk of having landlords not invest in their property.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, what I said was that all well-prepared rent stabilization ordinances include an adjustment mechanism so that the law doesn't discourage maintenance and improvement of property, meaning those laws allow owners to increase their rent more than the limit when necessary for extraordinary maintenance or improvements.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 4 questions. So the first one is the issue of, because we're talking, part of it's housing supply issues that we're getting into here. So with that, the new fractional home ownership, is there an ability to actually ban that? And could we come out with that at a later time? Is there a way to ban it? Because one of the public comments has said other jurisdictions have. I'm just wondering if that's even on the table, because part of the discussion today is we need to preserve our housing supply.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I have deep misgivings about efforts to regulate the form of ownership that Picasso is using. They have a system where they have an LLC that includes 8 or so property owners. Those property owners are not permitted to rent the property. It's for their use. In my mind, I can't distinguish that from me and my 8 brothers and sisters buying a house and sharing it. So I think there is a very core property rights issue, and my advice would be to let St. Helena deal with that before we do.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted a general answer, and if we need to explore that later. Okay, next question is, you mentioned that the notice to evict, we haven't done enough education, and so that's why we're not enforcing it. Is there a way that we can increase education, or is that something we're looking at so that the city becomes aware of when evictions take place?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we gave that lower priority because it is data and data alone. It doesn't prevent evictions. It simply tells us how many are happening. That information can be very important for big policy questions. But in the scheme of constrained resources, which we live with, it is of lower priority than the actual work we're doing trying to enforce your laws.
Thank you. And just 2 more questions. This is going to the Housing Authority. And I'll start with Mr. Colon, and the second part is if staff, any member of staff, I think it'd just be good for the public to know what percentage of rentals of our rental housing stock is under the Housing Authority, and if you include Section 8 as well, what's that total, just the percentage-wise. But the first question for Mr. Colon is if there is a rent stabilization ordinance, would Housing Authority projects fall under it? And also would units that are currently restricted as part of, say, an inclusionary or something, or will those fall under it too if they're part of whatever number, say it's three units or more in the development? So would any of those apply? Or would there be any restrictions? And if so, would we need to exempt out the Housing Authority or other rent-controlled properties?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, very generally, both of those categories would be exempt.
And does staff, do you have the information on just the percentage of Housing Authority?
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, I actually do. I don't have a percentage, but I do have numbers from them as far as how many they have. For the Housing Authority, the number of hard units that they have built and managed, which is restricted, which is considered subsidized in that respect, is 1,411. And the Section 8 housing choice vouchers that they have is 2,700 for the South Coast.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, Mr. Colon, is, so back on February, or as part of the ARPA, I'm sorry, not February 1st, but as part of the ARPA, the council gave direction of 200,000 for, the discussion was the study, but the way we worded the motion was for, I can exact right, but for rental issues or rental assistance issues. Would it be possible if today we did not use it for the study, that 200,000, that we could redirect that ARPA money for enforcement of substandard conditions, contract violations, or compliance with current regulations, or anything else to assist renters if we decide not to go forward with the study, but repurpose that to help renters today?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I'm going to punt pretty quickly to Ms. Bjork. That, the money was appropriated into the city administrator's office budget.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, certainly if the council wants to redirect use of that money, either generally or specifically, that's at your direction. I will note we have yet to receive that money.
So once we hopefully receive it, if we don't go forward with the study tonight, that 200,000, we could use it for something else to help renters. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief. 3 questions. A couple of them, Mr. Kalan, I think are just easy, and then we'll get down in the weeds. That slide where you talked about the 1-year period after the landlord's violation that was adopted by council, and you said it's been problematic. I didn't hear why is it, what is the problem? Why is that problematic?
It's problematic, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it's problematic because it's doing exactly what it was supposed to do, which is prevent tenants who were not offered a lease 2 or 3 years ago from asserting that as a defense in an eviction that happens today.
Because that 1 year is over.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, I say it the way I did because that was precisely why the property owners asked
Okay.
for that.
So it's not hitting on today forward, it's hitting on past.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I want to make sure, again, that I really understand the difference between AB 1482 and local, and I'm understanding what you're calling perverse. So the proposal to initiate a local anything less than 5 cap would lead to a situation where the newer units, the ones built, give me a break on my years, the ones built between 2007 and 1996 would be at 5% plus CPI, and the older ones built prior to 1995 or 1996 would be at 2% CPI. So the older units would be subject to a tougher rent cap. Is that right?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I don't believe so. I believe that once the city enacts a local rent stabilization ordinance, everything built after 1995 is exempt.
Correct,
So-
that's what I said.
Well, I understood you to say there was a bracket where some units were subject to AB 1482. I don't think that's correct.
No, okay, so it'd pick up everything in the AB 1482 range
Correct.
also. Okay. Then, last question, which is a tougher one. So I read through these 5 key policy questions, and what strikes me, if they're being used to lead to the scope, they only look to address tenant interests and impacts, and they ignore the assumption that landlord, or they make an assumption, in my perception, that landlord and tenant interests or impacts are always contradictory. Why would most of those questions not also be flipped to ascertain the impact on a landlord also?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I need to disagree with you a little bit.
Okay.
Policy question 4 is explicitly designed to address incentives or housing production options that would be for the benefit of owners. I have to add at this point, this cannot be an us and them dialogue. There is a reality that both housing providers and tenants need each other. They can't exist independently.
Right.
So if you are reading or inferring some antagonism to owners, please correct it.
I wouldn't call it antagonism. I'm just saying the response to me seems to be that there's no impact to a landlord for a rate less than 5, pick a number, 0 through 4, but there's always an impact to a tenant at 5 or above.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, you are correct in that, and it's for the reason I explained. There is not a constitutional right to housing. There is a constitutional right to the protection of private property. So any law you pass will necessarily protect property owners because of the Fifth Amendment, as I discussed it. So that imbalance is present, and it's necessarily so because, as I say, we don't have a constitutional right to housing.
Okay, I'm not sure. So let's just pick on question 1. What are the appropriate maximum allowable annual rent increases for Santa Barbara? So what you're saying is that would answer both questions as to from an impact on tenancy and an impact on a landlord's ability to maintain his property, pay his property taxes, make improvements, make capital improvements, those type of issues.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I'm going to quote you. The devil is in the details, and the details are in the expanded scope of work.
Okay.
So that question is really asking what would be the impact on rental housing providers of different levels, more than it's asking what would the impact be on tenants.
Okay.
And that's detailed in the actual scope of work which is attached.
Fair enough.
I had to summarize it for the sake of PowerPoint.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll be very brief. So I just want to confirm, just based on some of the questions, so we've voted twice to move forward with the study, and what's on the agenda today isn't whether or not to do the study, it's the scope of work for the study. I just want to confirm that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, your motion in February was most emphatic that all we are talking about today is the scope of work.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman?
I think I just have a clarifying question. One of your answers to Councilmember Jordan, I thought I understood it, but now I'm confused on which properties are affected. So very, very high level, you have 1482, which is 5% plus CPI. That affects all properties 15 years prior to now in the state, correct? So say 2000 that are built 2007 or prior. Is that correct?
It exempts anything that received a certificate of occupancy less than 15 years ago.
Okay, so say 2007.
On a rolling basis.
Yeah, so for right now, it's 2022, so 2007. Goes all the way back, even pre-1995. Correct? So a house that was, or a complex that was built in, say, 1985 would be subject to 1482?
That's correct. And another way to think about it is that the state was less concerned about the impact on future rental housing than the Costa-Hawkins Act is.
So this is where I got confused. So if we do a local ordinance of 2% or whatever it is plus CPI, are we subject to Costa-Hawkins? So what happens to those rentals that were built between 1996 and 2007? Because your answer to Councilmember Jordan really threw me off because it seemed like the way you answered it was that they're subject to the 2% plus CPI, the way you answered that.
So think of a local rent stabilization ordinance as an on-off switch for AB 1482. Once you enact a more protective ordinance, AB 1482 doesn't matter. So the bracket between 07 and 95 doesn't matter. Anything built before 95 is subject, anything after is exempt.
So this is where I want to make sure I understand this point because I think it's critical to the conversation today. If we enact something that's less than 1482, the protections for units that are built between 1996 and 2007 go away, and they are no longer covered under 1482.
If you enact a local ordinance, the units between 1995 and 2007 are exempt from any rent stabilization, state or local.
Okay. So right now, those units have the 5% plus CPI, but if we go anything less, then those units are no protections. They're whatever the market bears.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. Colon, I have a random question for you that I was asked yesterday by a constituent. In my district, a lot of properties are being sold because of the scare that's going on that we're going to have rent control and people are selling their homes. And they're being bought by outside developers that are going to be building more than 6 units and a single-family home property that was there. If that home was built in the 60s, 50s, and somebody comes and builds new homes, are those homes now considered protected under the state law? Or is it, can you explain that to me? Like, because that home is no longer there, that was in the, built in the 70s, and now you have new units there. If you could just clarify that for me.
As to the pre-1995 properties, they are covered under state law or under local law. So it may make a difference as to the amount of rent stabilization, but they're covered either way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Gutierrez.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So, quick question, piggyback off of Councilmember Friedman. So, AB 1482, from what you've stated, the units built between 1995 and 2007 could potentially lose the 5% plus CPI protection that they have now if we pass something that would remove that. But how many units is that exactly?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I don't know how many units, but I've had to force myself through the logic, and I know it's difficult, the logic, and I get it from the questions. Because 1482 would require a local rent stabilization ordinance to be more restrictive or more protective, depending on your point of view, that bracket, while losing state protection, would necessarily have stronger protection under local ordinance. So it does not create a situation where units that would otherwise be covered under state law are not covered.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. We've come to the magic moment here. We'll go to public speaking. A couple quick housekeeping details. Would really like everybody to observe decorum and respect. No hooting, no clapping or booing, please. And the rules will be like this. We'll go 2 minutes per speaker. On these items, we can combine speakers. That would be 2 minutes plus 1 minute per speaker who exceeds their time, up to 5 minutes. Okay, if that's clear for everybody. We will do people that are in-house first, people that are online after that. And you cannot combine time online because we can't tell who you are or what you do. If you're getting time ceded to you, that person must be present, must be in the room. All right? So we're going to start out with Dr. Rupert, and he has more than enough seated time, but he has a limit of 5 minutes, followed by Betty Jeppesen. Dr. Rupert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thanks for the time. I first want to say I think most of you know that I'm not an advocate for any particular group. I don't get paid by particular groups. I'm a professor at UCSB, and that's my employer. And what I say is unbiased and doesn't represent UCSB. Well, I used up 30 seconds. So Mr. Colon, great talk. I agree with you about the facts. I'm going to present some other facts. I don't have my slides, but I want to start out by saying, you know, all of us want people to be able to live and be healthy and have a place to live here in Santa Barbara. Rent control is a hot topic. It's getting more hot as prices go up and continue to go up. I can tell you at the outset my facts. I have 80 years of data from around the world. Many countries, including very socialist countries like Sweden, other countries like Vietnam, the UK, Canada, and many cities in the US, rent control does not work. Rent stabilization does not work. It's been tried in many forms. Forms such as older homes get exempt. Older homes are included. Both are included. Some things about how you control it. For example, St. Paul, Minnesota, which I'll get back to in a second, they're the strictest rent control ever in the United States. No one's exempt, everyone's under it. There's no consideration for inflation. Strict 2%. If you move out, rent doesn't go up. Very strict. What happened there, and by the way, this was enacted in November of 2021. It's right next to Minneapolis, obviously. Minneapolis did not do anything. In the 6 or 7 months since then, housing construction fell by 80% in St. Paul, Minnesota. We've just heard that we're trying to increase the amount of housing. There's a housing shortage in Santa Barbara. In every place where it's been instituted, another great study was from San Francisco in the 1990s. Rent control was put on. The people found that the housing supply went down by 15%. It's true. So again, those houses gone. Where are they? Well, they turn to condos. They rent them themselves. They have family members living there. That's a reduction in supply. What does that mean? More people on the street. When it was imposed in Sweden in 1942, at the moment, everybody who had an apartment for rent had to list it with the housing authority. In 1942, there were 1,100 apartments available. A year later, there was half that. A year later, 50. And 2 years after that, there were 0 apartments available, and the number of people without homes was growing up by the thousands every year. So this is a very, very blunt instrument. It's a bad policy. There are better ways. So what do I have in mind? We have things called food stamps. We know people who need food. We give them the money. So something like a voucher system, I agree, it's going to work. We have to give those people the money. So let's go back to rent stabilization boards. Santa Monica, I think it's a $5 million a year budget with a 20-person rent control board. That $5 million, if it goes directly to renters, that's about 350 renters a year that could be getting money from them directly. I work a lot with the housing authority. I've worked on Section 8 housing hard for many years to increase the amount of assistance that our individuals get here in the county. And I can tell you with the hard work from the housing authority, who is wonderful, I work with HUD. We increased the amount of subsidy for South County by 40% a couple years ago to get assistance. You may or may not know the number of dollars that go out to assistance through Section 8 housing. It's about $91 million a year that's given out through Section 8. So there are better ways to just give people the money. Section 8's not my favorite, by the way, but there are other ways. I think a study telling us what the numbers should be for how much rent should go up. I'll ask each and every one of you right now. Suppose a year ago they instituted rent stabilization and they said, okay, 5% plus CPI. Well, CPI a year ago was 0. Now it's 8%. That would mean that rents could go up 13% if it was a 5% increase plus inflation. None of you would be happy with a 13% increase, especially with the fact that nominal earnings are going up by about 4% a year, which means you're losing real income. So I think those plans trying to decide what the number is, what inflation should be, and Mr. Colon gave a great thing. You can see how complicated everything is to begin with. Implementing that is very, very difficult. There are simpler ways, and I think we should work towards simpler ways rather than getting involved in having a destruction of houses in terms of lower supply And as we've heard, it could be that people don't maintain their homes, even though they're rental properties, even though we have rules that they can raise rents to fix it. Anyway, my time's up. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Betty Jeppesen, followed by, what? I'm sorry. Oh, you had a question for Dr. Rupert? I'm sorry. Dr. Rupert, would you come back up, please? Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Rupert. I really appreciate you. You know, we've known each other since probably 2012 or something like that, and I think of you as a living library in a way. You had mentioned something about the I think you said Minnesota. Is that where it was?
St. Paul,
implemented?
Minnesota.
St. Paul, yeah. So you said that new construction dropped 80% after October of 2021.
Yes.
Now, I just find it
Compared to the year before.
correct. So I just find it a little, you kind of generalizing that was completely affected by the rent stabilization when it's pretty well known that we're in a supply shortage and inflation went up. So how much of that do you think realistically was affected by that?
All of it. The study done was very, very comprehensive. They used parcel-level data. They used Minneapolis as a control and all the counties surrounding there, plus other cities that were similar to St. Paul, Minnesota. It's called triple difference in difference, just to make sure that you got rid of the seasonality, got rid of the component of everyone's facing rising prices, et cetera. So all of that was controlled for.
And how similar would you say St. Paul, Minnesota is to Santa Barbara and the market that we have here?
Yeah, so the answer to that is everyone thinks their own city is unique. Every city falls under the laws of economics, and the same thing has happened. I can, and by the way, anybody's welcome to contact me at UCSB, and I'll give them tons and tons of data. It's happened in every place since 1942. The same results: decline in the housing stock by at least 15%, just deterioration of housing units, more and more people looking for homes.
Okay. So how would you say the Costa-Hawkins Act affects some of the points that you made in your report here? I read your report; it was really well done, but I felt like you weren't really commenting on how that act affects this situation.
No, I'd have to work with Mr. Colon on that to work out those details. I just did the sort of the economic side of things.
Okay, and what would your opinion be about, exempting 4 more units from any type of regulation that we pass? Do you think that would have a...
So Councilmember Gutierrez made a very good point. In those locations, what happens is some of those people do sell their homes because they're more valuable, because they're not under rent control, and they're purchased by people who aren't going to live there, and because they can make more money because the places aren't rent controlled. So the other thing that happens is that the individuals you think you're helping, you're not helping. And again, the St. Paul study basically said that if you look at the value of homes in those areas where there was more rent control, there was a transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, not the other way around. The housing stock itself declined in value in St. Paul by $1.6 billion. This is since November of 2021, by the way. And they said they're going to lose 4% in property taxes. So home values fall, property taxes go down, lost revenue.
So you more than anyone probably knows that the amount of regulation that has been enacted in California, Santa Barbara, hasn't seemed to deter the cost of property or rental prices. So how is it, like, I'm having a hard time trying to necessarily believe that this would be detrimental to it being more affordable here.
I want to help all the people, so if we see a 15% decline in housing stock, and in San Francisco when it happened, there was a 5% increase in the general rents across the city, which now means that more people can't afford some of the rents. So, you know, either you put it on everything, if you don't put it on some, other rents go up. Citywide, the rents went up. This is a very nice place to live. There's always going to be high demand. It's never going to be affordable in the sense, but how can we help the people that are here now to stay? You know, I think we have to, you know, give them money rather than think about a real strange scheme about stabilizing prices.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Ms. Snedden,
Um,
for Mr. Rupert?
I also have a follow-up question. Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Jepson.
And hello, and I mean, as you know, you're one of the more, you know, credible, noteworthy speakers
Thank you.
again. So it's worth taking the time to ask
Sure.
you questions. And one question that I have just over and over again, I mean, you compare to Minneapolis or Sweden, and that doesn't have Costa-Hawkins, that doesn't have, I mean, you're talking about the most restrictive, and what isn't even what we're contemplating here. So I always come back to, and the reason that I talk about the Beverly Hills model is because it's successful in every way that I would measure success. The properties are very well maintained. There are no slum properties in Beverly Hills that are rentals. They have vacancy rates, so it didn't create a shortage of housing, but actually quite the opposite. It's not as strict as Minneapolis or the places that you're contemplating. And I've heard you say also that one of the outcomes or disastrous outcomes of rent control is that people stay. And to me, that's one of the most celebrated positives of how I would measure that as a success, is that people stay. So you know, when you say, you know, citywide an increase of 5%, to me, that's a stable number. I mean, maybe citywide it goes up, but in other places it levels back down. So if you could specifically talk about not Minneapolis and the strictest of and the other places, but, you know, the Beverly Hills model, what's so wrong about that in the comparison, rent stabilization versus rent control as you're describing it?
Yeah, so I'm not too fully attuned to the Beverly Hills situation, but I'll talk about the San Francisco one, which
It's
is
different,
also under
though.
Costa-Hawkins.
Okay, so we can leave it as that we don't know and that we're comparing apples to oranges would be my
Right, yeah,
conclusion
and
to that.
I'm not convinced it worked in Beverly Hills, but that's a different thing. And by the way, just to correct a second, what I said when people don't stay, so the studies that I've seen show that people are like 20% more likely to stay. They're not completely. And after about 5 or 6 years, only 10% of the original people who are under rent control are still there. And the San Francisco study basically said that who leaves are the minorities and low-income people, and the whole town becomes more gentrified after rent control. That's the study from San Francisco.
Okay, thank you. So
Sure.
we're talking about different things, so I appreciate that
Okay.
answer. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you have a question?
Yes.
For Dr. Rupert?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay.
So I've been really big about focusing the rent stabilization to our city, just with any other issues we've had in the city, because this city is, like you said, yes, it's very unique. I think differently than Ms. Snedden. When I hear Beverly Hills, of course they're going to keep their homes, you know, up to date. Why aren't they doing it here now? I've never said I'm against rent control, but I have always asked for enforcement, you know, having an opportunity, having a place where people can come and if they're paying rent every month and every year the rent's going up and they're doing everything they need to, you know, the landlords need to also respond. My question to you is that I've heard by talking to different politicians from different cities where rent control existed, that there's only a percentage of people that actually benefit from rent control.
Yes.
And that percentage, from what they've told me, and again, I'm not an expert, I just was trying to do my homework here, is really not the people that we're trying to protect, or at least the people in my district. You know, the immigrant families, the workers that are the backbone of the city. It's really those
that missing middle we call, the ones that are making more than $75,000 but less than $200,000, that do benefit. And I've also heard comments that lawyers also benefit from rent stabilizations. But you have people that will rent an apartment that's under rent control, save a lot of money, and then buy property in other cities where rent control isn't there, and bump up their rents every year. So can you talk about, if you have any data, what percentage of renters does rent control really protect?
Yeah, that's really a great question. And I'll go to the St. Paul story. You know, they're basically saying that rent control hurts the lower income people, helps the higher income people. So that's number one. Secondly, a lot of people sublet their places. A lot of people, and what I meant, Councilwoman Steddon, about staying, when Mayor Koch became the mayor of New York City, he moved into Gracie Mansion, he kept his rent control department the entire time he was mayor of New York. And people asked him, you know, why? And he's like, well, I don't spend much time there, so I shouldn't pay much money. He could have opened that up for other people to live. And that happens time and time again. I don't think it's benefiting the people we want it to benefit. And so as I said before, if you're not paying market rent, we have to understand all the things that can happen after not paying market rent. Landlords are not willing to fix their place. My suggestion with vouchers is they pay the market rent. And paying the market rent means that they will fix it. They'll fix the place. They'll get the market rent. There's bigger incentives to build more apartments. And the people who need the money get the money. And having a rent stabilization board, there's $5 million a year where you're not going to be able to give to people. So giving the money directly to those who need it, to me, is the most important thing.
I'm going to put you on the spot with this last question, just for the
Okay.
heck of it that I have you here. So the study, we really don't need the study because we understand the issue. The study would be kind of a waste of money with all the data that's out there. So from what I hear, you would suggest that we choose a better route than conducting a study
Yeah,
to tell
yes.
us basically what we already know.
The answer is yes. I already did many of the studies. You can give me the 200,000, and I will.
Oh, no, sir.
And I will. I promise you, I will give it to people who need the rent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rupert. And Ms. Jefferson, if you have any feeling left in your legs from standing back there the whole time, your turn
Thank
to
you.
speak, please. And you'll be followed by Michael Schomburg.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Betty Jefferson. I'm the president of Santa Barbara Rental Property Association, and our association is comprised 80% of mom and pop members. The council agenda report for the current items states that Santa Barbara is already subject to the statewide rent stabilization. That is so, and I believe that's where it should stand. Limiting a rent increase to CPI plus 2% does not keep up with the rising costs of expenses for the landlord. Mr. Kalan referred to the Ninth Circuit case that would seem to bolster the current rent relocation costs here. It should be noted that that Ballinger case is on appeal to the Supreme Court, and also that just this past Friday, in the case of GHP Management versus the County of LA, in the LA Superior Court, Judge Heiberger ruled that any moratoria creates a government-sanctioned taking prescribed by the Contracts Clause of the United States Constitution. And how far is too far? When a property owner has suffered a physical invasion, that's a taking of any sort of his property, no matter how minute, no matter how weighty the public purpose behind it, the Supreme Court has always required compensation. And that's citing the Lucas versus South Carolina case from 1992. If you will look at the budget financial information section on page 3 of your report from staff, the city administrator and city attorney admit that no budget has been identified for the creation of a rental registry, but based on the costs from other communities that have created a rental registry, the registry will cost several $1 million to develop and to implement. it would be far more prudent to use these several $million to create more housing or vouchers for those who need them. By imposing more onerous financial burdens on landlords, you're simply removing rental housing from this market because mom and pop landlords are selling, and the buyers are not using those housing stock for rentals anymore.
Ms. Jepson, I need you to wrap up,
Thank you.
please. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez has a question for you, Ms. Jefferson.
I have to stand now.
Yeah, it's all yours, yeah. Sit there, Michael.
Trying to get the blood flowing.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, sorry, you were part of what organization?
Santa Barbara Rental Property Association.
And how much is the membership fee for that organization?
It varies depending on the number of properties that the member owns. It's a basic fee, and then it's a fee per unit. And above 250 units, of which there are not many, the fee then stabilizes.
And how much do you spend on campaigns, either for endorsements or for ads during a campaign season?
That would not be the Rental Property Association. That would be a voluntary PAC, and I don't have those figures.
Okay. I was just wondering, I remember hearing a number that it was in the hundreds of thousands a few years ago.
That would be very surprising to me.
Yeah, well, I'm sure somebody will fact check, but just makes me wonder, or what your opinion is on distributing that money to these mom and pop landlords to upkeep their properties.
I'm not sure that that would be a function of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association.
Okay, something to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. One thing I'm going to say, we have about 2 hours worth of speakers lined up here and online, and I'm going to accept speaker slips and online for another 5 minutes, but be aware that you're behind another 2 hours worth of speakers here. And also for council, please keep your questions brief and to the point if you have questions for the speaker. Mr. Schomburg, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Well, it was good afternoon, but now it's good evening, council and mayor. Rushing this rental registry is not a very good idea. Economists abhor rent control. Listen to UCSB Professor Robert Rupert. Quote, rent control will make things worse. Debit cards are issued to welfare recipients for food, medicine, etc. Why not housing? Vouchers could work much better for housing here than oppressive rent control tactics. Why does government continue to penalize the landlord for providing a needed service to the community by controlling prices? You don't control prices of groceries, medicine, skilled labor, or car market, so why control this needed service? Government control doesn't work. Utilities, insurance, maintenance, and taxes increase faster than even the state's 5% controls, and you want to reduce it to 2% plus register every rental unit. Totalitarian tactics. Like all business, landlords need a return on their investments to keep their business operating. Is there something wrong with working to own and operate a successful rental property? The city has naively overlooked this basic fact of business and succumbed to a small but generously funded political action group called Cause et al. Has the city done any research on this group? Where does their funding come from? Did a portion of the $250,000 go to researching Cause? Building more apartments increases the supply. Allow the free market economy to work. More supply reduces demand. Did you know that Ventura, Oxnard, and Goleta areas are building units as fast as they can? So is Santa Barbara. New condos, ADUs, and the new 4 units per lot regulations. The rent control registry is just a thinly veiled prelude for your proposed stranglehold of a 2% rent cap, which undermines the state's 5% control cap and is still a government experiment. You are moving...
He needs you to wrap up, please.
Okay. You are moving too fast implementing a rent registry and rent cap, not allowing for housing market to catch up. Furthermore, housing subsidies in the form of voucher system could work while the economy gains traction. Your valuable time could be invested in this positive concept instead of penalizing the very valuable service of providing housing for all tenants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Hurley, followed by Laura Bodie. I don't see Mr. Hurley here. Okay, very good. Laura Bodie, please. And then she'll be followed by Sadie Velasquez. Oh, she's going to yield her time to Ms. Bodie. Is Sadie here? Yes. Right there, very good. And also Kathy, I could put my glasses on and see this for real. Kathy Labs, is she here? Okay, right over there. And Bob Bonoff over there. And so, Mr. Bonoff, you're going to yield your time, but you have a speaker slip in as well, but that's, you don't get to do both, so yield your time. Okay, very good. So, Ms. Bodie, you have 5 minutes, please.
And then watch. Will they reset this so we can keep track?
I'm going to set it right now.
Okay, thanks. It's a team effort here.
Okay, please, please start.
She's a brain. Good afternoon. Thanks again for allowing us to come in. So, as you know, our obsession at SBRPA is how do we create a space here in the city that allows for our workforce to live and thrive. So we're all here together looking for a solution, and what we've come up with is rent caps. But the odd thing is, all the factual studies show that the rent caps do the opposite of helping those who need it most. Rent caps benefit the wealthy and cause gentrification. Every single study, Peter Rupert can give you a number of them. I've probably read 20 of them. Let's look at an example. Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills' income is a third higher than Santa Barbara's income. It's led to gentrification where it attracts wealthy people, just like most rent caps do in every other city. In addition, it applies to luxury housing. Units that are over $10,000 a month, they have rent, it is factual. So if you look at Beverly Hills or any other city as an example, you'll see that rent control actually helps the rich more than the poor. But this doesn't make sense. It's supposed to, the reason we have it is to allow our low and moderate income people to remain in their neighborhoods and increase the neighborhood's income diversity. But then how can all the studies show the opposite happens? With rent control, high-income households actually remain or increase in central neighborhoods, like Beverly Hills. Lower income are forced out to longer distances where they have to commute. So why does this happen? Well, for me, it was a conundrum. It doesn't make sense logically. So we brought along our trusty chart. Do you want to show? Okay. Thanks, Sadie.
Actually, the camera's up there, so you're talking to the public. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, if I can explain quickly, the boxes on this represent single-family homes. These represent the multifamily homes we have here in Santa Barbara. Low-income house, middle-income, high-income houses. Those are the single-family. These are the multifamily. Multifamily are more mixed with low to middle to high. These are people that are looking for housing and standing out in the cold right now, these little dots. 25 million, I'll tell you what that is later. But I brought this along to explain what is going to happen with rent cap that we've seen in every other city. Okay, as a child, did any of you ever play musical chairs? You know that horrible feeling when the music stops and you're running to get a chair, pushing other people out of the chair? That's what happens with rent control. The people that are able to get a chair at that moment, they benefit, they do win. But the people that are up here that didn't nail a chair, they're still standing out there waiting to get one. The reason? Rent caps don't just benefit the poor, they benefit the rich. You've got all these houses, rental houses of the rich that are also covered by rent cap. Why should we be doing something for the rich? Okay. I already gave the example of what happened in the Twin Cities recently, where 80% of development has been pulled. That's the first thing that happens when you have rent control. You lock in your housing supply. You're not getting new units, you've got this to deal with. So then what happens with the single-family homes? I can tell you in the single-family homes, what's happening here is something that shocked me. So far this year, we've had more single-family homes sell than the previous 6 years I've been here. Why? Well, they're making great money selling their units to people that have come to visit for the pandemic and decided they wanted to live here. So are these going to be rental units anymore? No, they're going to be owner-occupied units. So we're losing these single-family homes that used to provide housing for our people. They're now owner-occupied. Okay, and remember, all these can still increase their rents to market. They're not covered by a rent cap because they're single-family, okay? Here's the problem. It's these. These are the units where you have multifamily. Okay, this guy decides an Airbnb would be a better return on money. All of a sudden, you've lost this. You've got these people here that are engineers at Amazon. They've decided that they want to get a rent-controlled unit. They come from Santa Monica. They know the way to do it. They pay $10,000 and take over the unit of someone who has an income-controlled unit, rent-controlled unit. Then you get the larger investors.
Ms. Bodie, your time is about up. You need to wrap up.
Oh, thank you.
I do have a question, though, from Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Okay. Anyway, this is what is ending up causing the ultimate problem where you force out the low income because you have investors come in, you've got a dilapidated unit here, they buy it. Who are they going to rent to? The students. We've proposed $25 million to solve this problem through $5 million a year for a rent control program. Why don't
Bodie,
you give that money to the tenants
Ms. Bodie,
instead?
your time is up. So.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you had a question?
Yes.
You mentioned Beverly Hills. Do you have data on the demographics of Beverly Hills compared to the demographics here to Santa Barbara?
I can get it. I have what they have online in terms of what the median income is, which is 3 times the median income. It's like 104,000.
You would say that in Beverly Hills, there's a high percentage of Latinos living there?
I have no idea on the ethnic.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Since, Council, can I answer her question? The Councilmember Gutierrez, I just looked up the U.S. Census for Beverly Hills, and since it got raised, and she asked the question. So I'm reading from U.S. Census 2020 data right now for Beverly Hills. White alone, 81.5%. Black or African American alone, 1.5. American Indian, Alaska Native alone, 0.2. Asian alone, 9.8%. There's no Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. 2 or more races, 4.7. Hispanic or Latino, 6.1%.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ms. Bodie. Unless you have, okay. I'm going to remind council that we have a really big stack of speakers, and we don't want to get into debating each point as we go along, because we're never going to get the chance for everybody that sat here patiently to speak. Everybody gets to hear us talk a lot. I'd really like to hear from these folks. So if that's okay with everybody, I'd like to not forbid questions, but certainly please think about it before we ask more questions for speakers. We're going to John Morais, and then followed by Lloyd Beardsmore. John? Okay, we'll go to Lloyd Beardsmore, followed by Chelsea Lancaster.
Mayor and council members, thank you. I'm against the rent registry. As a property owner, we already pay for a business license and supply the city with our annual income. The registry would require more fees and paperwork for landlords, would cost millions with no guidance on how it would be used, and would not benefit renters in any way. Dr. Rupert has laid out how devastating rent stabilization would be for the city. He's an expert, and I wonder how many of you will ignore his wisdom and real-world data from other cities. Rent control will only help the tenants currently in place. We've had rental applicants from other cities that have applied to rent an apartment with absolutely no intention of giving up their rent-controlled unit. Should we also rent to them now so they can have access to 2 rent control units in different cities? What'll make them stop from going beyond that? What about tenants that illegally sublet their rent-controlled units? Rent control benefits those now regardless of income, and does that make sense? Frank Rodriguez, you say that you want to make sure to help our service sector and workforce housing have a place to rent in the city they work. Do you only mean those that are currently renting in Santa Barbara? You say you want to foster community belonging and staying in the city that they've grown up in. And what happens when families that would be living in currently rent-controlled units need to grow and live in a larger unit? Do you envision a family of 3 living in a 1-bedroom today that grows to 3 children should live in the same unit? What about when these children of today grow up and want to live out on their own? How can they start a family? Do you envision them being able to stay? What do you say to them? How is rent control a long-term solution to housing stability in Santa Barbara, fostering a sense of community belonging or stay in the city they've grown up in? You'll have them living with their parents forever, and you'll be back to step 1. The only solution is rent vouchers, much like the Housing Authority provides, and we really need to be innovative, look to something that's going to work. The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Let's look at innovative ideas like vouchers and do something that can really make a difference. Thank you.
Chelsea Lancaster, please, followed by Adria Karen.
Hello, everyone. It's a little bit anxiety-inducing to be back in this space. So excuse me if my thoughts are completely clear. But I think it's really important to acknowledge that none of this is simple. Rent stabilization is not a silver bullet. It is one solution to stop the bleeding. I'm here in several capacities today. One, as a worker at Santa Barbara City College, who has seen our hiring pools turn into puddles because people refuse to come here, they can't live here, they don't want to live here, and losing good people every single day because they can't afford to live here. I'm here as an advisor for low-income single parents who are living in the most deplorable conditions that you can imagine in this community, and no landlords are not keeping up their units now. Several of them, after waiting 5 to 6 years, have received Section 8 vouchers. What a wonderful thing. I spend a lot of my week trying to find landlords that'll rent to those folks, and guess what? They won't. We cannot continue to talk about healthy communities unless we're ready to take bold action. We keep talking about the market. This is the market at work. This is unbridled greed and capitalism playing out in our community. What kind of community do you want to live in? What do you want Santa Barbara to look like? Because as an activist on the Lower West Side in El Centro, I'm telling you, the rapid gentrification of the West Side is alarming. And our community center is right next to a Section 8 housing development that is owned by Community Housing Corporation. And we get to see those children grow up. And we get to see them do our Freedom School at Escuelita and do art and be joyous and grow up in this community. What kind of community do you want? Because if you look at the Fund for Santa Barbara Racial Equity Study that we just did that was super comprehensive in partnership with USC, you'll see what's happening all along the Central Coast. This is a crisis. You have all the data that you need. Santa Barbara is not all those other places, and I would implore you.
You need to wrap up, please.
To
You're
dig
over
a
time.
little bit deeper as to how many economists with racial justice and economic justice perspectives are rethinking rent control, again, as part of a comprehensive solution towards stabilizing our communities. Thank you.
Adria Karen, please don't applaud. It's distracting. Adria Karen, followed by Teresa Patino. Adria?
Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm a little nervous here, but you're meeting somebody who has supplied rental housing for 32 years in Carpinteria. With these hands, with this brain, I do the books, I do the renting, I do the maintenance, I hire everybody who comes through to fix the toilets, the plumbing. All I can tell you is, my first impression of all this is that Carpinteria should be exempt. We don't have a problem if the market dictates what our rents are going to be. We put our apartment in as good shape as we can. By the way, a turnover costs probably $3,000 to $5,000. It's like $2,500 to paint an apartment just to get it ready for rental. And cleaning is now $300. At any rate, we put the ad on Craigslist. We wait for people to call. If we can't we try to get our top market rent every time we have a unit available. When that doesn't work, we lower the rent, we lower the rent, we lower the rent until we get somebody applicable. Our rents are between my rents, 19 units. We run 19 units in Carpinteria, all two-bedroom apartments. They range between $2,000 a month and $2,500. We are not in the ballgame of even the housing, which is higher than our rents, $2,000. Now, why is that? It's the market. We have tenants there for 30 years. 30 years. We haven't raised the rents but 3 times. If you put the stabilization, it's going to make me say, oh boy, every year I better raise the rents because I'll lose the opportunity. Those people are paying $2,000, single mother. We have a heart. We work with the people. We need to rent apartments. That's our business. We're not out there like a corporate trying to, make these gigantic stock profits. So the bottom line is we just want to fill our building with good tenants. The market makes us go to reasonable rents. We don't raise the rents maybe once every 5 years on good tenants because we don't want to lose them. It costs $5,000 to turn an apartment over. At the same time, right now, the expenses are crazy. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you, I think Carpinteria is not Santa Barbara. It's not fair to put this same rent control in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Teresa Patino.
If anybody has any questions, I know everything about rental housing. I also run units in LA, and I will say that when you're in the top location, like Beverly Hills,
okay,
you're not going to
we're-
be able to provide housing
Ma'am,
at
we're-
cheap prices.
we're done.
Thank you.
Teresa Patino, followed by Nick Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rose and City Council members. I'd like to oppose rent stabilization and rent registry in the city of Santa Barbara, and instead to support the idea of creating vouchers to help renters in need to cover whatever part of the rent they are having a hard time to cover. Back in 2017, I contacted Fran Rodriguez and others when they started to push rent stabilization to tell them their ideas were not the answer. These policies will drive the lower income tenants out of Santa Barbara instead of keeping them here. I think in this room we will all agree that we need the working class here, we want the working class here. The working class is one of the most important parts of Santa Barbara's economy. Frank, instead of helping, you and others have created the housing crisis for the last 5 years. Landlords back in 2017 and before then gave opportunities to people with low income to live in their apartments and look the other way if they did not meet all the requirements in their application process. Landlords back then had the opportunity to take risks on those tenants and were willing to give them a hand. Once the threat of rent control came into action, plus the 3 times relocation assistance, plus the just cause eviction came into play, those opportunities came off the table right away, and no one had to break any fair housing rules in doing so. At the same time, all the landlords that had way below market rents started raising the rents to the max they could, is they did not want to get caught up with low rents in a market with a rent cap and just cause, and as now landlords will never be able to catch up on rents in the future, and their management costs will increase. Frank then came with a brilliant idea that landlords could just get loans to fix their problems. Like if loans was that simple to get a loan. Banks are strict, have very strict requirements. I hope you know that. Alejandra Gutierrez, creating a system with rent vouchers to help tenants in need could be the answer. You truly believe in helping the people that need the most without hurting the growth of their future generations. Rent vouchers will be able to do that, and in this great community, they will be able to achieve this goal. Please help the city of Santa Barbara to have long-lasting growth and opportunities instead of stagnating its economy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Got Nick Gonzalez, followed by Jim Youngson. For all of you that haven't been up there before, by the way, there's a timer on the desk there. You can see what you've got left going on there. So, Mr. Gonzalez, please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm here today as a member of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association, but identify myself, and I'm here to speak for people that your city attorney refers to as the mom and pop. Mom and pop providers often have every last cent of their net worth and what they have invested in their rental property. They don't have 20 units, 40 units, 50 units. They have 1 or 2 or 3 units. Unlike many of the people here, they don't have a pension. They don't have a retirement. They don't have stocks. They don't have bonds. They have their rental unit. and they've been working for the last 15, 20 years of their life, like I have, working on the weekends, fixing things up slowly but surely, putting everything I have in so that when I retire, I might have a pension. I might be able to leave my children with something. You're now discussing implementing a strict control on that? Are you going to do that to all your employees? Are you going to limit my expenses that I have to pay out to maintain the units to 2%? Am I going to be able to come to you and say, well, I've expended 2%, I'm done. I can't replace the carpet. I can't replace the water heater. I can't replace the roof. Don't put a blanket over every landlord. We're all not the same. And I'm not saying that it's any fair to those that have more capacity, but you're going to damage a lot of people, and you're going to damage them really bad. And why should I have to subsidize somebody who probably makes more money than I do? Because if you don't target just the low and moderate income people, you're going to take away from the low and moderate income and give to the middle and upper income people. It's not fair. Redistributing income in this fashion is not fair. You can put any kind of coat over it. You can put any kind of paint over it. It's just not fair. If you're going to help low and moderate income people maintain a home, search for the vouchers or do something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Youngson, followed by Tony Vallejo.
Mayor and Council, hello. I'm Jim Youngson. Thank you. I want to applaud you all for trying to tackle one of the seminal issues of our time. I mean, it is a very, very difficult issue, and I don't think anybody here is heartless enough. I'd like to think nobody in this room is heartless enough to not care about everybody in the city. My family, my parents, I'd like to call them mom and pop, and even though it's more than 3 units, it's far less than these giant complexes. And my brother and I purchased a couple apartment buildings in the city. Several of you have been to these buildings, and you have seen the deferred maintenance in these buildings and how much it costs to fix these things up. We purchased them in 2018. 1 unit, bad tenants, they were evicted before just cause, $50,000 to fix up that unit. These buildings were built in 1960 and 1965. They're nice properties, but they needed work. They still need work. Today, I could show you what was a year and a half ago a 20-year roof, and it's at 20 years next year. And it was going to cost $50,000. With inflation, it's probably going to cost $65,000 to replace that roof. Plumbing last year alone on 1 building was $25,000. I'm not here to, just play a violin for landlords, but it's to underscore the reality that a 2% plus CPI, well, if the CPI is, as Dr. Rupert says, and it's 8%, then it's a 10% increase. But if it's back down to the way it hopefully normally will be again, it's just not sustainable. How do I pay for a new roof? How do I do that? These aren't huge money makers. My parents are very conservative. They wanted to buy these buildings with us in this town because this town's a nice, stable place, and this is where my wife and I live. And so at the end of the day, I urge you to please think about that when you're raising the rates at your parking lots and your water and your sewer. Thank you.
Tony Vallejo, followed by Corolla Nicholson.
Corolla had to leave.
Corolla's gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Tony Vallejo. I'm a business owner here in town and grew up in this community for the last, unfortunately, 52 years, since that's how old I am. I'm here today to speak against this rental ordinance we're talking about for obvious reasons. Dr. Rupert said it best, and he's the one that knows best. It doesn't work. And I don't know why we would want to spend money on a study to verify that this does not work. I think things like the voucher program will be great. I know it's hard to live in this town. I'm fortunate enough to own my house here out in Goleta, but it's still hard. I have adult children, and I see that every day. They struggle to find a place, and it's hard. And so I'm not unsympathetic to it. I just don't want to see a city that we just heard earlier today discuss their budget limitations spend money on a study when we know the results probably are just going to show us it doesn't work. So let's look at a voucher program for the members of this community, especially the city workers who were here earlier discussing how hard it is to live here and work in this city, others like them. I would just encourage you as an accountant, that's what I do for a living. I always look at the bottom line. Don't waste money on a study to prove something isn't going to work. Let's look at better options like this voucher program and help the members of our community who grew up here like I did, who want to stay here, because we are very fortunate and we all know that. So anyway, thank you for the time. I appreciate it, and thank you again.
Thank you. Stanley, I'm going to butcher this last name. It looks like Zanker? No? I knew I didn't.
Just 1 second. Tsinkoff. Thank you for trying, though. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm a longtime renter here in town and a co-founder of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union. And just to put it simply, rent control won't fix the housing crisis, but it's a good idea. It's still protection all of us here need that's desperately overdue. Just over the past few days, as I've been reaching out to neighbors, I've witnessed overwhelming energy and support among tenants and homeowners alike in supporting rent control. I've also come across a significant number of residents who couldn't give public comment this afternoon for some notably salient reasons. 3 people said they were busy because they were actively being evicted. 4 others had moved out of town since we had last texted over the last couple of months, in part because they could no longer afford the rent, could no longer afford to live here. And others, of course, were busy working well over full-time in order to, well, pay the rent. I'm saying this because what's become obvious to me and others is that a few of you are painfully out of touch with the realities of what it's like to be a renter in this beautiful city we call our home. While your job is to have an accurate and compassionate pulse of the community, I don't fully blame you. This is a quickly worsening housing crisis. And if you aren't a renter, if you haven't been a renter in a while, or even if you just haven't needed to find a new unit in a few years, you may not understand the deep severity of this. It's especially gotten worse during the pandemic. And respectfully, despite what you, Mayor Rouse, have stated in the past, that the relationship between landlord and tenant is somehow a sacred one which government just shouldn't have any role to play in, I'd bet the vast majority of people in the city would strongly disagree with you. I'm saying this because people are hurting, people are getting displaced, and you can and need to do something about it. At the Tenants Union, we're increasingly inundated by renters whose lives are in a state of precarity. And part of this is low vacancy rate of under 1% and skyrocketing rent. I also want to just note that I am here standing as well with our brave city workers whose livelihood also affects us as well. So thank you so much for your time, and I really strongly urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Santa Maria, followed by Frank Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm just going to get into this right away. Let's talk about what this ordinance is not. This ordinance asking for a rental registry, we're not asking for personal information. So we hear landlords, talking about an invasion of privacy. We're just trying to see how many units we have and what are the rents and how are the rents increasing. So we are not really looking for any personal information. It's also not going to apply to single-family homes. And you've all heard this from the city attorney on all of these exceptions. And so it's not a reason to de-incentivize investors and new developers from building new housing. It's just simply not the case. Now, what this is going to do, it's going to provide protection for tenants from displacement. It's going to protect tenants from they need to report a habitability issue, because right now, as an organizer in this community, I've spoken to literally hundreds, thousands of families who are asking me, what do I do? Where do I go in the city to help me? Because I have all of this mold. My doctor is telling me, get out of there now because you are going to get some severe health issues from this. Pests, there's these just horrible, deplorable conditions that they cannot ask for anything to get fixed, or else they're going to get retaliated against. So we need this rent stabilization ordinance to ensure that tenants can go out there and say, hey, my housing is not habitable. It's not a condition that I can live in without retaliation, because that's what we're facing right now. And now, before I end, I want to address some of what Dr. Rupert mentioned about rent vouchers, like food stamps. And so what this is saying is that landlords could raise hundreds, thousands of dollars, which we're seeing right now happen. And if that happens and a tenant can't pay it, the city is responsible for paying that difference. So just as much as landlords want to raise rents, the city's responsible for paying that much because wages aren't going up. So, I mean, talk about depleting the general fund. What you could do instead as a cost-effective way is implement rent stabilization, implement a rental registry, and help the tenants in the city. Thank you.
Frank Rodriguez, followed by Max Golding.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Frank Rodriguez with CAUSE. Y'all know a lot of us. We're here, thank you for continuing this conversation, and we're here to address some of the points that have been raised. Of course, the main issue about rent stabilization is to stop displacement. It's part of an equation. We need more housing. We've been there at the meetings advocating to get more housing, especially from the Housing Authority, because we need those capital A affordable housing. However, rent control, what it does is it creates a form of communication between the landlord and tenant, where a tenant knows how much they're gonna pay next month, in a year, in 2 years. And I know my name was mentioned a few times. Yes, I know what it means to live in a garage in the east side of Santa Barbara. I know what it means to live with 2 tias, my uncle, my mom in a 1-bedroom apartment on Voluntario in Punta Gorda. I know what it means to be in a dense housing unit. What rent stabilization is doing is just bettering the communication so my family can prepare and not have to move to Texas, back to Mexico, because they didn't know what they were gonna pay in a month, in a year, in 2 years. Vouchers means money. Where are we gonna get the money? We've been talking about where the money's coming from. What we need is the ability for this communication between landlords and tenants to be clear, so that our families, that are immigrants, that are white, wealthy couples, everyone needs that ability to know what they're gonna be paying so they're not displaced. We've been advocating for a 2 to 4% rent cap based on CPI, because what is in place right now through AB 1482 is a rent gouging bill. What we need is rent stabilization, and we wanted 2 to 4%. That way, if CPI is low, it's at 2%. If it's high, it's at 4%. I know Peter's been talking about the Minnesota example. We have Costa-Hawkins. There's nothing that can be rent controlled that is new development, that is built out after 1995, so development can continue to be built at market rate here in the city. So we want to make sure.
Need you to wrap up, please.
Thank you, Randy. So what we want to make sure is that that is clear. And Oxnard is a great example. They just gave us a rent control ordinance, and they're paying $50 per unit because we don't have to have the Cadillac model that's super expensive. It can be low. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez has a question for you.
Mr. Rodríguez, ¿puedes explicar lo que significa rent gouging para la comunidad que no entiende lo que es?
Sí, gracias. Lo que es rent gouging o lo que es una exageración de un incremento de renta es cuando, como por ejemplo, cuando hay un desastre ecológico, como lo que pasó con los fuegos, lo que pasó con los deslaves, no puedes subir el costo de agua a una forma exagerada, y es lo que vimos con cuando han habido desastres. So, cuando estamos hablando de rent gouging, y perdón que no sé la traducción perfecto, soy pocho, pero lo que es que no pueden subir la renta en una forma exagerada. Eso quiere decir que rent gouging no es lo que es control de renta, que es un número más específico y es un número que de veras está dejando que las personas pueden entender cuánto van a pagar en un mes o un año. Lo que pasa muchas veces es cuando a alguien le dan le cobran la renta, le suben la renta más de 200, 300, no se pueden preparar las personas, pero si es a largo plazo y las personas tienen tiempo para poder pagar eso, sí lo hacen.
Just to remind everybody, we do have translators working, which we're going to have to break for in 15 minutes. A great way to remind everyone, but thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Max Golding is going to be followed by Jim Carrillo.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I just want to point out quickly that the 2 really big issues that previous speakers on sort of the landlord side brought up were that rent control will make gentrification worse and habitability issues worse, but we don't have rent control right now, and I'm a product of gentrification. So I'm from the Bay Area. I actually grew up on Section 8 vouchers, which is like ironic now. But now I have like a master's degree. I'm a professional private practice psychotherapist, and I'm taking up housing stock that previous lower income Latino families probably have already left, and like now I'm here, right? I previously had a sort of remote tech job while I was in grad school. So they're talking about an issue that like I'm already here. Like the sort of like white people, tech professional people are already replacing like working class Latinos. So it's just kind of like it's a bizarre thing. And others have already spoken to the habitability concerns. They're already ongoing. So there's this sort of like bizarre logic of if you do X, then they describe terrible problems. X has not happened, and there's already terrible problems. So you have to kind of like clear up the weird, scary like logic they're using. It's not logic. It's just scary. So the voucher system, I mean, it's cool that I grew up on Section 8 with my single mom, and I could do sob story and thank God that there was Section 8. But as Chelsea Lancaster brought up, most people can't get into Section 8. So the voucher system that exists already really, really sucks. I mean, those that are on it, it's cool if you can get it, but I mean, the local housing authority is constantly trying to evict their tenants anyway, and they give them weird rules like, you know, okay, you got a restraining order on this guy, but if you ever talk to him again, then you're out forever. If you do this drug, you're out forever. And people that are in that really low income bracket are often struggling with those kinds of issues. So a voucher system, as others have pointed out, it's kind of like an interesting experimental, like maybe libertarian idea or something like that, but what happens when the market just says we're going to put it way up here, and then they blame you guys for not being able to fit the bill, and then you guys have to keep doing more austerity shit like this has been happening in the U.S. for the last 50 years, and then you're gonna get blamed for not being able to pay the tenants rent. Like, that's crazy to me. This guy is like, he's a professional economist or whatever.
We need you to wrap up, please. Your
So,
time's up.
you know, I don't think it's gonna kill anybody and stuff. It's just to if it's already at 5 plus CPI, 2 plus CPI is like, it's negligible.
All right. Thank you.
It's not a very big deal. Thank you.
Okay, we have Jim Carrillo, followed by Mike Chenoweth.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I think I've only rewritten my notes 4 times since the meeting started, but I'm the Vice President of Residential Properties for the Tobes Group. We manage all of our communities. We don't own any of them. Our company manages many communities from Ventura to Santa Barbara County. One of those communities is our Rancho Franciscan Senior Apartments on Hitchcock, 111 apartments reserved for our 62-plus community. The original development agreement had rent restrictions in place until October of 2018. Since October of 2018, we have maintained our rents for our 62-plus community, and I'm going to be very honest and I want to be respectful at the same time. Our median age is probably a little over 80 there. Since October of 2018, we have maintained our rents significantly lower than the market in deference to our demographic, fixed incomes, and our belief that before we're going to think about doing rent increases of a major nature, we need to make sure that we're taking care of the community. And we're in the middle of a $5 million rehab there now that's going to include all new asphalt, all new windows, all new heating, all new roofs, all new wood repair. And quite frankly, we could not do these improvements if there were restrictions on rents. We just couldn't do it. As in any market, rent levels are a reflection of supply and demand. It's no secret that Santa Barbara does not have the supply for the demand. Our hope is that the City Council, the Planning Commission, and the Design Review Board could collaborate to the extent necessary to accelerate the building of new housing units in Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Ms. Chenoweth.
I'm sorry.
Your time's up.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thanks.
Or no, Mr. Chenoweth, the next guy, Chenoweth. Mike Chenoweth. Okay, no, you're coming up pretty quick, though. So I got Mike Chenoweth's not here, Brad Froling, also don't see. And that brings us to Steve Gullis. Told you, be patient.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I had all these notes, but forget them. As many of you guys have seen me speak, I do better without notes. I'd like the council maybe to consider being more fiscally responsible in the sense of this. We have so many experts in this town we don't utilize. Dr. Rupert has all the data. I've been involved with studies for 42 years. I'm one of the founders of Radius Group. We've funded studies for the city of Santa Barbara. Why haven't we bought a consortium together with, like, the Herb Simons of the world, the Carusos of the world, who have no financial impact in this city, who would help the city because they love this city, they live in this city. As a simple example, which just happened now, we had a property for sale on the east side that was going to put 90 doors there, 90. The people who were buying it flipped it afterwards because they were concerned about the 2% rent cap on the east side. We got to stop with this us versus them mentality. We're all in it. We're good-hearted people. I was instrumental with the Turner Foundation on the west side with San Pasquale. I have a property on the west side. We can't even enact the stuff that we're trying to now, that there's basically a meth house next to me. My property is there are cars in our parking. It's only a small property, which I keep exceptionally well maintained. We've called the city. Can you tow the cars? No. So we have to tow them. In the property next door, we've called the city. Our property managers called the city. Something as simple as that. It doesn't take rocket science. You could look at the property and you could see, well, this is extremely well unmaintained. I sit on the council for this Community Housing Corporation for 15 years. I help low-income people. I own a low-income senior housing project. I'm not a greedy person, and that's most of us as landlords. I think we just need to be a little more fiscally responsible. We have people in our backyard where we don't have to spend $200,000, $300,000, and use the people we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe J., who I called on originally for general public comment, who finally gave it up, I think. Okay. Tara Cooper? Tara Cooper is going to be followed by Angel Orozco.
Hello, Council. I'm a student in the nursing program at Santa Barbara City College. I live here, but many of my classmates, many of whom also work as patient care techs at Cottage Hospital, are commuting from Lompoc and Ventura and even as far as Santa Maria because they can't afford to live in the city of Santa Barbara where they are employed. People spend hours commuting back and forth on congested highways rather than spending time with their children and families. The tenants of Santa Barbara are asking you for your protection. We can't always count on the goodness of our landlords' hearts to look out for us in a business transaction, unless it was in the lease or something. But we need legislation. Stable, affordable housing is the backbone of any vibrant community. The city of Oxnard was able to fund a rental unit registry for $50 a unit per year. Please cap the rent at 2% and make it possible for my cohort to live in the city where they work.
Angel Orozco, followed by Erica Lindemann.
Good evening. My name is Angel Rosco. I am a student at UCSB and currently an intern with CAUSE. In my short time working with them, I have witnessed firsthand accounts of people in the community who come into the office panicked and scared because they can no longer afford their rent and do not know where they will be living in the next few days. I'm originally from Oxnard, where they recently passed a 4% cap, and implementing rent control like that here is the right thing to do, especially because Santa Barbara has a higher renter population, which means that we would protect tenants from falling into situations like these. I support a cap of 2% or CPI with a max cap of 4%. This issue is not a game. It is not a joke. Real people's lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Lindemann, followed by Samara Canfield.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I too have changed my comments about 15 times since this discussion. I'm feeling really grateful for this civic conversation that's happening here tonight. So thank you for everybody participating and for you all for listening. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara, and I'm here today supporting the request to move forward with the city-approved rent control ordinance and to do more to provide strong tenant protections in Santa Barbara. Affordable housing and rent stabilization are issues that affect all of us. One thing that the city attorney's presentation I found very interesting was that we have constitutional rights for whom? For our landlords and for our property owners. Do we have any constitutional rights for renters? No. What does that mean? That means that we need to stand up today and again and again and again to find protections for renters in this town. 60% of our residents in Santa Barbara are renters. Do they have any constitutional rights? No. I want to also say that there's been a lot of talk about experts here. I want to say that our experts are from CAUSE, are from the tenants union, are from the City of Santa Barbara workers who are organizing. They too bring expertise, and we need to listen to them. I, for one, am very grateful for their hard work organizing voices that are often not heard, that are often need to be uplifted because they are working, because they might not speak English, because they don't feel safe to present concerns that they have, because they might get evicted or they've already been evicted. So please, thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns and to listen to a room full of experts and not just the ones that own properties in this town. Thank you.
Samara Canfield, followed by Brandon Gray.
I'm going to yield my time to Max.
All right, I don't know why, but
Wait.
another point.
You got to speak already, Mr. Golding. So
Oh, wait, you can't do
you-
that?
No, no.
Shit,
You
Samara,
gotta
you
see.
have to go.
There's a lot of
You're
folks.
already like,
A lot of folks have been here for a long time, so.
you're a few seconds in. Can she start from the
Go-
beginning?
yeah.
Okay,
I
excellent.
can't read publicly, sorry, can't do it. Hi, I'm a tenant, I've been here for over 20 years, I'm working class, I work 2 jobs, I'm a caregiver, I'm a hairdresser. And there's a lot of people like me who are working 2 jobs, some even more. I'm being priced out. If my rent goes up to market, I'm homeless. I have to leave. That's the facts, okay? I live in a 1-bedroom with my tall boyfriend, a dog, and a cat, 400 square feet. It hasn't been remodeled since the 1970s. We're paying $1,700 for that now. Market rent for that is over $2,000 right now. This affects your community. Where do you want your service workers to live? Where do you want us? Do you want me to commute? Then it would be, you're talking 40, 50% of my income to commute. The rents aren't much less anywhere else now. So do you want services or not? Do you want people to take care of your elderly, clean your house? Do you want people to do your hair, your nails? Do you want people to serve you in a restaurant? What's going to happen to your service workers? Because I'm almost priced out, and I'm not alone. Thank you.
Okay, Brandon Gray with Zach Cabrera after that. Brandon Gray, Brandon? Zach Cabrera. Okay. We go to Frederick Lang. They're falling like flies. Michael Bruce. And then it'd be followed by Brad Klein.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm a landlord. I've been in this town for 50 years. I'm very sympathetic and extremely accommodating over the past 34 years in which I've owned rental properties. Both my wife and I started our lives together in Santa Barbara 50 years ago. I'm an architect, she was a teacher, and we found the opportunity of buying a business that provides housing for Santa Barbara and supplemental income for ourselves. As a small landlord, the tenants have been extremely understanding and satisfied with the properties and the small rent increases over the last 34 years. We have one unit that we've had the same family in there for 34 years. A 2% cap rate destroys our investment, our opportunity for repairs and capital improvements, and thus leads to substandard housing in Santa Barbara. It diminishes the rental property value, resulting in decreased city property taxes. But due to the political pressure demands that are put on by councils like yourself and the state, I cannot stand by and not address the government's interference into my property rights and my business affairs. I'm strongly opposed to the rent cap and the rent registry, and I pray that it were a different story, but I don't see the atmosphere changing anytime soon. But again, I pray that it does. Thank you very much.
Brad Klein, followed by Laura Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. Here again.
Been here for a
Brad
while.
Klein. I've been a renter here for years. I rent an apartment in Mike Jordan's district. 2 years ago, my rent went up by 10%, the maximum allowed by law. Last year, my rent went up by 10%, the maximum allowed by law. There have been no improvements of any substance to my apartment building to substantiate these increases. They may have power washed the exterior one time, and yet here I am paying 10%, and I'll probably pay another 10% coming up, and my wages have not kept up with these 10% increases in rent. In Santa Barbara, it's out of control. And rent control may not be the fix-all solution, but it is something that will help. It's something that will keep people in their homes, providing services for this city. And I just want you to take that into account. Also, speaking on a lot of the landlords, I feel for the people that are treating their tenants fairly, but for those that are snatching up property and having multiple properties, what's the difference between when we were in COVID-19 and people were snatching up toilet paper? They were told not to do that, you're hoarding. And we have property owners that are hoarding a supply of homes. And if we implement some type of rent control, maybe there'll be less incentive to hoard those homes. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Laura Robinson, followed by Dana Hellenberg.
Hello again, Mayor Rouse and council members. Once again, my name is Laura Robinson, and I am speaking to you today on this item as a member of the community and a city resident. I am one of the lucky few. Although I moved into a quaint little condo at what would be considered market rate, which as we know in Santa Barbara is out of control, my landlord is one of the decent mom and pop owners who has chosen not to increase my rent since the day I moved in. If my rent had increased 8, 12, 20%, as we've seen, I would be forced to move back to my hometown of Santa Maria, and I would be commuting here every day to represent your amazing city employees. On the flip side, I'm also a landlord. I own an affordable little home in what used to be an affordable city of Santa Maria, and I also value a good tenant and choose not to increase the rent on an existing tenant. However, as we all know, large and greedy corporations cannot be trusted to do the same. So with that, I'm here to support a rent stabilization program which reflects CPI with a cap of 4%. Also, just to add that although we probably do have a city unit that protects bad renters who don't handle proper maintenance, my guess is that it's probably a very severely understaffed unit, and you guys can fix that.
Okay, Dana, I'm going to say Haffenberg, is that?
Hoffenberg, close.
Okay, got close.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Dana Hoffenberg, a city employee and also the Secretary of the General Unit of SEIU Local 620. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to support CAUSE and all the other tenants that are here today speaking with you. I am a tenant in Councilmember Harmon's district. I've been renting the same apartment for 8 years. My rent has gone up over 5%, now over 6% every single year for the past 8 years, and they have changed a screen one time in my apartment. I've been asking for new carpets for the past 5 years, and they just don't respond to me. So like what's been talked about earlier, the problem of landlords not keeping up with maintenance while continually increasing rent is already a problem. That's not going to be a new problem under rent control. I want to compliment Mr. Colon on all of the fact-finding that he did earlier today. I think it was really useful and insightful to see those numbers up on the screen. Those numbers are insane. Rent is untenable. People cannot live here. Property owners have enough protections for their rights. Tenants have no rights and no protections, and it is your job to please protect us to the greatest extent possible. I also want to remind people about the rhetoric that's being used today. A lot of the words that I'm hearing coming out of
some of the landlords here today is they're worried about their bottom lines, their profits, and their business interests. Tenants are worried about literally having a roof over their heads. So I think that's something that's really important to remember. Thank you.
Okay, Daniel Mora, followed by Zach Smith.
Hi again. Just for the record again, my name is Daniel Mora. I'm representing the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent over 100,000 workers and their families on the Central Coast. I'm speaking in favor of a rent stabilization ordinance, as stated by speakers prior, to between 2% and 4%. The stabilization ordinance, along with the just cause ordinance, won't just make it more economically viable to rent here, it will make it safer for tenants to report housing violations. It will also allow landlords to apply for hardship waivers to increase the rent cap if they don't have funds for major repairs. We're at a crossroads. Rent costs are unsustainable, wages are well below inflation, and we need immediate action. As a labor advocate, I want our workers to be able to live where they work. Worker rights and renter rights go hand in hand. Stabilized rental costs combined with higher wages would do far more for our residents and our city than continuing on business as usual. I understand there's an argument that rent is between landlords and their tenants, and quite frankly, it reminds me of the relationship between business owners and their workers. What the workers make is between them and management, but to a degree, you still need to pay them a minimum wage. I know that there are some good, fair landowners that don't want this. There are also good, fair business owners in 1938 that didn't want a federal minimum wage law. There needs to be a minimum standard to adhere to in order to prevent bad actors from taking advantage of renters. Please support rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Smith, followed by Delina Klon. And we're going to be taking a break at 1:15, just so you know. Zach Smith, please.
All right, I'll introduce myself this time and maybe slow down a bit. I'm Zach Smith. I was born and raised in this city, and I've lived in 17 different rental properties here in Santa Barbara. My dad was homeless for much of my life out at Elwood. Like many Santa Barbara locals, housing insecurity is all I've known. To find security, I tried to do everything right. I went to college, came back, and got a good union job at the city of Santa Barbara in the IT department. You'd think that would be enough to be secure, right? Wrong. When I was a kid, my single mom made $15 an hour as extra help at county mental health. Today, that job would pay somewhere in the $23, $25 an hour range. The rent for our 2-bedroom near Oak Park was $725 a month. Today, that rental would be in the $3,000 range, as we saw today. So wages have increased 50%, while rent has increased 300% since I was a kid. The math doesn't add up. All due respect to the doctor here, it just doesn't add up. If we had rent control, it would be less than 300%. If I applied everything from my childhood to today's economics, we would live in a 2-bedroom house. We wouldn't live in a 2-bedroom house near Oak Park. We'd be homeless. Living in a car, another increase in your point-in-time count. The 2020 point-in-time count showed that 77% of our homeless were last living in Santa Barbara. That is where inaction has gotten us. The math is simple. When wages don't keep up with rent, more of us are forced out onto the streets. Homelessness is due to inaction. Today, I'm trying to keep up with rent on a 2-bedroom with 2 salaries and a child on the way. I love my hometown, and I want to continue to serve it. We're going to need more than a 2% rent cap for that to happen. It's a good step, but we also need workforce housing, and we need a wage increase that keeps up with inflation. We are fighting to survive in this city.
Thank
We
you.
will keep fighting until we have a fair wage and housing security. Thank you.
Thank you. Delina Clan? Not here, okay. Trey Penner?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for taking this on tonight. And I know it's a very charged event and a lot of emotions go into this, and I appreciate both sides of the story. I'm involved in the commercial real estate industry. We manage just a few apartments in the city of Santa Barbara, so I don't deal with it in a great deal. I have dealt with rent control, though, for over 30 years in mobile home parks, so I do have a great deal of experience in rent control. And I've always been frustrated by rent control for this one fact, is it's a price control that only handles one little area of our world. Although, albeit housing is a big part of our world, and that's where the problem comes into, it's a big part, but we don't address all the issues when we're only addressing rent control just for housing. We don't have, food price control, car price control, clothing price control, and all these other methods or mechanisms to help out that concern that we're having about making it, just lack of better words, making it. That's what we're talking about today, is how do we make it through? So I'm always been frustrated with rent control as a method to try to deal with the problem of the cost of living for all things. But I will say in the apartments that we have managed for years and years and years, we did not raise rent substantially at all until the rent controlled, either you want to call it stabilization or gouging, came from the state of California. Then as a landlord, or representing landlord, that is when a tenant moves out, that is the only time to adjust the rent to catch up. And so we have found now that we raise our rents as quickly and as fast as we possibly can because we're afraid of what's going to happen and trying to meet these sort of new artificial price controls. So I do find that it's a little bit of a concern to press that forward. All right? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I've got a speaker slip that just says, will your city cap the water and trash increases, but no name. Katie Hay, I know she's not here. If I rip through these, we can get it out in time for the break here. Lloyd Applegate, followed by Natasha Durrell.
Great idea. Take that $200,000 and focus on making sure that all of the properties in the rental force are up to speed. And don't micromanage people in the process, but just be healthy about it. Can you hear me okay?
Can you speak directly into the microphone, please? Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
So I've been in real estate for 47 years, and I've seen it all in real estate. And interestingly enough, most of the housing in the rental market and everything that I've seen over the years, including mine, has been kept in very good condition. My wife and I consider ourselves mom and pop. We have 5 units. One is we give away for free because the city doesn't recognize it as a unit, even though it's been there since 1933. That's another story. I've known about 8 years really well, starting with Schiffman and Firestone, and then just being close to what's happening in the city. And I sort of feel like when we're standing and sitting here is that we're jousting at windmills or swatting at flies, I'm not sure which, but there's only one solution. And it's similar to this. It sounds a little absurd, possibly, but if you take a 100-foot high, 100-story building and with maybe 3,000 units in it, you'd have it filled in 2 or 3 years. And then you'd build another one, you'd have that one filled in another 2 or 3 years. It's definitely all about gentrification on the coast. And until it becomes an ugly place to live, the demands are going to become greater and greater and greater. I have great sympathy for people that can't afford the rents and that have to leave this community. So what do you do about it? There's only one thing to do, and it's not really palatable, I think, for almost anyone, which is build more housing, and then we can become really densified, and we can be a little more like Japan and Tokyo or wherever place.
You need to wrap up, please.
Okay, excuse me. So bottom line, it's about gentrification. It's about not looking at reality, and it's about putting Band-Aids on things. I have my rents have been raised maybe 4 times in 40 years, okay? I work on at least 2 days a week. I used to just put a lot of money in it, and then I retired, semi-retired, so now I'm just putting labor in it. So
Thank
I'm
you.
not gouging people.
Natasha Durrell, followed by Per Hull. And the last speaker is Rachel Sim. Natasha Drill, please.
All right, this is my first statement ever, so bear with me. My name's Natasha. I've been a tenant in Santa Barbara for 2 years. I grew up in Westlake, went to school here in Santa Barbara, and moved back to be closer to my mom, who never left the area. I love this community so much. I'm here today to emphasize the importance of capping the rent at 2% and to share a tenant point of view, because I am exhausted and I'm seeing corruption happening all around me. Today I heard landlords who care and take pride in what they do, and they offered the solution of vouchers, and I do think that should certainly be considered in addition to this matter. But I am adamant about the 2% being a form of protection for tenants, and here's why. As a tenant, I'm not comfortable going into details of my own situation today, but I will say that I've been living in a studio apartment that has been under construction for 1 year, that has been broken into by the landlord with a piece of plywood as a bathroom wall. During this time, as I've been advocating for basic protection rights, I can say I have unfortunately become familiar with how common rent eviction, evictions, and other corrupt ways of attempting to get tenants out, such as harassment, are entirely prevalent and common throughout the city of Santa Barbara. It's not all landlords, I recognize that, but it's happening at an alarming rate. Mediation and other resources are powerful, but from my experience, I see that beyond entirely exhausting these options, there's a bigger protective order needed in place. To say that capping the 2% is the full answer isn't the full answer, I would agree, but it is a powerful start to working against corruption that is pushing our hardworking community out and skyrocketing rates. Even if a landlord has no just cause, that doesn't protect tenants from landlords creating one and making up an excuse to get the tenant out. I've had to record harassment attempts, document, and work tirelessly to make sure that this doesn't happen to me.
You need to wrap up, please.
Okay. So besides the numbers I've seen, personally with the stories that I've heard in the community, people build their lives here and they love it here, and I just hope we can consider that protecting them. Thank you.
Per Hoel. And the last speaker will be Rachel Sim.
Hi, I'm Per. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. First of all, don't be afraid of the idea of a rental registry and possible costs. I want to put on the radar there are state level legislations such as AB 2469 could pass, could take care of the problem. I also believe in your capacity to be creative. Maybe this is a freebie. You could find a way to tax people who find it affordable to own a home here that sits empty for much of the year. Folks like Rupert, other detractors here tonight, I think are also trying to scare everyone. This measure is not going to solve the nation's housing crisis. There are 4 million, not enough houses for 4 million people. And as many people have said, that's not the point. There could be economic harms if this is the only thing that happens in a vacuum, which is why we're also looking to you all to see what are you going to do in the future? How are we going to increase access to affordable housing beyond just trying to stabilize people's situations and doing something about the displacement that so many people have talked about now? Yeah, that's all I have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rachel Sim, and that'll be our final in-person speaker. Then we're going to take a break for the translators, and we'll go to the virtual after that.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I'm speaking to you to support the 2% rent cap. You've already heard from a number of renters, and we'll hear from more, I'm sure, online who are desperately hurting today. We make up the bulk of this community, as many folks have said, and we make this community really worth living in, honestly. But high rents year after year without commensurate salary increases are driving us out, and they will continue to drive us out. Plenty of people in this room, and again, waiting to speak online, pay market rent right now and do not see any benefit year over year to their units. Each year we pay more and we see less, and we move farther and farther away, and Santa Barbara loses city workers, emergency workers, and families, and drives the number of people living from their cars even higher, and that has real tangible effects to the fabric of this community and the things that make it a place worth living and worth, bringing in the almighty tourist dollar. And I would be more sympathetic to the argument that landlords' prices are increasing again if the number of landlords who use that money that they make off of our need for housing to repair, improve, and maintain their units. But that number is vanishingly small. I have had this conversation with plenty of folks and plenty of tenants, friends, and members of the tenants union, and I can count on one hand the number of tenants who have said that their landlords have, apropos of nothing, replaced a bad carpet or a very old faulty temperature oven. I've been very lucky to have a landlord who has not price gouged me. I like the place that I live. I'm very fortunate to be able to stay here in Santa Barbara, but that's for now. Long term, I honestly don't know. I hope so, but without stronger protections for working class renters, I and many like me will be priced out. We will not be able to afford rents, and we certainly will not be able to save up the money to buy our own homes, to get out of the housing market or the rental market if we don't like it. At the end of the day, landlords are going to be left with a sellable asset, but tenants, on the other hand, are going to be left homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a translator break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Then we'll go to our online questioners, commenters. whose slip I misplaced. So Steve Brown, who I'm sure you like the attention of going last anyway, so. You have 2 minutes, please.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My mind is just reeling after watching everything that's taken place tonight. It's very interesting, and I hate the concept that it's supposed to, or not supposed to, but starts to sound antagonistic between the landlords and the tenants. We've all been there. We've all been tenants. Some of us have become landlords. I've been in the real estate business for almost 50 years, and I've seen all sides of it, and I am totally sympathetic. The lady that got up and spoke about services, people are here to provide services for us, that's a fact. That's a reality. Now, the problem, obviously, that we're all aware of is supply and demand, and as long as I've been here in the real estate business, supply and demand has been totally out of balance. And I don't think it ever will be in balance. We can't build enough units, and if we keep building units and we make them more and more affordable, we'll get more and more people here, and the problem will multiply. But I don't think putting a rent cap is the answer. And I want to kind of go back to what I've seen develop, because every single piece of property here, houses, apartments, you name it, was built by somebody who built them with their hard-earned money, after-tax money, to make a return on their money. And that was the incentive for them to build. Nobody built, maybe the housing authority because they're subsidized, but that's really the incentive that people build and own real estate. And if you cap one part of that, you can't cap the construction costs, you can't cap the interest rates, you can't cap, I mean, today's a good example with everything that's going on in the world, supplies, getting things done, contractors' prices, all that good stuff. You can't cap all that stuff. So to cap the rent, to take one part of it and cap it, doesn't really work. I like some of the ideas that were proposed. I think AUD, I'm running out of time, but I think AUD was a great idea. It created 700 or 800 units in town here. I think that was all a plus. So I encourage you to do the best for all your constituents, and I support you. You've got an exhausting job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go now to the people that are online.
Mr. Mayor, two of the cause speakers who are signed up to speak online happen to be in person, so I don't know if it would make sense.
You know, I've got to go to the folks that have been there, and
Okay,
then.
just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be fair and hear from everybody, so. Madam Clerk, can I get the first speaker, please? 2 minutes.
Yes. And Mr. Mayor and Council, we do have 15 persons who raised their hand within the time limit. I'd like to list those names into the record now, and then persons know if I did not call your name, then you did not raise your hand within the time frame. Those names are Brian Johnson, James Carbone, Lucia Trujillo, Dale Azam, Cole Cervantes, Gail Teton Landis, Celia Schmidt, Aaron Copperman, Michelle Carbone, Chelsea Steele, Nadia Abushanab, Giambata Alagani, Megan Turley, John Beardsmore, and Matt Lowe.
Very good. May we have the first speaker, please?
Yes. And to list, they may be in a somewhat different order here depending on the current hand-raised order. The first three are James Carbone, Lucia Trujillo, and Dale Azam. James Carbone, please go ahead.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Data's been repeatedly presented to this council that similar cities like San Francisco and LA have resulted in rent control that only increases rent at a higher rate than Santa Barbara. Today, I'd like to focus on a couple unintended consequences that need to be considered before any action is taken. These are among the reasons why independent economists overwhelmingly conclude that rent control doesn't work. One, rental property is simply an investment. Majority of small mom and pop landlords like my wife and me rely on income from our rental property investment to live. If a reasonable cash flow monthly from our rental property cannot be achieved, these properties will be sold and the money invested somewhere where it can deliver a market rate return. We now receive 1 to 2 calls or mailings per month with unsolicited offers to buy our properties. These are typically all cash offers from large investors or corporations. Given the current state of real estate, the real estate market and the prospect of rent control, this is actually becoming an attractive alternative, even though we do enjoy the business that we are in here. We are your best and fairest landlords, and because we rely on this income, we are not looking to convert our properties to other uses. The end result of rent control will be worse for tenants and the overall community. 2, when rents can't be raised to cover costs at a reasonable return, landlords who choose to stay in the business will simply cut costs and only make necessary repairs to comply with habitability standards. This is a very low bar. This will result in poorly maintained properties that no one wants to live in or look at. The business model incentive that this pushes is to let units run down to maximize cash flow. When they reach a serious state of disrepair, tenants move out and it becomes easy to tear down or do a major renovation, which makes them exempt from rent control, or they're converted to condos or other uses and sold.
You need to wrap up, please.
Very, very well. I was going to make the vacation comment, rental comment, but I think that's been made. In light of today's highlights on the budget issues and underpaid city employees, I don't understand how you can justify continuing to support rent control initiatives that have no data to support their success and have numerous unintended consequences and extend city employee time and money.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Lucia Trujillo. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am here tonight to encourage Santa Barbara City Council to follow the lead of Oxnard City Council in rent stabilization ordinance. Let's use our ARPA funds wisely to support tenants and create a safety net for our tenants. Tenant constituents depend on you to protect them because their tenancy is not recognized as a human right. Cap the rent at 2% and create a rent registry. Rent control does not deter landlords from making repairs. Many of these slumlords are currently not making repairs, however, collecting and raising rent. The rent registry can be funded by the annual registration of rental units. Having multiple friends who reside on the Lower East Side, they reside in deplorable living conditions, worse than in third world countries. Code enforcement complaints are either not filed due to fear of retaliation because of their immigration status, or when they are filed, landlords are still not making repairs, and code enforcement is extremely understaffed. And highlights on the Housing Choice Voucher Program directly from the HUD website states that participation depends on private market landlords. Research shows many landlords do not participate because of financial considerations, perceptions about voucher holders, and bureaucratic issues related to the program administration. And personally, I've worked with veterans and who hold vouchers who cannot rent in Santa Barbara because landlords will not rent to them. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dale Azam. After Dale Azam, Gail Teton Landis, Celia Schmidt, Aaron Copperman, Michelle Carbone, and Chelsea Steele. Dale Azam, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Dale Azam. I work with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. Our Executive Director, Rob Fredericks, has provided you with an email commenting on this. And I'm here today just to reiterate that message, which is that we acknowledge there is a problem with housing affordability in Santa Barbara, but we think trying to solve it with overregulation of the private landlord market is likely to be counterproductive and will choke off what is really needed, which is more supply. While it is important for egregious rent increases to be stopped, it is also important for private landlords to receive a fair return on their property investments. In so doing, the production of new housing will be encouraged. Numerous studies and past experience in many locations show that rent control or stabilization introduces other problems, and often it doesn't address the core issue, which is making housing affordable to the neediest families. The need for new affordable housing is being made even more apparent than usual based on the work being done right now on the updated city general plan housing element. There is a chronic shortage of housing for low income through moderate income households. Rather than spending money on a rental registry program, we think the money would be better spent on providing a dedicated source of funding for the production of new affordable housing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Gail Teton Landis. Please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and council members, before my husband and I sold our house a year ago, we looked for a rental to move into while we were in escrow, and that search took us 3 long months. That process brought home to me the difficulty that Santa Barbara presents for renters. Let's not be like San Francisco, where the artists and workers can no longer afford to live there, and that city is losing its heart. Santa Barbara has a housing crisis. This is a large, complicated problem, and I implore the council to do everything in its power to help the renters stay here. Let's not become a homogeneous city, but a vibrant, interesting place to live. That involves supporting and protecting workers, families, artists, and all the people who live here as renters. I believe rent stabilization is a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We'll go for our next speaker as Cole Cervantes. Cole Cervantes. One moment. Cole Cervantes, please go ahead. Cole Cervantes, you're unmuted. You can go ahead. Okay, we'll come back.
City Council, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for letting me in. I had a speech prepared, but seem to be unable to reach it at the moment. But in any case, I think that what we really need to do in this matter is yield to the professionals. And you have somebody like Dr. Rupert giving us sound advice, telling us what we should be doing with our time, doing with our money in particular. We should heed that advice. We shouldn't be looking to principles based on our feelings, based on more or less a lack of science. We need to be looking at the economics here.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
And we're going in a slightly different order than I had announced previously. I want to make sure we're catching everybody. Let's do Brian Johnson. So Brian Johnson, one moment. Brian Johnson, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you so much for your time today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. We have many concerns with today's proposals. Any lowering of the rent cap will not cover the cost of inflation, which is the highest in 40 years. We've got a local economist as well as economists from around the world who have proven that rent control does not work and only exacerbates the problem. And additionally, within the study outline, there's a part asking to determine the appropriate amount for relocation assistance. Why is this even being discussed? Because we've already went through multiple hearings and years of work on just that issue. And we've determined the arbitrary number to be 3 times the rent. We absolutely oppose adding single-family homes, condos, ADUs, JADUs to any type of rent control. They're currently excluded from rent control because of its importance to the rental market. And if these types of homes are added to rent control, they will be sold for homeownership opportunities, and that will diminish the rental market. We've seen that most recently in Portland, where a study showed that the single-family rental stock reduced drastically over the past 7 years because of local rules and regulations that were passed by city councils. The SBAOR supports incentive-based options and programs as well as education. Incentive-based programs will help instead of enforcement programs. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Celia Schmidt. Celia Schmidt, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm my family's had a rental property in Santa Barbara for over 40 years. Of course, my dog has to stop barking right now. And speaking as someone who has, had long-term renters, we've had renters for as long as 20 years at a time with rarely raising their rent. We've always taken good care of our properties and made an attempt to, provide a good place for renters in Santa Barbara. I really do oppose this proposed rent cap and the rent registry. I think Dr. Rupert has expressed how studies have shown that these type of things are not really going to help the housing market. It's not going to create more housing. And, my family made a long-term investment. I mean, the majority of their investment over the years was in real estate, and being able to make a decent return on their investment over 40 years, it's not fair to put a burden on just the landlords when people aren't making enough income. Like incomes don't keep up with inflation. That's a big reason why people can't afford to rent. And our costs don't, nobody's capping the costs of making repairs and maintenance. Even in my own house, every water heaters, they don't even last 20 years anymore. They last maybe 6 years, and and they're more and more expensive all the time. So in terms of being able to keep up maintenance on a property, I just feel like it's putting a burden on one section of society for a huge societal problem that's got many facets involved. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Aaron Copperman. Aaron Copperman. Please go ahead. Aaron Copperman, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Aaron Copperman? Okay, moving on. Next, Michelle Carbone. Michelle Carbone, please go ahead.
Good evening. The statement of work as written is not requesting an unbiased data set and leads to a predetermined outcome. Our UCSB economist, Dr. Rupert, hits the nail on the head, and I believe moving forward on a rent stabilization ordinance is a bad idea. A rental registry will lead to inspections, which are a physical invasion of my property rights, and even worse, they will eventually be at my expense. The Tenant Protections Act is called AB 1482. Tenants do have rights. Please spend your limited funds directly helping tenants who need help making market rate rents. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Chelsea Steele. Chelsea Steele, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hearing me tonight. I support rent stabilization in Santa Barbara. I lived in and around Santa Barbara for 10 years, and I lived in 9 different places. Every time I moved, I was full of hope to find a long-term, safe, and affordable home. I always shared with 2 to 6 people due to the high rent. I had to endure unsafe living conditions multiple times. If it was mold, termites, fleas, or violent or creepy roommates or neighbors in the same complex. The landlords never cared. Any actions would mean increased rent. At the same time, it's incredibly difficult to find anything affordable elsewhere. I learned to not ask for anything to avoid a raise in rent or a possible face eviction. They never cared to improve our living situations in the first place. Rent control would at least offer some financial stability and actually make it safer for us to report unsafe living conditions. I don't see myself living in Santa Barbara much longer if I want to have a family. But besides my personal story, I'm mostly here in support of this ordinance to prevent further displacement of folks that grew up here and working families that have been here much longer than I have. As I understand it, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, you are the deciding vote. I lived on the east side when you ran for city council. I walked over to the Franklin Center to cast my vote for you with high hopes that you indeed would stand with the working community in your home. Rent stabilization will benefit working people in and outside your district. Please stand with us. Expedite this ordinance, cap the rent at 2%, and keep working on living wages and affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nadia Abushanab. Nadia Abushanab, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I'm here on behalf of SB Can and myself as a renter on the west side. I support rent stabilization. And first of all, I'd just like to say that I do agree with some of the points the landlords were making who have said that we don't need to spend this money on a study. I think it is easy enough for us to look around at the housing market and to hear the stories of the renters today and realize there's plenty of reason to act now and to not delay action with a study, which we already know it will tell us that action is required. And I'd also like to reiterate again that mom and pop landlords in single family homes would be exempt from this ordinance, as would newer buildings. And to the landlords who are saying that they never raise their rents or they only raise them every 5 years or that sort of thing, great news, nothing is going to change for you and you can continue to do that. This ordinance would not affect you, so I don't really understand what those people are concerned about. In terms of habitability concerns, I do live in a single family home, so I have no protection from rent increases. And my housemates and I refrain from telling our landlord about maintenance issues, and we often choose to pay for repairs ourselves, crossing our fingers that our landlord would not choose to increase our rent too much if we don't ask too much of him. To the issue of tenants illegally subleasing or owners choosing to do Airbnbs instead of renting, I and SB Can certainly share these concerns, and we understand that rent stabilization obviously does not solve all of the problems of the housing crisis, but it is a temporary solution, and it is an effective temporary solution to stop the displacement of our community now, and it is a first step in the right direction. Lastly, the point that many have been making about housing vouchers is very interesting. Personally, I would be more than happy to have the city of Santa Barbara help subsidize my rent.
You need to wrap
I
up,
think
please.
that everyone in the room can see through that argument and knows that this is not something that is realistic or would be supported by the people who are talking about it here if it really came down to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please move forward with the rent stabilization at 2% plus CPI. And that's it. Thank you.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Giambattista Allegani. Giambattista Allegani, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion on the proposed rent cap and registry. I was a small-time landlord in San Francisco for several decades. I witnessed the effect of rent control firsthand and how it both reduced the housing supply and forced the gentrification of neighborhoods. The SF I loved when I first moved there many years ago disappeared. And I know from firsthand experience that the ever successive emergency legislation that was imposed time and time again made the problem worse and worse. The crux of the matter is that these laws have a cost, and the cost is limiting the housing supply and hurting many of the most valuable contributors to our society. There are the middle and lower income individuals that contribute so much to our community. These are not only the service workers, but the artists and the musicians. Please do not vote for this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Megan Turley. Megan Turley, one moment. I don't see Megan Turley. Moving on to John Beardsmore, then Matt Lowe, then Hillary Blackerby. John Beardsmore, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Rouse and council members, my name is John Beardsmore, and I am a small 8-unit property owner. I am against the registry. I don't see any benefit except for the city to monitor landlords to further regulate us, and it will not help tenants. I already pay for a business license, so how would a registry help anyone except to create another bureaucracy that the city cannot afford? I know many other small property owners that have said they will not register. How will you enforce this? What will these costs be? I'm very much against any rent stabilization program. If this is passed, I will be transitioning my units to a vacation rentals as they are in the coastal zone where it is legal. There are multiple units near mine that might likely do the same. If your intent is to lose rentals, then by all means pass this program. As a small property owner, I might also decide to sell to an LA or San Francisco corporation. Economics, landlords, and other that have lived under rent control say it doesn't work. Property owners will not be incentivized to maintain their units. The suggested idea that we can take our loans out is absurd and clearly made by someone that doesn't have a grip on the situation as to the risks involved. If you want to lose rentals in Santa Barbara, by all means pass rent control. Housing vouchers works. The county and state have a budget surplus, and federal government could be a source for the funding. Let's try to partner with them to pilot a program that will work for tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Matt Lowe. Matt Lowe, please go ahead. Matt Lowe, you can go ahead. We'll come back to Mr. Lowe. Hillary Blackerby, one moment. Hillary Blackerby, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, as a renter in West Beach, whose rent was recently increased 8.9%, I am begging you to pass a 2% rent cap. The current law of 5% plus CPI means an unsustainable rate of increase. Some of you will say the devil's in the details. Some of you will say, what about the mom and pops? But all of you must fundamentally understand that the power dynamic of the renter-property owner relationship is and will always be extremely unequal. Capping increases at 2% gives renters a fighting chance, a chance to plan a life, a chance to have stability, a chance to stay in their hometown, to maybe not live with other families in the same cramped apartment, to live near their job. We are not the first municipality to consider this, and all the straw man arguments about why it won't work here, we're so special, are ridiculous. We have high rents, low vacancy rates, and a desirable location. Sounds like the perfect place to work even harder to protect renters. The idea that landlords are all out here maintaining or improving properties is laughable. I could tell you about my property management company and all the things they haven't spent money on, but I'll save you the laugh there. To the mayor and council, this is about human beings. If you're worried that voting for this will hurt your relationship with the realtors or the rental property association at election time, think about the 65% of city residents who are renters. There are more of us than there are of them. Who needs your help more? Thank you.
Okay, final speaker, please.
We have Dick Flax. Dick Flax, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for including me. I know I screwed up and did not properly register mayor and city council. Just want to say a couple of things to the rental registry bill in front of the state legislature might well be an answer to some of the financial objections to creating a registry, as well as the fact that in many other cities, registries are funded by landlord and tenant minimal contributions. This is just one example of quite a number of things that Mr. Rupert overlooked, was not aware of, didn't include in his analysis, which got more praise today than I think the average faculty member of UCSB ever gets in a lifetime. I also want to wonder about the landlord stipend proposal that he's making. It's a way of further subsidizing landlords, but it's not feasible. We have thousands of people waiting for Section 8 vouchers in this community now, some for years. So let's get real and develop a housing agenda for this community that can be a model for America. But we've got to have some protection for the working class people of this community who are being forced out of town. And you've heard a lot of rather poignant stories about that tonight. So thank you for being so patient with this long conversation, and you're now going to have your own. But recognize that there is a rising anxiety and I think movement on the part of tenants in this community that will greatly affect the politics of this city. People are waiting for some relief and some answers. You have some power to deliver that. So let's go.
Thank you. Okay, very good. That's the end of the speakers, is that correct?
Let's just try Matt Lowe one more time.
Oh, let's.
Matt Lowe, go ahead, if you're on. Okay, that's our final.
Okay, thank you. Well, that was well done by a lot of folks. Good job. It's back to the council. Mr. Gutierrez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions for city staff, if it's at all appropriate to ask after all those comments. So when it comes to the comments made about a voucher program, I'd like to ask city staff what their opinion is on that and how we would be able to fund that.
Good question. Ms. Doubles?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez. So we do run a TBRA program through our division, And we use home funding for that, but we only have a certain amount per year. And we honestly run through that really fast. So we definitely do use all of our funding for that, but I can't say that it serves everybody. We typically try to give that to agencies such as the Housing Authority and Transition House and New Beginnings to run those programs for us. And so they are able to get that money and funding in those vouchers to the appropriate households.
Okay. Would
Mayor
you-
Rouse and Councilmember
Yes.
Oscar Gutierrez, I'd also like Ms. Doubles, if I may, to explain, we did get a fair amount of emergency money during the pandemic for vouchers for rental assistance, and I wanted her to talk about how quickly that money went and how many people we were able to serve, and also the total amount that we received, because I think that is helpful in explaining sort of the magnitude.
Right, so that was actually our CARES Act money, and we contracted with United Way to supply that money to them for rental assistance. That was before the state and the county started the real big programs, but we did about 1.8, I believe, million, and I believe we were able to assist right around 250 households for that.
I had a question. If we did implement a rent registry, could the money generated by that go to support this voucher program potentially?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez, maybe I'm not understanding. You're talking about what we would put into establishing a rental registry, possibly?
Yeah, I was just wondering if we instituted the rent registry, the costs in which we would generate from that, or I'm sorry, the funding we would generate from that, could that go into this voucher program for the rent?
So I think what it is that we're not going to be getting funding from that, but what we would save in not funding to, staff and the upkeep of that registry, that I think is what a lot of the speakers were talking about as possibly funding that could be instead put towards a voucher system.
So would you happen to have an idea as to how much it could cost us to operate this voucher system? Right, not just to raise the money for the vouchers, but then staff to operate it.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez, I would only be able to just make an estimate, and I wouldn't have any facts to back that at this point. I would suggest you would need staffing, of course, to run that program, just as the other, but we also would have that same ability to possibly contract out with like a United Way or somebody who has that ability to already be able to take in that applications and review and know that those are qualified households, and then provide that assistance according to what the council policy would be.
Okay, I know this is kind of the spur of the moment, and we're just talking out loud here, but I'm wondering, how much time do you think you would need to come up with an estimate on this potential voucher program? Do you believe we can get it in by the end of June when we're supposed to finalize our budget?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez, I want to say that we could actually very much provide you what our costs were with United Way to run a program such as that. I don't know if that we could give you right away. To possibly do like a thorough study on what it would take would probably take a little longer than that, but I would definitely be able to give you that information from what we've already done with United Way.
I think, did you want to add something?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. I do not think we would be able to have a voucher program up and running by the end of June. It would take us some time to understand what that program looks like, as well as considerable amount of time to get that implemented. With our current staffing levels, we would be challenged to implement a program that quickly without significantly shifting other priorities within the department.
And I know you're new here. Have you ever dealt with any kind of program like this previously?
So we have a current program of vouchers. A lot of that goes to Section 8 housing, I believe. So we have a current program. Expanding that program would take some investigation and some planning. And so it's difficult to anticipate all the resources that would need to go to a program like that, just hearing about it this evening for the first time. But I am confident in saying that it would be difficult to implement here within, 10 weeks.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, I want to appreciate everyone who's been here and everyone who's reached out to us in the last few weeks about this issue. It's obviously an issue that's been dealt with since, I believe, the city was founded. And the reality is it's only getting worse. We are in a housing crisis, and we have to do something about it. Obviously, sometimes what is being proposed isn't going to make everybody happy, but we're at the point now where I know a lot of people commented that we as the government shouldn't be involved, but relying on people's goodwill has gone to the point where we're being forced to get involved, unfortunately, and I don't like it either. I wish people would just kind of make it more livable here, but there are a lot of things that we haven't fully explored. The voucher program is one of them. Dr. Peter Rupert, as much as I respect him and appreciate him, he completely ignored the Costa-Hawkins Act, and he's a very smart man. He did that intentionally. So I'd like to talk to him more about it and see why. So at this moment now, I'd like to propose a motion to create an ad hoc committee to try to come up and research these solution or some type of plan or program to deal with our housing crisis ad hoc committee, so to speak. So I'd like to make that motion. I'd like to hear everyone else's input and opinions about that, and thanks.
So, Mr. Gutierrez, real quickly, just to kind of identify what you're talking about, we mentioned in our last hearing about, just rental housing issues. So that's kind of what you're talking about, is the broad scope of things, not just targeted at a small, narrow band. We talked about a lot of stuff here tonight.
Exactly.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
something that
I
could-
don't want to focus on just one issue because this is multifaceted, and it's going to involve how a lot of people have stated. It's going to involve a lot of input from a lot of different organizations in our community in order to try to come up with a consensus of how to move forward.
And we talked about maybe having some public outreach, maybe some town hall type. Would that be included in what your
Absolutely.
concept is?
Yeah, try to reach out to as many
Just- I
property
just wanted to
owners,
understand.
renters, community members of the makeup of this community.
Beautiful, okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second and a third, I think. Very good. I'll give it to Ms. Gutierrez. Very good. And Ms. Snedden, you have some comments.
I do. I do want to make sure that this motion and a task force doesn't supplant the topic that we're talking about right here. So if I could make my comments about rent stabilization, or
I think it's from my understanding from Mr. Gutierrez, is to look into all in the above and not exclude anything. But rather than try to reinvent the wheel right here, which you've had to do, how many times now, that we actually get out and talk to the community as opposed to us and them hearing council kind of thing. And it's something I talked about in our last thing as a way to look at what we did with the 200,000 rather than automatically go to a rent study is to go forth and to, doesn't preclude a rent study.
I want to be really careful here because there's a motion and if there's a vote on it, my support of it.
I'm just trying to explain what my understanding is, just my understanding only, and that was the thing. The idea would be that these, and I think if I'm wrong, Mr. Gutierrez, but tell me, is to be all-inclusive in everything we've talked about, all these different concepts, and not exclude or automatically disqualify any one idea. Am I correct on that?
Yes, so it's been brought to our attention that we were going to vote on directing staff to hire a consultant at a large amount, but I feel that we can gather that information by speaking to the leaders in our community, by getting other people from our community to help us achieve that goal that spending that money would have obtained.
Well, once again, we directed Mr. Colon to do the scoping work, which he did and presented to us earlier today. So that's what's on the agenda. That's what we talked about before. So yeah, I think that's all included. You guys all turned on your lights. I didn't see who came
Well,
first. I know that Kristen's first.
Well, I appreciate and am supportive of a task force, but now that I'm understanding that, we have voted 2 times to move forward with this study. So if we could have the discussion about the outcome of this study, because it sounds to me like you're suggesting that instead of the study, and I'm not quite in favor of that yet. I'd like to do it and the study. And is this a time that I can make my comments? We have a motion and a second, so I'm not sure where we are now.
You may comment to the motion. We can vote on the motion. You can do whatever you'd like.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. So I'll make my comments now then, because the item agendized for us is the scope of work for the study that we've already twice moved forward on. And I would just like to say before that, back in December when this first came, the votes were to move it forward. And instead we decided to be informed and to have a study to give us what might be the best numbers for that. So the delay was to get better and more information. And we have twice voted to move that forward. So if we don't move that forward today, I'm seeing that as a reverse of a direction that we've already voted for, which I think would take a separate motion to handle that, because what we're looking for is answers. So we all have questions. There were questions today of the public, of professors and people who study, of our own attorneys, of our community development, of our city administrator. We have these questions, and they deserve answers. They merit answers. And we've pulled this item back in 2017 when there were 5 options that were credible to look at to address our rental housing needs. Rent stability was taken off and never really looked at. We have this opportunity now. We've already allocated the funds that are ARPA funds. They're not coming out of our general fund. They're not coming out of staff salaries. They're not coming out of programs. We've allocated the funds. We've already twice now confirmed commissioning the study. There are economists and experts on all sides of this. We heard from several today. I think it deserves an impartial answer about our particular community. It could also include a consideration of vouchers, but please only considering that question in addition to what's already laid out before us in the scope of work, and have these answers for Santa Barbara. I can completely understand not wanting to be compared to Beverly Hills. Fine, completely different demographic. From our agenda report in February, in comparison to other communities, in those comparison studies, Santa Barbara has lower median income, higher percentage below the poverty line, higher percentage of poverty in family with children who are younger than 5 years old. We have higher unemployment. We have a higher number of homeless individuals. We have a higher percentage of non-citizens. And in short, we have far more vulnerability, which is why comparison to that more affluent community that has a successful program It continues to be something I compare to, but we could look at Oxnard that just passed rent stabilization at a cost of 1/5 of what we're estimating it's going to cost for us. So I think it's worth looking at what is the true cost of implementing the program. Also, the demographics of Oxnard, 73% Hispanic with a median income well below ours. So you could look at programs on either end of that spectrum and see that there may be models that are not Minneapolis or Sweden that might apply to our backyard and to our community. USC Equity Research Institute, other studies point to rent stabilization as not being a failure. So I think there may be studies that say it is a failure, some that say it's not a failure, and I think the big question is how do we define failure or success? For me, I define success, and I would say almost all these studies agree that rent stabilization tends towards tenants to stay. And depending on your perspective, you see that as a positive or a negative. I'm going to say it's a positive. That's our seniors, single moms, workforce, families, our first responders, our nurses, our teachers. We've heard this over and over. We put considerable amount of funding towards homelessness. We've lost our workforce within the city. There are burdens on our education system. On our city services, we heard that today. We owe it to ourselves to answer these questions and not leave them hanging out. There's a scope of work here of 5 items that could be answered. They're fair questions that perhaps fall on either side, and I don't actually see it as a one side or another side. We are all the fabric of this community together. Density alone is not going to solve our sustained housing crisis. We've added considerations from the city to incentivize ADUs. We are looking at adapted inclusionary, we've adopted our inclusionary ordinance. We're looking at adaptive reuse. We're not treating this as a silver bullet of any one thing to solve this problem. It's one of many that we need to look at, and to that end, I would fully support a task force to have community outreach and look at all the multiple ways to address this housing crisis, but not instead of this study that since 2017 and before has questions that need to be answered for us to be able to know, is this right for our community or not right for our community? We've had members of the public passionately speaking on both sides. I think both of those sides deserve answers that we've already allotted the funding for. If it's well written, this ordinance would not impact the quality of rentals, and we could work in the expectations of living conditions. As a part of this ordinance, there could be included higher living standards and having a way to address that. It only applies to units before 1995, so it would not impact new construction or chill new construction. We can pass through expenses. So the question we had about what if that raise is not enough to take care of roof repairs or water heaters or other additional things, we can pass through those expenses to tenants. That's how it is in other ordinances, and it is perfectly acceptable that burden be shared or passed on. Property owners still profit. Our community is stabilized, and that to me is the point of all of this, is not control, but stability. We are losing members of our Latino community. Our census tells us that, our district boundaries tell us that, and it is rapid. This is a crisis for long-term generations of people in this community. I am asking, please, that we do not halt what we've already voted twice to put forward to answer these questions. I think it is in our own best interest to be able to answer these questions. I'll add to that, too, that economics is a science. And with any science, I completely respect science. It comes with data, and then it comes with interpretations of that data. And depending on the lens that you're looking at that data through, you're going to see positives, negatives, and different impacts. Again, we owe it to our whole community to have an impartial outside party to really dig deep and look at our community and how and can this work for us and our specifics? We're not Oxnard, we're not Beverly Hills, we're certainly not Minneapolis. How can it work for us? I would, well, I don't know, I don't want to make a substitute motion, but I
I
really.
think you should maybe let the other folks comment first before we get to them
Okay, I will.
processing the motion.
Thank you. I will just then say that I think the scope of work here is well laid out with the 5 policy questions. We could also include a consideration of vouchers as well, but please let's not exclude what we've already laid out. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman. You were, okay, I said everyone on at once, so I'm just guessing. Then Ms. Gutierrez, if you would. You want to go last? You guys.
I'll go then.
I got people down here that want to talk too.
You want to go, Mick?
How about?
You had your light on before me, so.
Okay, go ahead. It's a free-for-all here.
Thank you. Everyone's so polite. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. We're here again, having this conversation again. I think I owe it to everyone who has spent their afternoon with us today, though you've all heard it from me many times before, to be very clear about my position on rent stabilization. My support for strong tenant protections, in particular, and I think especially rent stabilization, is unchanged and it's unwavering. I believe in the absolute necessity of this kind of regulatory framework for the long-term health and functioning of our community. And in a lot of ways, I've actually grown more resolute in my position on this, because though it seems like we're having the same conversation up here over and over again, it seems like we're having it in a vacuum, we're actually not. It's not a vacuum out there, outside the walls of this chamber. Every week that passes us by, every week that we continue to fail to act, what changes, what grows, what continues to metastasize, frankly, is the enormity of the challenges that are being shouldered by Santa Barbara's tenants. And we continue to further undermine the foundation of that thing that I know we all care about so deeply, the character of our community. We undermine what really makes it so special, our residents. In particular, our long-term residents who we know are being pushed out month after month after month due to the exorbitant rising rents. I do want to acknowledge, and I think it is important to do so because this is a complicated issue, that the arguments that are put forth by the opponents of this type of policy make some sense. I understand them. There's a lot of reasonable folks who disagree with this policy, and there's a lot to take away from the commentary that we've heard today opposing a rent stabilization ordinance. And I do think that anything we put together has to be pretty carefully crafted in light of how complicated this can be. But because an ordinance needs to be carefully crafted is no reason to avoid writing it altogether. Because an ordinance has to be undertaken thoughtfully, because we have to be really sure of what we're doing, is no reason to fail to take it up altogether. And the residents of this city, 60% of whom are renters, are counting on us to finally show up, to finally lean in and do the work, to finally put in place policies that do the most good for the greatest number of people. That is what I am trying to do here today. That's what I believe an effective rent stabilization ordinance will do. Do the most good for the greatest number of people. I also want to agree, Councilmember Sneddon said it, a number of commenters said it today, rent stabilization is not a cure-all for our housing crisis. It's not going to permanently solve our housing availability or affordability problems, and I'm not going to sit up here and pretend that it will. But as I've said over and over again, and as I'm going to continue to say, though it doesn't solve the crisis, it does perform a critical function. Stabilizing rents in our community is going to do the work of reducing displacement today, in the immediate. It's going to help our neighbors, our city's working families, from being pushed around neighborhood to neighborhood as a result of large but legal rent increases on top of already skyrocketing prices, until finally they're pushed out of our community altogether, forced to leave the city of Santa Barbara. That's not emotionality, okay? That's not hyperbole. We all know families for whom this has happened. We all know families, good working families, longtime residents that are going through this very thing right now. Rent stabilization is going to protect our neighbors. And in so doing, it's going to protect the fundamental character of this city, and it's going to protect it right now. That's the key. I've said before, and I'm going to say it again today, we need more housing, especially affordable housing, and we've got to find sustainable ways to develop that affordable housing. I'm committed to finding that funding source, and I'm going to publicly recommit myself here today to putting in place good, sensible housing production policy. But here's the reality, and this is where I think we've got to be very clear. Even the best, most effective, most efficient housing production policy won't stabilize our city today. It won't stabilize our city tomorrow. It won't even stabilize our city a year from now, because production-related policy takes time to be fully realized. It takes time to be fully realized. The work that we do on the production side will not come to fruition fast enough to protect our neighbors in the way they need protection today. So what do we do? What do? We work in tandem with that production side work to put in place real rent-related regulatory reform, namely rent stabilization. We do that if we're going to have any hope of maintaining the fabric of our community. And it's for, bless you, it's for that reason that I really believe that any risk we may be taking by moving forward to develop an ordinance like this is far outweighed by what we risk losing. What and who we are already losing by doing nothing. So thank you for indulging me with all of that. I just had to be said. And I'm going to wrap up here and get to the real meat of the issue, I promise. Rent stabilization is a necessary part of the equation. It is a tool. It's a necessary tool that's going to address the displacement that's happening in Santa Barbara today. It's going to protect the character of this community in the immediate, and it's going to protect the people that we all know need us to be fighting for them. So I support, I have to say, moving forward with an ordinance today. I also support Councilmember Gutierrez, the Housing Crisis Task Force, which I think is a great name for us to really center and ground the issues that we're facing. It is a crisis. So I appreciate you putting the name on that committee. That seems, I think, to really put us on a good path to really work in a way that's reflective of how serious this challenge is. As to the study, you know, I have to say, I don't think that it's necessary for us to spend the taxpayer dollars to get information that we already know if we are also going to put in place an ad hoc committee that's doing that same research. It seems to me duplicative of effort and just wasteful of money. So if we're going to have an ad hoc committee whose job it is to move forward to put on paper a stabilization ordinance, to do the research that's going to ground us and really put us in a position to have the best possible outcomes, I think I would rather spend the money funding the ad hoc committee's work than also funding a study, if that makes sense. You know, we don't have unlimited funds, and I think the work that the Housing Crisis Committee could do to put an ordinance on paper and really ground it in the research and in community engagement will, to me, be more worthwhile than a study put together by a consultant from a different community. So I think if we're sort of weighing things there, that's where I come out. And I guess I will end with that. I support your proposal, and I would close, I guess, by asking that this committee be tasked to specifically come back with a written ordinance recommendation. That, to me, I think would be something very worthwhile, and to have a tangible result at the end that we're all working toward would be something very exciting to see. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Y'all are just too scared to follow her, aren't you? Dana's at home going, Dana's going right now, animate, please, Mike, animate. So I also would like to thank everybody who stuck through this with all their comments. So I'll make some comments on just the big picture and then speak to my support of an ad hoc committee. But I agree. I remember Ms. Blackerby said in a letter that the status quo is not acceptable. I totally agree with that. I think, and I also agree with Ms. Sneddon's most everything I heard in her narrative too. I just disagree that that the step that is outlined towards a lower cap than the state cap, is not the path to even beginning to solve the problem. It's not a path to the long-term health of the community. And I'll quote myself, the devil is in the details on all this, thank you. But I think the crux of this is this, to me, assumes and assigns the landlords as an open-ended financial source of causing a problem that they neither cause nor have much control over fixing by themselves. And that pretty much just puts me in a box right there as to what it will be. I'm much more interested in finding a way to lower rent through other means that support both the landlords and the tenants. I think it unfairly puts the burden on the landlords. And again, anybody can skew a statistic or a study any way they want to, but unfortunately, I guess for those who take it the other way, my perception of the studies or statistics I see is that it does lead over time to an erosion of maintenance, to less units available, and to just no disrespect intended, but a one-time only current here and now handout to those that are here, and not something that benefits the community in the future. I don't profess to know the answer. I mean, even on any of that. And if anybody did, there'd be success after success story to be seen around the nation or around the world. So that's still my stance on the big picture. Speaking to the both the question of an ad hoc committee and to pursuing on tonight's agenda on moving forward with the study based on this scope of work, I am not in favor of that because I'm still not comfortable with the scope of work. Mr. Kahlon said in the background that the legal protections of the landlords will be there. I don't see that in most of the questions. And just Mr. Kahlon writes them one way, I read them another way. I get that, but just what are the appropriate maximum allowable? Just to say allowable in a sense like that is already puts what's there right now on the defense rather than on a vanilla standing, a default standing, and of course then allowable for who? I read that as in a context of that there's a change that has to be made, but I see the policy questions in the scope being answered as, is there a change that has to be made? Because maybe the landlords are held just as hostage to the burden of their debt, the maintenance of their units, the turnover of their units, as are the tenants who have high rent to pay. I could do this with each one of those questions. That I just think if I was to support a scope that would come back through the ad hoc, it would clearly have to be approaching a scope that was looking for facts that addressed both the tenant's ability to survive in this environment and the landlord's ability to survive in the same environment, and not for one or the other to be doing better than one or the other to do doing better than the other. I'd also, just a couple things that I had written down earlier, and I don't know when to raise those up, but I'd also be interested in learning through that ad hoc committee the option of mandating landlord-tenant mediation rather than allowing landlords to not take part in mediation if they so choose to do so. And then obviously, you know, the anecdotal stories today of he's gone now, but my rent went up 10% 2 years ago, 10% last year, and it's going to go up 10% this year. 2 of those years are illegal. And I mean, it's my recollection on when the increase was to 5 plus CPI, and last year it would have just been 5. So to me, part of the big question in solving this even is that putting a rent cap on does 0 for enforcement. And so how do you continue to enforce all the anecdotal and life stories we're hearing about evictions, rent increases, no relocation or offered, no lease in place, and who does it and who pays for it? And so we do stuff all the time in here, all the time, for the good of the community, and then there's no enforcement, and there is no good of the community. I think that's it. So I will support the ad hoc committee, hopefully with my comments and others going forward, but I'm not comfortable with moving forward on an approval of the scope as it's been presented today.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. There's a lot here, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. First, I want to thank all the members of the public that came out and spoke today and previously. And I also I really appreciate Frank Rodriguez and Dr. Rupert going on the podcast, Josh Molina's podcast. I listened to both, and they were very informative, and they really did a good job of understanding the issues. I think both of them understand from both sides of the perspective, and they did a really good job of just being informative for the community. And for those who weren't able to listen to both of those, I highly recommend it. Not only do you really get a 360 of what we're talking about, you get to know 2 outstanding individuals in our community who are working on these issues, and it was very informative for me. So with that, I'll kind of piggyback on a lot of what's been said here and try not to be repetitive. First, thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez, for proposing the ad hoc committee. I fully support that. I think it needs to be done. I think we do need to have do more for our renters and come up with a lot of solutions, because it's not just one or the other. There's just a lot more we can do, and we don't even know what we can do. There's a lot of models out there. Specifically with the voucher, I kind of go back to 50 years ago, and it's actually coming up next week. It's like the 52nd or 53rd anniversary. We started Earth Day here. And out of that, in our community, we started it. It's global. And out of that, former Mayor Conklin and CEC was formed, and we had the crazy idea in our community to have curbside recycling, which nobody had ever heard of before. And I think now is the time to take that same type of energy and target that towards our people and those who are being displaced and just can't keep up because of wages and everything. And I think there is some type of way that voucher program really could get going. And I look at it like it's not the city just funding it. We could contribute, but how would it work out? How's it going to get funded? What amount do we need to raise as a community? And I look at, we raised in this community a year and a half ago, right, or so, $22 million or something like that to preserve the San Marcos foothills. Why can't we raise that type of money or even more as a community to have a bank that the community invests in, that businesses invest in, because if the business is invested and there's other investors, that helps them have their employees have access to something so that local businesses, our service sector industry, could in fact have a recruitment tool here because there's that capability, whether it's first and last month's rent that goes into it or whatnot. And if you get the funding, if we raise the amount of funding, there is interest in other investments that occur, so you'd have some money that would be made every year. That's just stuff that the committee could look at, is how to structure that and how to really tap into the resources we have here. So I think that's one tool, among others. In terms of the scope of work, I'll just be brief on this. I haven't supported the study. I don't support the 200,000. I think we could use that committee. I think Steve Golis, when he spoke today, referenced, we have a lot of expertise that is just willing to give it for free. And that committee could tap into that. We could go out to the community. And so I'm prepared, if we have to make a separate motion on the study, which would be to not approve the scope of work, and then direct staff to come back with options on how we can reallocate that $200,000 to provide protections for renters, which would include for the ARPA funding, which could have immediate, which could look at enforcement of substandard conditions, enforcement of contract violations, enforcement of compliance with current regulations, some type of support for the ad hoc committee. For example, I think perhaps that ARPA funds could go towards legal aid or something we could build that into our budget. So I'm really interested in what else we can do in the immediate with that $200,000, especially on enforcement, because unless we have enforcement on a lot of things, then all these ordinances and state regulations, renters are just not have the ability to enter the legal system. I also just want to address a comment that was made, and I can assure you that all members of the council care about renters, and myself, I can assure that I am aware of what's taking place, and I understand it, because me and my wife both work 2 jobs, and we both see a lot of people, different people every single day, and we have friends and that have moved away and continue to move away. And we've had to explain that to our kids, why their friends no longer live here. So that's just anecdotal, so I just want to say that, just put that out there. And so the other things I want to just talk about is I'm interested later on when the human services priorities come back to us. In the past, last 2 years, we prioritized homeless services, and then youth was secondary. I think we really, when that discussion comes back to us later this year, is prioritizing rental housing issues through our human services funds. We spend a lot on homelessness, in particular chronic homelessness, and I don't know if we're getting the most for those dollars, whereas if we invested them in preventing people from being homeless on rental issues where we could make a bigger difference. So that's just something later on. And then, in terms of the 2%, I just have strong concerns, and this is where I look at the data and I look at some of the unknowns, and some of the realities is that there will be units that are sold, and when we have 0 vacancy, the number one thing we should not be doing is reducing the number of units that are out there. And there will be units that are sold. We know that. And it will take time to replace those. As Councilmember Harmon said, it's going to take years to replace any units that are sold. And especially when in the coastal zone, vacation rentals are legal. That's from the Coastal Commission. And so the monetary incentive to make a vacation rental in the coastal zone is much greater than any rate of return you could get on a rental property. So that's just a reality, and I don't know how to address that, but that's a concern I have. And the other issue is, as I understand it from today, after clarification, is that if we were to go with something more restrictive than the state, any property constructed after 1995, so basically 1996 to 2007, and it's a rolling 15-year, so 2008 next year, 2009, those units currently have a 5% plus CPI with a cap of 10 for those renters. If we do something more restrictive, those renters lose their protections. And the number of renters that would lose their protections every year will grow because every year new construction falls into that. So it's a smaller percentage now, but it will continue to grow. And so there would be renters in town that currently have some form of protection at 10% that would lose that. And that is something we need to really understand. How many renters would lose complete protections? We don't know that number, but that's something we would need to know if a majority of the council decides to go forward with something that's less than what the state is, or the 2% plus CPI. And I also think the Housing Authority, I really trust them, and they have concerns with anything less than what the state already has. And then, so for right now, that's where I'm at. I'm fully supportive of the ad hoc committee. The other item is that if we have the ad hoc and they come back with an ordinance, well, that's going to require staff time. And I don't know where, we're already at capacity with our staff, so what projects, and I don't need an answer today, but we would need to know this, what other priority projects that you're working on would need to be delayed? Because that's a big effort to write that type of ordinance, and I would actually prefer that the ad hoc committee really go out and do the research and come back with their own, what they're thinking of, and scope out all the different things that we could do, and then come back to us, and then we can make a decision. And at that time, we could know if we want to do an ordinance, there's a majority that want to do one, what other priority items are we going to pull the city attorney from at that point? And I think that is everything I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
I'm going to keep mine short. I want to thank everybody that's here today. I want to thank all the organizers that are here. It is true, renters can't live without the landlords, and landlords can't live without the renters. After hearing all of the public comments today, I have a lot more questions. Thank you, Mr. Colon, for your presentation. I want to thank Councilmember Gutierrez for the suggestion of the ad hoc committee, because I don't want to spend money on another study. After hearing everybody today, I think it's very clear that we have the answers within our community. But I still have a lot of questions. Yes, I'm the swing vote, and the reason for that is because I do understand the need. I also understand that I've always been very vocal about having healthy conditions here in Santa Barbara, and I think we skipped a big step when we didn't implement the enforcement inspection part. We have a huge enforcement inspection when it comes to building new buildings, but not in our apartments and, you know, the houses that we have here. I like the registry idea. I think it will help give some transparency to the public. I do want to make it very clear that I've never been opposed to rent control. I've never said that I'm against rent control. I've always had my door open to talk to anybody. But it's been a hard couple months. I also want to remind the community that in order to move forward to making decisions like these, harassing or making comments to the one Latina on council is not the way, because I've never shied away of having a conversation with anybody. I've had conversations with landlords that have told me, you know, if your people can't live here, then they need to move out. I've had those conversations. I've also had conversations with organizers that protect renters, and I've said repeatedly, this is a big battle that I'm up against. Please give me the facts. On my everyday work, I have been getting harassed. I've gotten harassed at home, right out of my driveway, today, actually. And thanks to my neighbors, I was able to make it to finance late. I do want to make it clear that I've never considered myself a politician. I got here because I understand the need of my district, but I'm also representing the city at large. And I don't like to make decisions on emotions or on political pressure. I hate putting Band-Aids on city issues because it's only temporary. I really would like, we need an ordinance, but we also have to improve the housing crisis that we have. We need to fix that. This issue I have adopted, and I understand it's my responsibility to take action, and I will. But I think as a council, we need to come together and really focus on the reality that we're facing. And we have to, like Ms. Harmon said, we have to figure out a plan for renters, but we also have to figure out this housing issue that we have. So thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez, for proposing this ad hoc committee. And my last comment is that yo sí soy valiente, porque creo que la valentía viene de cuando tú tienes miedo y aún así estás haciendo lo correcto. And in English, I just want to say that I think I am courageous, because even though I'm upsetting, or I'm going against a lot of people that I'm going to upset, I'm still focusing on doing the right thing. And I hope that people understand that we need to come together for the greater good and really try to work with each other, because we are going to come across these issues because we are living in crisis. We just went through a pandemic. I've lost family members. Every day I work for the school district, and I'm dealing with children at the elementary level wanting to commit suicide because they're homeless again. So if anybody wants to know if I understand the issue, I understand the issue. So with that, I would like if we can make the motion, or sorry, Mayor, you have your comments.
I got a couple of comments. I mean, believe it or not, wouldn't be labeled as such, but I'm a tenant advocate myself. I was a tenant all through up until my 30s, after my student years. And when I was employer, I employed almost just under 4,000 unique individuals over the 38 years I was an employer, most of whom were students, and not students, but most of them who were tenants. And I'm a father, and both of my kids are tenants. So, you know, I don't hate renters. And most of our constituents are renters, and I get that. If I thought for a moment that this kind of ordinance going forward would help that situation, I'd be right in there, but I don't think it does. In fact, I think it has the opposite effects. We've been studying this off and on for, as Dr. Rupert said, for 80 years. I mean, we did rent control, and we did price control, and we did wage controls after World War II. And that happened all over the world. And there's a lot of documented studies about that, including from very clever and otherwise good-looking people, the Swedes, that said, Assar Lindbeck was one that said that the surest way to destroy a city other than the atom bomb is rent control. And he was a socialist. So I don't know where that all came from. I do appreciate Mr. Gutierrez's motion for the ad hoc committee, because it does not preclude anything. I don't think that moving forward right now helps anybody. However, if you think about 2% or 5% plus 8.5 CPI, or 2% versus 8.5 CPI, you still end up at 10 at the cap. And one reason why, we're in a state that's a rent control state right now. And frankly, that's putting a lot of pressure on tenants and landlords, because they don't want to lose their base going forward. And with inflation, nobody knows the answers. Everybody's scared. The property owners are scared. The tenants are scared. Most people that buy into income properties aren't automatically making money. Most of them have a number of years where they're either negative, usually negative, eventually going positive, and eventually can maybe make money. But every time they move a tenant, every time they change a tenant, you don't willy-nilly just evict somebody because there is a substantial cost, if not legal issues. Hopefully you do it the right way. But if you lose a tenant or you turn over a tenant, there's substantial expense on both sides. So there's a lot of different sides of the coin, but when I hear from the Housing Authority, whom I have nothing but respect for and whom I would love to invent some new funding mechanism for somehow, because those guys are fabulous. And they don't think that this is a great idea. When 2% was proposed in December, I wasn't on council back then, it came as a number with no findings, no logic. It was just a number that was thrown out there. It reminded me of my old roommate that used to throw spaghetti against the wall and see until it stuck, it wasn't done. And then when it stuck, it was done. He was a terrible cook besides as well. And when I got out of school back in those days, there was not only a downzoning going on in neighborhoods in Santa Barbara, there was a water moratorium, so no new building was going on. So rents were impossible back then. Now, the numbers today would seem silly, but it was the same thing, especially coming out as a student or as a busboy, which I finally aspired to. It was almost impossible to find a place to live. And by the way, the word housing crisis was used on a regular basis in the 1930s in Santa Barbara. I wasn't around to personally witness that, but that's in Mayor Lodge's book. So I'm a little bit disturbed that from the tenant standpoint, when we talk about problems and issues, I didn't hear once somebody mention the Idle Housing Mediation Task Force or legal aid, both of which are services that are designed to help people at no cost and to keep everybody out of the court system. So I'm not sure what the functionality is there. I don't know if not everybody knows about them. I certainly think we could do a better job of educating people about where they are. But, the idea that somehow there's an oppressor landlord and a victim tenant in every case is just wrong-headed. Like I said, we're largely a rental community. So it's important that we get this right, but it's also important that we don't do something wrong. And so going forward, I would really like to see us execute this subcommittee, have community discussions, have experts from both sides, have this communication as a robust communication. Up here, we'll never get beyond a split vote on this. And rarely do I ever see something good legislatively come out of a split vote on a 7-member body. Usually there's something flawed with it. There's a reason why the vote's split. And it's not just politics. It's a lot. In our case, I think it's logic. I think all 7 of us are tenant advocates. I really do. I believe that. And so you may not see it the same way. We may not see solutions the same way. But once again, the first rule of being up here should be just like the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. And I think it's important that before we go out and try to legislate our way out of this, and we're not particularly good at that, and we have a track record that proves that, that we find out what the real answers are. And they're not going to be from some study from a group from out of town, because I've got a stack in my office that say the same things, including a study that told us what the relocation assistance should be, and we didn't follow that either. We went way over that. So what faith do I have in that? Not much. So I really think that we can gather our own information in our own unique town and find out what it is. And it may end up in a registry. It may end up executing a study at some point. I don't know. But I'm going to feel a lot better about it going in than I'm up here with a 4-3 vote on something that I'm not really sure about and don't feel very good about. And it wasn't logically brought out with findings and numerical things. I mean, we might as well just say, let's just take the average mean rent of California and make sure that we're not different than anybody else so that it's all even Steven. Well, how's that going to play? We're going to really, compete with Bakersfield and Lodi for rents in Santa Barbara? What's fair? I don't know what's fair. What's real? That's the part that we got to get to. It is a science, like Ms. Sneddon said. There's a lot of science to it. You may not agree with Dr. Rupert. It's what the guy does for a living. He may not come up with the answers you like, but he's got a lot of numbers that show what it is and what it's done. So more than a consultant, we actually need more of an historian. So what's the answer? The answer is to have something done in Santa Barbara, by Santa Barbara's, for Santa Barbara's, and find out some real answers from both sides, being in the same room, and come up with we may not come to an agreement, but we'll get a lot closer than we're going to meet tonight, I'll guarantee you. And then Ms. Sneddon, you had a follow-up comment.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I I have some confusion because I hear we have all the information we need, and then I hear we don't have the answers that we need. I hear that 2% is an unfounded spaghetti throw number, but I also hear that we don't need a study to find out what that number should be. I have genuine confusion, and I will say that I have actually profound regret. I do believe in studies, and I do believe in data and information, and I made a personal judgment error by asking that we do a study before we moved forward. And I deeply regret that, because what I'm seeing is that we should just make decisions without studies. I understand a task force. I'm completely supportive of the task force. With the split votes, I think that the outcome of the task force is going to very much depend on who's on the task force. And I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think us as a full body actually has more balanced input altogether. I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned that what would be a $200,000 study, which is funded by ARPA funds, would instead be put on staff now on a task force to do our own research, or have our staff do research, or to rely on Dr. Rupert, who is clearly an expert in his field. I'm not exactly sure that his field is rent stabilization or housing policy. And also, I'd be very concerned about an equity lens on that task force, about who the experts are that we're inviting. I absolutely want to have this ad hoc committee, no question. If I'm not counting votes here that there is will to move forward. If there were, I would, as Councilmember Harmon suggested, be ready to move forward with rent stabilization today, as I was ready before. Was waiting on information in a good faith effort to make that number be as tailored to our city as possible. And I feel that that delay has now been reinterpreted twice over to be that we have $200,000 to spend. How do we want to spend it? It was actually that we had an ordinance we wanted to implement. How are we going to pay for implementing it? And now that funding is being reallocated in a different way. So I can see there isn't the will. The old me would force a substitute motion and move it forward, and if there's will there, I would do it gladly. I'm not seeing the will, but I am deeply, deeply disappointed that what was a true effort to find data and information to make the best ordinance has instead been used to subvert the ordinance.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I so appreciate Councilwoman Sneddon, what you're saying. And I myself have gone really back and forth on the question of the study. So I wanted to just first just acknowledge that. And I really appreciate the way that you put sort of how the process has gone. And I share the frustration that you have. I think for me on the study, what I struggle with is a study is not done in a vacuum either. And what we get back is very much contingent on the consultant that's chosen, the way that that consultant does the work. And I truthfully have more trust in us to be able to get real information for Santa Barbara than I do in a consultant who, frankly, my own view is that they're typically much more oriented in a way that is going to be looking for a certain result. That is my fear about a consultant study. And so if just so I can explain my thought process for you, if I'm looking at an ad hoc committee, I think we all agree that there's a lot of good that can come from that, or a consultant study that's gonna take a year and that may be baked in a way that we don't even get to understand because we don't see the process of how they do that work. I don't know that that's so that's really where my struggle is. And so if I'm thinking about how can we get the best information and have the most engagement, to me, I think it makes more sense to take the path of the ad hoc committee. And I have no intention of letting this die. Frankly, I think it will probably be faster to come back to us through an ad hoc. We all know consultant studies take a year. And that was, I think, part of our fear from the very beginning also. So I actually, I don't know, maybe I'm Pollyanna, but in sort of the final estimation of where we are and what we have the votes for and what we can do, I think there's possibilities here of keeping the conversation moving. So that's where I came down. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Council Member Sneddon, for voicing her opinion. I too found it problematic where the information was coming from and the equity of it, which is why I want to be able to reach out to these other more equitable sources to get information and get even more ideas. There are some ideas that some of the advocates out there have proposed to us that when I ask staff for certain information on it, they kind of give me short answers. But this is the opportunity where we can deal and address each one of those ideas on a broader stage and actually try to come up with some kind of middle ground for it. And I feel like that money, if possible at all, can be reallocated to address some of those issues that those advocates have stressed and asked us for. So that's why I think this is the best course of action for us to do in this moment. Sorry, and I don't think it's a step backwards because I'm not willing to drop the 2% right now either, you know?
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Ms. Nedden, for bringing those comments up. When you mentioned about your concerns about being, the study being equitable, and I believe that some of the studies that we've done lately, and I'll give you the Ortega Park, we hired an outside consultant, and it was actually the community who had to educate the outside consultant on the needs of the park and the history of the park. And we've spent so much more money on other studies that we hardly use. And the public always says, you know, why are you spending money from outside consultants when we don't use the study properly? So I think, especially for something like this, and just based on my recent experiences with dealing with outside consultants, they always come back to us to ask us questions about our city. And I do understand your concern and the frustration, but I think that just how this issue was brought up didn't have a lot of clarity, and this is why we're here. But I do understand where you stand, and I think, like Mr. Randy said, we all want to take care of our renters, but we need to make really wise decisions. So I really believe in some of our organizers here that have really good information, that I'd rather spend money locally than hiring somebody from the outside.
All right, very good. With no further comments, we do have a motion on the floor. Mr. Kalan.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I am truly sorry, but I am designated as your parliamentarian, so I need to address something. Part of parliamentary procedure is designed to protect the minority as well as the majority. I would ask the council to include clarification, as we've suggested in the staff report, about the sequence and timing of your directions from December. I have a direction from the City Council to prepare a temporary 2% ordinance, and I have a direction with Ms. Bjork to prepare a rent registry. I would be doing the city a disservice if I ignored that direction without clarity from the council. So again, I'm sorry to raise it, but I don't think there's a way to appropriately finesse that.
So, Mr. Kalan, given that there's disagreement up here on the dispensation of all the above, would it make sense to then table those and fold them into the ad hoc committee as a direction?
Absolutely, and I heard disagreement between Mayor Pro Tem Harmon and Councilmember Jordan about whether the ordinance would be part of the committee process, but folding it in would certainly work.
Because what I heard from Councilmember Gutierrez was that we were trying to be we're trying to look at everything and not exclude any concept or any procedure. And I think if we try to litigate these down to the final dispensation tonight, it's going to be tomorrow. And I really believe that we can move forward with the structure if we do in fact table those and fold them into the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, and I should say, I'm not unaware that I'm speaking about other people's time. I don't intend to be supporting the policy examination of what you should do. My time would be best spent giving you a draft when you're ready to see it.
Very good. Given that then, do we have to amend the motion to do what we just talked about?
I would appreciate it being explicit.
Okay, I'll
Yes,
go back
thank
to
you.
Mr. Gutierrez as the maker of the motion. Will you
Yes.
include tabling the A and B to fold them into the content of your motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to create an ad hoc committee to address the housing crisis while tabling the items of the rent cap and the registry in order to further discuss in the ad hoc committee.
Okay. Does the seconder understand the motion and they okay with that?
Yes,
Ms.
I
Gutierrez,
second.
thank you. So first by Oscar Gutierrez, second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Does everybody understand the motion? Of course you don't.
Sorry, I just want to make a clarifying question. We're not here again. When we say tabling, I think there's a difference between tabling and folding in. So I'm hearing different things, and I think the intent is to fold in rather than table. Table means we're not discussing. Folding in means it's going to be part of the discussion. So to me, it's an important distinction.
Well, it's actually, I think, well, at least from my thinking, it was tabling may not be the word, at least like continuing these items, but once again, addressing them and not excluding them from the discussion. Mr. Colon, is there a more elegant way of saying that?
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon is correct that tabling has an implication that it won't be discussed, so fold in is fine by me.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, let me clarify. I meant to say folding in.
And the seconder?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Ms. Sneddon?
Well, it was going to be no if it was tabling, but with the folding in and the implication that that will happen in that ad hoc, yes.
And I think that was I think that was the intention. It was.
I want to be very clear.
I missed that
Only
day
if
in law
it's
school, so.
folded in, it's yes.
Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and have a vote then. If you would roll call the vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, and please correct me if my statement of the motion is not right. This is a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, to create an ad hoc committee to address the housing crisis while folding in the items of the rent cap and the rent registry to further discuss in the ad hoc committee. Okay? Okay.
Roll call, please.
Very good. Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes, and I'd like to put my name forward to be on the committee.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
Aye. And then, should we then go ahead and form the committee?
Up to you.
Be nice if we thought we had three musketeers that are ready to roll. And this is going to be a body of work, but for those who are really concerned about this, I think it's going to be good work.
Mr. Mayor.
Do I have anybody that would like to volunteer? I have Mr. Gutierrez, I have Ms. Sneddon, and I have Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you allow me, I'd like to make a suggestion. Since I'm the one that proposed it, I'd like to chair the committee if possible. I'd also want to keep someone who's been consistently objective, like Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, on there as well. And then I'd like to have somebody who is also on the homeless ad hoc committee as well, since the issues kind of overlap. And I believe that's Ms. Sneddon. Are you on that?
I'm not sure which homeless ad hoc committee we have several. I do serve,
As long as you're on one of them, I'm good.
I don't know if I'm specifically on one of them or if I'm not an alternate.
Since you already stated that you wanted to be on it.
Okay. I would love to be on it.
Without,
All right.
without objection from the rest of the council, I'd say we'll go ahead and do that, okay? Oscar Gutierrez is chair, along with Kristen Sneddon, along with Alejandro Gutierrez. Anybody have a problem with that? We're doing it.
Thank you.
Very good. And that brings us to council member committee assignment reports. Thank you for all hanging in here tonight. Does anybody have a council member? Yeah, Ms. Sneddon, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. This week, we had our State Street interim committee meeting. The fire lanes are completed, 100% compliance. We're now focusing on ADA compliance. Most of them are small fixes, but we're very focused on that. And we'll be in the future looking at deep cleaning on the streets. Assuming Solstice 2023 would be the first parade, and that'll come to council for approval, and looking at future portability and bikes and e-bikes. So we're open to all of those inputs. And then also I attended a meeting of the Community Formation Commission in Chambers, and just a comment that all of their recommendations are so carefully considered, and appreciating the work that they're doing on that.
Thank you. I apologize to all still present, but there are a couple of commenters that are still online with their hands raised, so we have to honor that as public comment. So 2 minutes. First speaker, please.
The speakers are Celia Schmidt, Lucia Trujillo, and Matt Lowe. These are persons who had raised their hands within the time limit for public comment at the beginning of the
May
meeting.
we have the first speaker, please?
Celia Schmidt, please go ahead. Celia Schmidt, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Celia Schmidt. Okay, we'll go to the next person, who is Lucia Trujillo. Lucia Trujillo, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I actually emailed you my comments. So my comments were to encourage you to vote to support a fair wage for Santa Barbara city workers. City workers are living paycheck to paycheck, and rent increases outpaces city workers' wage increases. So the emergency service workers are displaced out of Santa Barbara and cannot respond to those emergencies. And anything less than an 8.5% COLA is a pay cut for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker is Matt Lowe. Matt Lowe, please go ahead. Let's give Mr. Lowe an extra moment. Matt Lowe, if you're still on, there you go. Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Sorry I was unable to speak earlier. I wish I was able to. Appreciate all the discussion. As to pertaining to the public comment earlier, I am in support of moving very quickly and swiftly to support our city workers, and I would encourage a 10% raise in our corporate sector, in our tech companies, in our local area. They're also facing the same issues, with inflation, and they're addressing them very quickly and swiftly with their workers. And I would expect the same for our city, to make sure we value our workers and our community members. So despite whether the length of time that they've worked for the city or their job, I believe that we should have a 10% raise for the fair and equitable purpose of supporting our workers and making sure that people are not on the edge of one check away from poverty or away from living in their car, or one missed rent payment from living in their car and being houseless. So support our workers, please.
Thank you. Is that the final speaker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okey doke. Any more committee assignment reports? If not, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.